Hi everyone, I'm Jordan. Before watching the video, please take 2 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel. This is very important to me. Thank you very much. Now enjoy the story.
Chapter 136. In order to welcome Lin Tao's return, I suggest that Lao Lin kick Lin Hao and his mother out of the house. Faced with Lin Jianjun's eyes that were almost spitting fire, the board members not only did not restrain themselves, but became even more unscrupulous, blaming all the faults on him, with their tone full of resentment and ridicule. Don't stare at me. If you have time to think about how to ask your son for forgiveness, you might as well think about it. After all, you asked for this. If you were nicer to your son, would this situation happen today? I really don't understand you. How can you be so partial? You are the only one who is in our family. What else can we do now? Your son is our last straw. Lin Jianjun's anger seemed to be ignited, and he was almost shaking with anger at these opportunistic guys. When he first brought his illegitimate son Lin Hao into the family, these people praised him for his intelligence and even said that Lin Hao is better than Lin Ta. But now, they pushed him to the position of a sinner without any scruples. Humph, you didn't say that before, but now you're all blaming me. Lin Jianjun was furious, but his anger was ignored by everyone. After all, the company was on the verge of bankruptcy, and they were more concerned about how to save themselves rather than taking into account Lin Jianjun's face. Didn't Lin Tao disobey you? If it were me, I would have slapped you in the face. You're so harsh on him, and you still expect him to help you? Don't dream. The atmosphere in the conference room became increasingly depressing. Everyone no longer cared about Lin Jianjun's feelings. Some even doubted Lin Tao's identity, speculating that he might not be Lin Jianjun's biological son. As soon as this speculation came out, everyone showed thoughtful expressions, as if they had finally found the reason why Lin Jianjun was overly partial. Just when everyone thought they had figured out the truth, Lin Jianjun angrily slammed the table and said seriously, "Lin Tao is 100% my son. I've checked." He had suspected Lin Tao's abnormal behavior and secretly did a paternity test, but the result proved that Lin Tao was indeed his biological son. This fact made him even more angry. He had pushed his real son to this point. Everyone was speechless for a while, and then they only cared about how to make Lin Tao change his mind. They offered suggestions one after another, and some even suggested that Lin Jianjun kick the illegitimate son and his mother out of the house to show his sincerity. Faced with such a palace-forcing suggestion, Lin Jianjun almost collapsed, but he knew that if he didn't do this, the company might really not survive. Okay, I'll go to the Su's house now. Lin Jianjun finally had no choice but to compromise and announced that he would personally go to ask Lin Tao for forgiveness. Everyone cheered, as if they saw the dawn of hope for the company. However, at this moment, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside the door. Lin Hao stood at the door, his face livid. Hearing everything in the house, his heart was filled with rage and despair. Those directors who were usually respectful to him were now ruthlessly trying to drive him and his mother out of the house, and his uncle Bai Jinglong also chose to support them. The last bit of affection in Lin Hao's heart collapsed at this moment. He felt that the whole world was betraying him, and the hatred in his heart was like a poisonous snake entwining him. His eyes became cold, and he had made up his mind that he would not sit and wait for death. Lin Tao would never get everything he wanted easily. Even if he tried his best, he would destroy it all. Chapter 137. Lin Jianjun comes to ask for forgiveness. Lin Tao, no, scumbag dad, get out of here now. In the conference room at the Lin Group headquarters, the atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost suffocating. Lao Lin, stop delaying and get going. Remember, your son's attitude should be the most important in all matters. A shareholder was the first to break the silence, followed by others. Yes, as long as Lin Tao is willing to share the recipe of the beauty pill with us, we can agree to any conditions he proposes. The future of the Lin Group is in your hands, Lao Lin. Facing these urgent voices, Lin Jianjun's face gradually turned livid. He had never thought that one day he would be forced into such a situation, like a stray dog, and had to beg for mercy from that unfilial son in a humble manner. Enough. Stop talking. Lin Jianjun angrily interrupted everyone's persuasion. He covered his wound, which was still aching, his tone full of aggrieved. However, the directors did not care about his injuries at all, but instead made more ruthless suggestions. Your injuries don't look bad enough. It would be better if you could break off a limb. At least it would look more like the real thing. Yes, Lao Lin, for the future of the company, you should make some sacrifices. Lin Jianjun was furious. His face was terribly gloomy, He pushed away the so-called colleagues and strode out of the meeting room. As soon as he walked out, he bumped into Lin Ta, who was coming. Their eyes met in the air, and they were a little embarrassed for a moment. Howard, why are you here? Shouldn't you be resting in the dormitory? Lin Jianjun asked guiltily. Daddy, I heard that you were injured, so I came to see you. Lin Hao said with concern, with a worried look on his face, like a filial son. Lin Jianjun's heart suddenly softened, and a feeling of guilt instantly surged in his heart. His Xiao Hao was so sensible and kind, but that rebellious Lin Ta wanted to take away everything from him. God was really unfair. Lin Jianjun couldn't help but clench his fists. The veins on his arms bulged, and endless anger and unwillingness burned in his heart. However, at this moment, other shareholders in the meeting room also came out one after another. Lin Hao, what are you doing here? The position of illegitimate child no longer belongs to you. Give up your position quickly. Don't make trouble. The Lin group can only have a future in the hands of your eldest brother. Hearing these cold and ruthless words, Lin Hao's face turned ugly, his fists clenched, and his eyes flashed with dangerous light. These people once greeted him with a smile, but now they humiliated him by calling him an illegitimate child. Old Lin, you'd better go to the Su family as soon as possible and don't delay. The directors urged impatiently, completely ignoring Lin Hao's existence. Faced with this group of shareholders with no bottom line, Lin Jianjun could only helplessly explain to Lin Hao, trying to make him understand that this was just a temporary solution. However, Lin Hao showed a generous look and said with tolerance, Dad, I understand. The company originally belonged to my brother, and now it can be returned to its original owner. I am very happy. As long as everyone is well, I don't care what happens to me. Lin Jianjun was so moved that he almost cried and hugged Lin Hao tightly, his heart full of guilt towards this sensible son. However, when he turned and left, the coldness in Lin Hao's eyes became deeper. When Lin Jianjun's back disappeared at the entrance of the company, Lin Hao's heart was completely broken. He silently vowed that no matter what the cost, he would never let Lin Ta easily get everything he had worked so hard for. Meanwhile, at the Su family manor, Lin Ta was enjoying a brief moment of peace with Susan and Chen Kurson. However, the peace was broken by a knock on the door. Mr. Lin, your father is here to visit you. He said he has something important to discuss with you. Would you like to let him in? Lu Wan's voice came. Lin Ta sneered, having already guessed Lin Jianjun's intention. He responded coldly, No, scumbag dad, get out of here. Chapter 138 Lin Jianjun cries in the rain. Lin Ta, the cold, icy rain is hitting my face. It was afternoon. The sky was covered with dark clouds, which were thick and gathered together, getting lower and lower, giving people a feeling of depression. The sky was dark, as if night had arrived early. Su family manor. After receiving Lu Wan's call, the security captain persuaded the middle-aged man standing at the door. Master Lin, I'm sorry. There's news from young Master Lin. He says he refuses to meet you. I think it's going to rain soon. You'd better leave quickly. Hearing this, Lin Jianjun's face was as gloomy and ugly as the sultry weather. He never expected. I took the initiative to come to your door from afar. But that rebellious son actually dared to avoid him? Did she realize her own unfilial behavior and feel ashamed to meet him? Unfortunately, it's too late. The corner of Lin Jianjun's mouth curled up into a gloating arc. He would never give Lin Ta the chance to be his son again. Let the other person be immersed in the pain of losing his father's love, forever and ever. But considering that the Lin group is on the verge of bankruptcy, Lin Jianjun decided to put himself in a difficult position first and trick his unfilial son into agreeing to share the prescription. After the company has weathered the storm and regained its footing, we will settle accounts with this beast. Think of this. He bypassed the security guards at the door and tried to break into the manor on his own. Unfortunately, the next second, several security guards immediately blocked his way. I have something important to do with my son. Since he won't see me, get out of the way. I'm going upstairs to talk to him myself. Lin Jianjun frowned and tried to push away the security guard who was blocking him. But not a single budge. Assholes, who do you think you are to block my way? I am the chairman of the Lin Group. You are just security guards. Recognize your lowly status. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the security guards around suddenly changed, and anger emerged. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was Lin Tao's father, they couldn't help but want to take out the batons at their waists and teach the other party a lesson. Master Lin, please go back. The leading security captain snorted coldly, led his brothers back to the manor, and locked the iron door tightly. Damn the Su family. Don't give me the chance, or I will make you pay. Lin Jianjun stood alone outside the manor, feeling helpless and furious. But he still didn't want to leave, but stood at the door and waited. He just didn't believe it. Is that rebellious son really so heartless that he would have the heart to let him limp and stand helplessly at the door? In order to achieve his goal, Lin Jianjun adopted a bitter flesh strategy and decided to take advantage of the little affection left in the unfilial son's heart. Tick-tock, tick-tock. 15 minutes passed. But what made Lin Jianjun doubt his life was the door remained closed at all times. That rebellious son, could he really bear to see him suffer like this? Lin Jianjun's face turned extremely pale, and he was sweating profusely. Since it is summer now, the weather is extremely hot and humid. Plus, he usually lives a life of luxury and is used to living in air-conditioned rooms. How could he have ever suffered such hardship? I immediately wanted to turn around and leave. But after thinking about it, I finally gritted my teeth and gave up the idea. He had an inexplicable intuition. That unfilial son must be watching his every move somewhere. In order to stimulate the remaining affection in the other party's heart, he had to put on a pitiful posture to arouse Lin Tao's sympathy. And it was just as Lin Jianjun expected. In the cool air-conditioned room, Lin Tao indeed saw his figure from afar through the floor-to-ceiling windows. But the only miscalculation was that Lin Tao just smiled playfully. He immediately looked up at the dark clouded sky and vaguely heard dull thunder coming from the east and west. This is a sign of an approaching rainstorm. Oni-chan, do you really not want to know what your dad wants from you? I don't want to. Thunder. In response to the little girl's question, Lin Tao answered briefly. Then he picked up the golden guitar in the corner and found a high-powered amplifier. Under Chen Kurson's bewildered gaze, he began to debug. At the gate of the manor, Lin Jianjun, who was extremely thirsty, endured the waves of heat. After persisting for another 2.5 minutes, he was already feeling a little dizzy. The suit he was wearing was already soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to his body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The only smell in the air was heat and sweat. Damn it. This beast. Why don't you come out to greet me soon? Am I going to watch my father die standing here? Just as Lin Jianjun was cursing in his heart, a drop of cold rain fell on his cheek. This is. Soon. 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops of rain came one after another. Crash. It was raining, pouring. Lin Jianjun bathed in the rain, feeling the heavy rain washing over his body, which was extremely cold. Originally, he wanted to find a place to hide. After all, he is old, and the sudden changes in temperature can easily make him sick on the spot. But think about it. Wouldn't this situation highlight his own pitifulness and arouse the sympathy of that unfilial son? Just imagine. Under the gray sky, a middle-aged man stood alone in the pouring rain and cried. Who wouldn't be moved or confused after seeing this scene? I just don't believe that beast will remain indifferent. If this can't move the unfilial son, then it can only mean one thing. The other party has no humanity, not a human being. Lin Jianjun raised his face, letting the rain flow into the corners of his eyes and slide down his cheeks. To the uninformed, this is a poor man who has suffered a great misfortune and is crying alone in the rain. Even Lin Jianjun himself seemed to see the passing of his own life, and he was so immersed in the play that he was moved to tears unconsciously. I was still vaguely hearing a song that was very appropriate to the situation. The cold, icy rain pats my face. Warm tears mixed with cold rain. The colors in front of me were suddenly covered up. Your shadow lingers mercilessly around me. You betrayed me like an executioner. My heart feels like it's been stabbed by a bayonet. Love on the cliff. Who would be willing to accept the most painful accident? The beautiful singing voice mixed with the sound of rain seemed to form a beautiful symphony, which made Lin Jianjun intoxicated for a moment. It sounds good. It sounds so good. This song should only exist in heaven. How many times can it be heard in the world? But the next second, Lin Jianjun found something wrong. Why does this voice sound so familiar? And this singing seems to come from the Su family. In an instant, Lin Jianjun recognized that this was the voice of an unfilial son, and his face instantly turned ugly, because the more he listened, the more humiliated he felt. This song, it's totally humiliating him. Take a deep breath and feel the cool feeling of the rain hitting your cheeks. Lin Jianjun no longer hesitated. With strong hatred and a gloomy face, he turned around and left. He was disheartened and had completely given up. No matter how much I hated Lin Tao's ignorance in the past, he would always use reasons like, he is still young, and I am still a father and need to be magnanimous, to secretly hope that the other party would turn over a new leaf. As long as Lin Ta is willing to reform himself. As the other person's father, he would definitely be willing to give Lin Ta a chance to be his son again and accept him as his family again. But his good intentions were met with Lin Tao's excessive demands and endless humiliation. Now, his patience has really run out. This life, our relationship as father and son has ended, and there is no looking back. In the rain, the whole world became blurred. Lin Jianjun limped away from the gate of the manor silently, and the beautiful singing voice is still being sung affectionately. Each note is like a cold raindrop, falling into the listener's heart, bringing a deep resonance. The cold, icy rain pats my face. Warm tears mixed with cold rain. The colors in front of me were suddenly covered up. Your shadow lingers mercilessly around me. You betrayed me like an executioner. In the familiar girl's boudoir, Lin Ta sat on the edge of the bed, his fingers dancing lightly on the guitar strings, like a nimble dancer, light and powerful, constantly playing the prelude to the melody. With his eyes slightly closed, he immersed himself in singing Andy Lau's Ice Rain, an old affectionate song in his memory. Combined with his deep and magnetic voice, it seems to have a magical power that can attract people's hearts. At this moment, in the Su family villa, since the melodious song started, bodyguards, maids, cleaning staff, chefs, almost all the staff of the Su family stopped to listen as if their hearts were touched. Everyone seemed to be brought into a world of heavy rain by Lin Tao's singing. That world is full of emotional fluctuations, with joy, pain, deep longing, and the illusion of raindrops hitting your cheeks. First floor. Su Fan was originally sitting cross-legged on the sofa. This song is... He suddenly felt something slapping his cheek. He frowned slightly, slowly opened his eyes, and listened carefully to the singing coming from upstairs. Then a hint of shock appeared on his face. Lin Tao and music creation. The other party was the best he had ever seen in his life. Especially his song, So Scary. Su Fan seemed to see the cold rain from the song, and felt the coldness and loneliness that penetrated deep into his bones. This is a true musical genius. My heart feels like it's been stabbed by a bayonet. Love on the cliff, who would dare to pick it? I am still willing to accept the most painful accident. My favorite girl. When the song came to an end, everyone seemed to wake up from a world in the rain, with a deep feeling of emotion and satisfaction on their faces. In the lingering sound, bodyguards, maids, cleaners, chefs, almost all the staff of the Su family applauded from the bottom of their hearts, cheering and praising Lin Tao's perfect singing and playing. Pa pa pa. The applause was like thunder and lasted for a long time. The sound was so loud that it even covered the sound of heavy rain and reached Susan's bedroom. Oni-chan, you are awesome. Chun Kursen's face was full of admiration and she kept clapping her hands. She really admires Lin Tao's musical talent, which seems to be endless. He can always create God-level songs that are amazing. For example, today's song, after I edit it and put it online, it will definitely cause fans to go crazy and become a hit song that will easily become a hot search. Oni-chan, what's the name of this song? You are so amazing. How come you can always write so many great songs? Chin Kursen held her cheeks with both hands, her eyes shining, and she completely became Lin Tao's little fangirl. She had a hunch. As time goes by, the codename AL will sooner or later become famous around the world. And Lin Tao will definitely become a world-famous musician. This is myself. Witnessed the rise of a legend with my own eyes. The song is called Ice Rain. I just wrote it casually. Writing songs? Don't you just need hands? Can't you write it? No way, no way. Lin Tao pretended to be confused and pretended to be cool without saying a word. With the little girl looking as if she wanted to hit someone, he put the golden guitar back into the corner, turned off the loudspeaker, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to look out. At the gate of the manor, Lin Jianjun's figure has disappeared. But Lin Tao didn't care and murmured to himself, now the shares of Lin Group have fallen to the freezing point. Maybe it's time to start buying them back? On the other side, on the hospital bed, Susan finally came back to her senses from the aftermath of the song. This sounds so good. Lin Tao is really talented in music. After listening to his song, Ice Rain, I actually had the illusion of being there. It was as if something was really hitting me on the face. In the dark prison of consciousness, Susan was once again shocked by the young man's talent. He must be a natural-born musical genius. Even though she always thought highly of herself, she couldn't help but feel a little admiration for Lin Ta. After all, she doesn't like many things, and music is one of the more important ones. It's a pity that the previous assembly line music works are hard to describe. It was not until Lin Ta appeared that a new world opened up for Susan. I really want to see Lin Ta playing and singing in person. Even now, she couldn't remember what Lin Ta looked like. But in her imagination, it should be quite ordinary. Otherwise, why didn't it leave the slightest impression on my former self? But she doesn't care much about a man's appearance, so it doesn't matter. Compared with appearance, she values inner things such as ability and talent more. For some reason, the feeling of waking up has become stronger these days. I am really looking forward to the day when I wake up. But when the time comes, how should I face Lin Ta? Chapter 139. Susan's Fear of Marriage. Am I going to be a wife? Susan, do you think this song Ice Rain is nice? While Susan was feeling inexplicably melancholy, Lin Ta had already walked to her bedside and asked her questions. It sounds good. The girl did not hide her true feelings and expressed them. She really liked this song. As long as you like it. Lin Ta grinned, then changed to a mysterious tone. In fact, I wrote a song just for you. I'll sing it to you in a couple of days. For me? Lin Ta even wrote a song specifically for this? Just one sentence and Susan's curiosity was completely aroused. She was a little impatient to listen to the song the other person was singing. But in order to maintain the mystery, Lin Ta shook his head again and refused to reveal anything. Don't ask, this is a song written just for you. I will sing it to you on our wedding night, and it will never be leaked to anyone. You are the only one in the world who can hear it. This? A song just for me? Hearing this, Susan felt inexplicably touched. She never thought that someone would write a song specifically for her, and it was a boy. However, when she mentioned her wedding night, she suddenly realized that she would be officially marrying the young man in front of her the day after tomorrow. I couldn't help but feel dazed again, with all kinds of thoughts flying around in my mind. I am going to become a wife now, but I'm not mentally prepared yet. Is this too hasty? We have never been together like a real couple, and we haven't known each other for long. Is a flash marriage really appropriate? And I still have a blood feud to avenge? I can't let go of this hatred. That means that there is a possibility of bringing danger to people around you in the future. In this state, can I really still marry Lin Ta? Or just find a reason to stop this unique marriage? In the dark prison of consciousness, Susan's mind was filled with various thoughts and emotions, and she was confused. When she thought about her upcoming married life, she was filled with anxiety and uneasiness, and she felt completely at a loss as to what to do. In the past, she had never thought that she would get married one day, and she had already prepared herself mentally for the rest of her life to be alone. But I never expected, by chance, I will become a vegetable. Lin Ta, who had no connection with each other before, are about to have a flash marriage. Looking back now, she felt that everything was just a dream, and she was still very moved when she woke up. So confused, so uneasy, so anxious. All kinds of complex emotions and tangled feelings were conflicting with each other in Susan's heart. She also doesn't know whether her current mental state can be considered as the so-called premarital phobia. Am I being too sentimental? But marriage is a lifelong thing. Once two people are together, they must walk hand in hand to the end of their lives. But now, no matter how I think about it, I can't be a good wife peacefully, right? I still have many important things to do. And do I love Lin Ta? Or is it just pure gratitude? I don't know, love or not love. I really can't tell the difference. Hey, I wonder if other girls before marriage will have the same mental state of worrying about gains and losses as I do. On the hospital bed, the girl seemed to be sleeping peacefully, but her heart was actually in turmoil. In the end, she gradually accepted her fate and no longer had any thoughts of breaking off the engagement. After all, the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. No matter what happened in the past, now the two of them are about to enter the marriage hall under the inexplicable arrangement of fate. Even though Susan was still a little confused, even from the bottom of my heart, I feel that I don't fit the image of a sweet wife in Lin Tao's mind. I feel that he should leave me and find a more suitable marriage partner. But as long as Lin Ta doesn't take the initiative to cancel the engagement, then Susan would not have taken the initiative to propose ending their somewhat strange relationship. After all, Boys are very particular about self-esteem and face, so they probably can't accept being broken off by a girl. Susan didn't want Lin Ta to be mentally hurt because of herself, especially since she still owes him. Just based on this, it doesn't matter whether there is love or not. Even if Lin Ta only likes her body, it doesn't matter. She has to pay back what she owes. Even if she has to repay him with her body, she will accept it calmly. When I have repaid this favor, one day in the future, let's think about the issue of love or not again. This moment, Susan was relieved and accepted her impending fate calmly. And just when she was daydreaming, the little girl pestered Lin Ta and begged him to write a song for her. Please, Oni-chan, I also want to have my own song. Can you write one for me? I'll pay you 200,000 for it. Hearing this, Lin Ta raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Talk about money? You are insulting my noble character. It is also disrespectful to music itself, and even more of an insult to musicians and listeners. I refuse. Hearing this, the little girl couldn't help but blush. She lowered her head in shame. Lin Ta, for his disrespect for music, he heard the other party change the subject. Unless you pay more. Chun Kersin. However, the little girl also knew Lin Ta's musical talent. If he announced in the name of EL that he would write songs for others, that would definitely mean that the threshold would be broken down by people. A song can definitely be sold at a sky-high price easily, so my mere 200,000 is really a bit embarrassing. But her pocket money, is only this much left? Chun Kersin didn't want to tell her parents, otherwise it would be troublesome if they asked her all sorts of questions. Please, Oni-chan, you are the best. In desperation, the little girl had to shake Lin Ta's arm and act in a coquettish and cute way. This gave Lin Ta goosebumps all over his body. Stop, stop, stop. You bastard, I'm really scared of you. Forget it. If the money is small, then pay it according to the way it is paid. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. I will never give you credit. Lin Ta took out his mobile phone, opened the payment code, and under the distressed gaze of the little girl, 200,000 yuan was deposited into his account. He nodded with satisfaction. Then, in the spirit of handing over money and receiving goods, Lin Ta wrote the lyrics and composed the music on the spot. Little garden. In the small garden digging and digging, plant small seeds and grow small flowers. It's in my husband's phone dig and dig. I found a mistress. She is as beautiful as a flower. The song is over. That's it. That's all? This song is such a loser. Can you change the song? This song is not as good as Ginny is so beautiful and cram at the last minute. Chun Kersin's brows were furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character Chuan, and her eyes almost popped out. Change the hammer. Do you know what the price and quality are? It's only 200,000 for this quality. It's a bargain for you. After saying that, Lin Ta looked out the window and found that the rain had stopped. Okay, you can go back now. I'm going to continue giving my Susan a massage. I'm going to talk to her in private. Some of these words are not suitable for children to listen to. Go back now. You light bulb. Then Lin Ta stretched out his hand and wanted to push the little loli out the door. But Chun Kersin bit back and snorted angrily. Fuck, they're cheating kids out of their money. Give me back. Damn, you are a dog. Looking at Chun Kersin biting his wrist, Lin Ta gritted his teeth in pain. Finally, after promising to write a new song for the other party next time, Chun Kersin finally let go and left the Su family contentedly. This kid must have been born in the year of the dog in his previous life. After wiping the remaining saliva from his wrist, Lin Ta couldn't help but complain. But he soon put the matter behind him because there were more attractive things to do. Susan, let's just get on with the rehabilitation. Lin Ta climbed onto the bed and was about to do something indecent to the girl. A cell phone rang, interrupting Lin Ta's actions. Caller ID. Su Shengtian. Hey Xiaotao. Are you sure you won't attend the press conference I told you about tomorrow? I still hope you can participate. After all, this is a great opportunity to show your face, and it will also allow many of the upper-class people in the Magic City to get to know you again. Press conference? Oh, I remember now. It seems that Grandpa Su invited me the day before yesterday and planned to let me attend as the founder of the recipe of my Yandan. He also planned to announce at the press conference that he would transfer 30% of the shares to my name and planned to hand over the Su group to me and Susan in the future. Whenever Lin Ta thought of these things, he felt a little toothache. What a trouble. And it also wastes my sticking time. He obviously just wanted to stay with Susan and be a lazy otaku who just lay down and do nothing every day. Why is it so difficult? However, having said that, he also understood Su Shangtian's thoughts. It is simply to increase his popularity and improve the bad reputation he once left in the Magic City. After all, even now, many high-ranking officials in Shanghai still have the impression that Lin Ta is a hot-tempered young master. This is the influence left by the predecessor over the years, and it cannot be easily eliminated in just half a month. But Lin Ta finally refused to attend. Because apart from those close to him, he doesn't care what others think of him. Grandpa Su, I won't go. I just want to be with Susan. Just mention my name when the time comes. It doesn't really matter whether I can be there in person or not. I could hear the resistance in Lin Tao's words. Su Shangtian smiled bitterly and stopped persuading her. Okay, since you said so, I won't force you. The old man actually didn't understand Lin Tao's persistence. Which young person today doesn't want to stand out, stand under the spotlight, and enjoy the admiration of thousands of people? But Lin Ta is a bit unambitious. In his prime years, he just wants to stick to his granddaughter every day and is reluctant to leave even for a short while. Could he be the legendary romantic? Love beauty but not the country? Su Shangtian is sometimes quite proud of this. She is truly my granddaughter. She has perfectly inherited my excellent genes for appearance. She is so charming. An outstanding young talent like Xiao Tao could be bewitched by her. But this is also good. If Lin Tao is really a henpecked husband, I won't have to worry about my granddaughter being bullied by him in the future, and I can leave her to him with peace of mind. Before hanging up the phone, Su Shangtian seemed to suddenly remember something, slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot. The day after tomorrow is your wedding to Susan. And my granddaughter's current special situation does not make it suitable for a grand wedding for the time being, so let's keep it low-key for now. After she fully recovers, I will give you two a grand and luxurious wedding. But you can get your marriage certificate first. Legally, you'll be husband and wife. As for the specific time to get the certificate, you young people should discuss it among yourselves. I won't get involved. Then, the phone was hung up and a busy tone was heard. Get a marriage certificate? I'm going to get married and become a husband? As soon as this thought came to mind, Lin Tao couldn't help but breathe faster and became a little nervous instinctively. In China, marriage is still quite sacred. Lin Tao has been with the fifth girl all his life, and he thought that living alone until the end of his life was his destiny. Unexpectedly, God treated him well and gave him a chance to get married. Lin Tao looked down at the girl in his arms and smiled unconsciously. If it were in my previous life, I wouldn't have been able to get involved with such a perfect and high-quality woman, let alone have the qualifications to even meet her. But now, she will become his wife. It can only be said that it is fate. As for this marriage that happened by mistake, regardless of whether it is for the system's point benefits or Susan's own beauty and nobility, Lin Tao sincerely desired to marry the other party as his wife. This is the most primitive instinctive impulse in the male's heart when facing a high-quality female. As for feelings, Lin Tao felt that he liked Susan a little, but perhaps because the contact time is still short, this emotion has just sprouted and is not strong enough. He is more attracted by the girl's superficial beauty and excellence. But isn't that the case for all men? Over time, love will naturally develop. The most basic physiological impulse comes first, then slowly transform into love. In the end, the two of them grew old through day-to-day adjustments and gradually transformed into family affection. This is the theoretical view of love that Lin Tao summed up in his fantasy. But I never seem to ask Susan what she thinks. Is she willing to marry me? Chapter 140 Lin Tao's Confession. Susan, I don't love you, but I like you. Susan, are you sure you want to marry me? Su family manner. In the gentlemanly spirit of respecting women, Lin Tao tried to ask the girl what she really thought. In fact, he was also very clear that the way the two of them got along was different from that of ordinary people. If he was Susan, he would suddenly become a vegetable and then be arranged to go on blind dates and get married for no apparent reason. Being in a passive state without self-control throughout the whole process, you will definitely feel at a loss and resist in your heart. Susan, marriage is no joke. Before, you were trapped in a cage of consciousness, unable to express your own opinions, and all your actions could only be left to fate. But now that you are gradually regaining consciousness, we must respect your thoughts. If you strongly express your unwillingness to be united with me, then I won't force you to do anything. I will just let you go suddenly choke up? Holding the girl's white and tender hand, Lin Tao's tone gradually changed from gentle at first to a tearful tone, as if expressing his reluctance to let go. To play hard to get. Retreat to advance. Consider it. After several consecutive killer moves, Lin Tao knew it was secured. Under this kind of moral kidnapping, Susan is still reluctant in her heart. There is a 99.9% chance that she will not take the initiative to stop their upcoming engagement. As for letting her go, what a psycho. Put a hammer down. Happiness depends on what a man strives for. In fact, girls often have a more passive attitude. As long as the man takes the initiative, they will let him do it even if they are reluctant in their hearts. And after the two of them are really together, they can slowly cultivate and deepen their feelings by spending time together day and night. Isn't that wonderful? Index pointing up through a index pointing up. Marry first, love later. Love grows over time. This is the emotional strategy that Lin Tao will implement next. I do. Sure enough, the girl lived up to his expectations. In his palm, he gestured out an answer that satisfied Lin Tao. So do you love me? Lin Tao struck while the iron was hot and asked another sharp question. But this time, the girl on the hospital bed just slept quietly and did not give a quick answer. Because she herself didn't know the answer, her brain suddenly went blank. Damn it, I already agreed to marry him? Why does Lin Tao still ask these strange questions? How do you want me to answer this? How long have we known each other? Can love happen so easily? I also want to ask you whether you love me or not. But my aunt taught me a long time ago. A man's mouth is a lie. Lin Tao's answer would surely be to say love, without hesitation. Susan was confused. She had already made up her mind. In order to repay Lin Tao's kindness, she would fulfill the marriage contract between the two parties no matter what. As for emotional issues, she will think about them after she wakes up. But she didn't expect Lin Tao to be so persistent and wouldn't let go of this question, which put her in a dilemma and she didn't know how to answer for a while. She didn't want to be hypocritical and pretend to love Lin Tao very much. It was so hypocritical, and it just made her want to throw up. But if you say, I don't love you, she was also worried about hurting the boy's fragile self-esteem. She was afraid that Lin Tao would get upset and run to the rooftop to get some fresh air. What would she do? At last, the girl thought for a long time and gave an ambiguous answer. Have no idea, da. As soon as these three words came out, Lin Tao grinned instantly. He probably knew what Susan was thinking. Regarding this marriage that was born out of coincidence, the girl was not really completely willing, and she was reluctant in her heart. But for various reasons, she doesn't intend to overthrow it, and will most likely choose to let nature take its course. Do you love me then? At this time, Susan took the initiative and threw Lin Tao's question back to him. I thought the man's answer would be the expected sweet talk. But the next second, Lin Tao's firm voice came. No. The girl was full of confusion and was stunned by Lin Tao's silly operation on the spot. She really thought about it a lot, but she never expected Lin Tao to give this answer. For a moment, a little loneliness unconsciously emerged in my heart. Am I just overthinking this? Lin Tao doesn't have any feelings for me? But what about those previous actions and words? Is Lin Tao going to call off the engagement next? And no way, no way. I had prepared so much for it in my mind before. In the entire Magic City, and even in the whole of China, who dream of becoming Susan's partner. They are like a swarm of carp swimming across the river, countless in number. Even though Susan never felt proud or complacent about her appearance, but the basic charm and confidence are still there. So she never thought that there would be a man who would say out loud that he didn't love her. But if you don't love her, why are you ready to become her partner? Before the girl could ask out loud about her confusion, Lin Tao's voice came over and he gave his own answer. Susan, maybe I have a different interpretation of love. I think love is a higher level of emotion. True love is based on deep emotions. Both parties are willing to give everything for each other, think about each other, and make selfless contributions. They develop a strong emotional dependence on their partners and cannot live without them. They hope to establish a deep emotional relationship with their partners and to have them exclusively. We have only known each other for a short time, and my feelings for you are not yet at the level of love. This time, Lin Tao was not hypocritical. His words came from the bottom of his heart. The two knew each other for too short a time. Compared with normal people, the way they get along with each other seems too different. But human nature is selfish and emotions need to be cultivated. In such a short period of time, It is impossible for two people to create any spark of true love. At most, it is the mutual attraction of hormones. If Lin Ta swore and said to Susan, "I love you for 10,000 years," with a girl's high IQ, she will only feel that it is so fake and hypocritical, which will be counterproductive. Even Lin Ta himself might feel sick. So he did the opposite and only expressed his own views on love to Susan. "Susan, I don't love you, but I like you. Because every time I'm with you, I feel happy and satisfied, and I can't help but feel happy. I can't take my eyes off you. I want to be closer to you and know more about you. Seeing your soul bound in your body, unable to control your own destiny, makes me sad for you. What I look forward to most every day is waking up and seeing you. It makes me happy all day long. And this feeling is deepening every day. One day, this liking will evolve into a deeper love." Lin Ta explains the difference between like and love, from the shallow to the deep, which arouses the girl's expectation of emotional evolution. The other side. On the hospital bed, listening to Lin Tao's confession, Susan felt numb and dizzy. "I originally thought that when a man said, 'I don't love her,' it meant he hated her. But I never expected the unexpected turn of events. Lin Ta doesn't love her. He says he likes her. Crazy. Crazy. I'm going crazy. Is love such a complicated thing? It's too difficult. The question, love, is too difficult. I really can't do it." Susan was devastated. For someone like her who was misogynistic and emotionally empty, love. This question is so difficult that she needs to spend her whole life studying it. But she knew one thing. Lin Ta actually likes her. Think of this. Susan didn't know why, but she felt a growing sense of joy in her heart. "Susan, I know you are resisting this upcoming marriage, especially since your misogyny has not been cured yet. So I don't plan to get a marriage certificate for the time being. I will wait until you are willing to ask me to confirm our relationship, then we can go get the marriage certificate." Adhere to the principle that a forced melon is not sweet. Lin Ta gave up the opportunity to get a marriage certificate with the girl, although he knew that if he wanted, Susan would not refuse and chose to become legally husband and wife with him. But so what? What he lacked was the marriage certificate. What's the use of this? He wants stickers. Even if they have a certificate, it doesn't mean Susan will definitely have sex with him. Instead of this, it would be better to retreat and use the certificate, which is more decorative than practical, to win Susan's favor. After all, as long as you can win the heart of a beautiful woman, what else can you want? Then everyone will be mine. Is it important to have a certificate? And everything was just as he expected. When Susan heard Lin Ta say that they would not get the marriage certificate for the time being, the pressure on her subconsciously eased a lot. She was surprised, touched, and felt guilty. In fact, Susan was also helpless. Nowadays, she has too many concerns in her mind and is really not suitable to enter into marriage and become a good wife and mother in the eyes of most people. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible to Lin Ta and might even bring him danger and trouble.
Mariage.
Unless one day, I have avenged my parents' blood feud. Otherwise, how could I be able to take care of my husband and children with peace of mind? How could it be possible? I have worked so hard for so many years, even to the point where my hands are stained with blood. How can I accept that all my efforts will be wasted? But this way, I will owe Lin Ta more and more. How should I pay him back in the future? Just when Susan was feeling full of emotion and a little confused about the future, Lin Ta was in a good mood. He rolled up his sleeves, climbed onto the bed carefully, and started the happy physical intimacy again. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Susan, let's continue with the massage." Lin Group, headquarters. In the conference room, the board members did not disperse, but were waiting for Lin Jianjun to bring good news. Snap! Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Lin Jianjun, who was soaked all over, walked in trembling. "Old Lin, what's the situation? Has the Su family agreed to share the prescription? Stop shaking and tell me. I'm so worried. The whole company depends on your son now. Your son must have forgiven you, right? After all, you are his father. How could a son be so heartless?" A group of shareholders were excited, as if they had seen a savior, and they surrounded Lin Jianjun and asked about the results. But no one noticed Lin Jianjun, that pale face, and his body was soaked by the rain and was obviously shivering from the cold. Seeing those directors who usually bowed and nodded respectfully to him. At this time, no one cared about his condition and just kept asking about the prescription. Lin Jianjun was extremely angry and heartbroken. He pushed aside the crowd blocking his way and cursed. "Get lost. Don't ask me yet. I'm freezing to death." After saying, Lin Jianjun ran to his seat, took out the coat he had left there, and put it on. "I didn't even see that beast when I went there this time." "Humph. The Su family is so powerful that they won't even let me in. What a bunch of bastards." After feeling the warmth in my body, Lin Jianjun then turned around with a gloomy face and briefly described to everyone present the humiliation he had suffered in the Su family. I thought we were all in the same camp. Everyone present would definitely stand on his side and curse the Su family for taking advantage of their superiors. Unfortunately, he completely underestimated the shamelessness of these former colleagues. Many shareholders not only did not choose to stand on his side, without any reason, he put all the blame on him alone, which almost made Lin Jianjun die of anger on the spot. "Old Lin, we've asked you to lower your attitude. Why are you still so arrogant? If they won't let you in, you should think of a way out. Why did you come back like this? Maybe this is a test from your son." "That's right. Even if you can't think of a solution, you can always use this self-torture trick, right? You could have taken advantage of the pouring rain and knelt down in the rain, kowtowed, and apologized to your son. I don't believe that this wouldn't move your son." "That's right. Even if you don't want to kneel down, at least you can pretend to faint in the rain. The Su family can't be indifferent. But you came back in disgrace. What's going on?" Chapter 141, Countdown to the Wedding Night. Lin Group, Headquarters. In the conference room, upon hearing that Lin Jianjun did not obtain the prescription for the beauty pill, he returned in disgrace. Many board members were extremely anxious. "Lao Lin, why don't you go back to the Su family as soon as possible? You must get your son's forgiveness. We know that this is very unfair to you, but a little impatience can ruin a big plan. The company's stock price has now hit rock bottom. We are all going bankrupt, so why should we care about face? Look at our faces. The previous disfigurement symptoms have almost healed. This is all thanks to the Su family's beauty pills." In order to persuade Lin Jianjun to change his mind, some shareholders took off their masks, revealing their well-recovered faces to prove the effectiveness of the beauty pill. "See? The Su family's products do have a good beauty effect, and there are no side effects. Now, thanks to this medicine, the Su family has received rave reviews in the Magic City and has become a conscientious enterprise in the eyes of the people. If our Lin Group wants to reverse its trend of bankruptcy, we must have such a magical product to back it up. And we have to form a business alliance with the Su family, which has an excellent reputation, to regain the trust of the people. I see that Su Xingtian values your son very much. This means that if you want to be on good terms with the Su family, you must first establish a good relationship with your son. Lao Lin, what time is it now? We should kneel down when we should kneel down, and kowtow when we should kowtow. Don't worry about face." A group of people surrounded Lin Jianjun and tried to persuade him earnestly. If there is no hope of rescue, then they can face the fact that they are about to go bankrupt and wait for death with peace of mind. But there is a chance to come back to life right now. As long as it can be grasped, the company will not only be able to safely survive the crisis, but may also usher in new opportunities. In this case, normal people would never give up easily, but would choose to hold on to it tightly. "Enough. Shut up. Do you think I don't want to save the company? I'm the chairman of the Lin Group and the person with the largest share. I don't want the company to go bankrupt any more than any of you. But that beast is not a human being. What can I do?" Under the pressure from shareholders, Lin Jianjun could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and roared loudly. He was already very angry at the Su family, and now he had to endure these people's sarcasm when he returned to the company. Who can accept this? Especially these people. Their words and actions seem to be asking me to submit to that beast. Haven't they ever thought about, I am Lin Tao's father, the one who gave birth to him and raised him. I stood outside the door for a full hour, and I was almost sweating profusely. But that beast wouldn't even let me in. What could I do? Afterwards, for the sake of the company, I braved the pouring rain and stood there, regardless of the risk of getting sick. I let the cold, icy rain hit my face. Do you know how low the temperature was? I almost froze to death. But that evil creature has a heart of stone. What can I do? Anyway, I will not accept this humiliation again. If you want to ask for forgiveness, you can come to my house in person. Lin Jianjun became more and more agitated as he spoke, feeling that he had suffered a great humiliation. His eyes were red, and he felt extremely aggrieved. As for Lin Tao's ruthlessness, all he had left now was despair and endless resentment. Throughout the ages, if the king wants his subject to die, the subject must die. If the father wants the son to die, the son has to die. As the elder, I should be the one who decides Lin Tao's life and death. But he was repeatedly humiliated and embarrassed by his unfilial sons. Is there any justice in this? Is there any morality? Lin Jianjun thought he had made clear what was right and wrong to everyone. Everyone will definitely know his grievances, and while they are on his side, they will also help him denounce and curse Lin Tao, the unfilial son. Unfortunately, the opposite is true. Many shareholders don't care about his sad years at all. I just want him to kneel down and apologize to his unfilial son and beg for his forgiveness. Old Lin, you are wrong. The meaning of us going to the Su family is different from your going to the Su family. After all, you are Lin Tao's father. Chairman, in the end, it's all your fault. Who told you to treat your son like that? If you had been nicer to Lin Tao, this wouldn't have happened. Right. Old Lin, you don't have to feel wronged. This is all your own fault. When I first saw Bai Yuelon, I felt that she was a bad luck to her husband. Look, the company is about to be destroyed by her. Your illegitimate son is no pushover either, but his acting is so poor. I can tell from Ding Zhan at a glance that you can't tell. There's no point in saying so much. Let's figure out how to get your son's forgiveness. The company is in danger right now, so why would we have time for you to act like a child? After thinking it over, the only way is to kneel down and apologize. And old Lin has to write a letter of guarantee, promising to never have anything to do with Lin Hao and his mother, and to sever all ties with them. Everyone was talking and making plans. He completely ignored Lin Jianjun, who was standing aside with a gloomy expression. He finally realized that these bastards didn't care about his dignity at all for the sake of their own interests. So he stood up with a cold face and left the meeting room on his own, completely ignoring the shouts of the directors behind him, and only left a sentence. I won't go. If you want to go on your own. As soon as these words came out, many shareholders showed dissatisfaction on their faces and spoke in sarcastic terms to Lin Jianjun from behind. Oh Lao Lin, you have such a good attitude. Even though you are about to go bankrupt, you still can't let go of your chairman's heirs. No comparison. If we had half the mentality of Director Lin, maybe we could even live a few more years. Mr. Lin is really pitiful. He has such a bad father. He must be worried sick. Listening to the constant sarcastic remarks coming from behind him, Lin Jianjun's face turned pale. However, he still resisted the urge to turn around and curse and left the meeting room in 2 or 3 steps. Now he just wants to get back home as soon as possible to get the comfort of his lovely wife and baby son. Compared to that unfilial son, Bai Yuelon and her son are the family members who really care about him. Soon, Lin Jianjun disappeared from the conference room, causing many shareholders to become even more dissatisfied. Damn it. The company is about to go bankrupt, and you, as the chairman, are actually running away. If it weren't for the last bit of face, some people might have cursed out loud. Even though Lin Jianjun has left, there are still many people who are in a weird mood. Okay, everyone, calm down for a while. We still have a chance. Just at this moment, Bai Jinglong, who had been silent, spoke. He placed the phone screen in front of everyone and shook it, saying with a hint of hope, the press conference convened by Su Shangtian will be held tomorrow. It's clearly marked in red on the official website, and the developer of the beauty pill will also appear. When the time comes, we will find a way to start with the founder and get in touch with him first. No matter what the cost, we must get the prescription from him, or simply kidnap him away from the Su family. He glanced at Bai Jinglong's phone. Everyone nodded in approval of the plan. After all, there is no other way at this point. Alas, this is all I can do now. I hope the developer is more easy to talk to. The Su family is so lucky this year. The market value of the group has at least doubled in just a few days. Is the effect of the wedding really that strong? I'm so envious. Old Lin is too stubborn. Even if we can contact the developer of the prescription, the price we have to pay will definitely be heavy. I don't understand him. That developer obviously has a close relationship with the Su family. As long as we can build a good relationship with the Su family, won't all problems be solved? Who knows what he was thinking? They are both his own sons. Why would he be so partial to them and cause the relationship between father and son to end up like this? I can't understand it. Amid complaints from many shareholders, the meeting ended abruptly. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, The sun was shining brightly. Lin Ta got up early as usual, washed up and left the room. When he went downstairs, he happened to run into Lu Wan. She was leading 4 maids upstairs, each of them holding various daily necessities in their hands, and without exception, they were all red. "Good morning, Mr. Lin." "Good morning. Is this bedding in your hand?" After both sides briefly greeted each other, Lin Ta looked at the things in everyone's hands with a strange expression. He had actually roughly guessed the purpose of these items. Lu Wan did not hide this, but smiled and said, "This is all Director Su's orders." He said that although the wedding would not be a grand affair, the proper sense of ceremony would still be there. In the next 2 days, some things will be added to the manor to add some festive atmosphere. These are the newly delivered beddings, such as sheets, pillowcases, mattresses, etc., all in a romantic red color. "Mr. Lin, I wish you a happy wedding in advance. In 2 days, I will officially call you uncle-in-law." Faced with the teasing of these women, Lin Ta scratched his head embarrassedly. It was his first marriage in his life, and he was still a little shy, although the two have not yet obtained a marriage certificate. But for such a big family, in fact, the certificate is secondary and can be obtained at any time. It is a marriage in the legal sense. People of the older generation like Su Shengtian attach more importance to private weddings like this one. Once the wedding takes place, they are basically the same as husband and wife. If it weren't for Susan's special situation, the old man would definitely hold a grand banquet and entertain everyone instead of choosing to keep a low profile. But he also said in advance, after his granddaughter wakes up, he will hold a grand wedding for the young couple. "Hee, let's have fun together. Then you guys go ahead and do your work. I won't bother you anymore." Looking at Lin Ta's departing back, Lu Wan's eyes were filled with complex emotions. When she first met this young man, she was actually very dissatisfied and felt sad for her lady. Especially Lin Ta's reputation is not very good. Under preconceived notions, both she and other people in the manor felt that it was a flower stuck in cow dung, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. But who could have imagined that in just a few weeks? Lin Ta used his own abilities to change the minds of everyone in the Su family, whether it was the 3 billion he used to save the Su family from bankruptcy, or his own musical talent, or his deep affection for his daughter, and the hope of recovery he brought. Outsiders may not know about the various behaviors during this period, but they know them all clearly. Soon, the contempt at the beginning gradually turned into admiration and submission today. No one thought that Lin Ta was not worthy of their young lady anymore. These two people are obviously a perfect match. The other side, Gubili's steamed bun shop. Lin Ta did not choose to sit down this time, but smiled playfully and then came to the stall next to it. "Madam, 1 pancake." Oh, wait a minute, it will be ready soon." In front of the pancake stall, there stood a woman who was dressed in ordinary clothes but had a pretty face. When she saw the handsome Lin Ta, her eyes lit up immediately. "What a handsome little brother. He's here again. Is he interested in me? So handsome, totally my type. I really want to be close to him. This kind of man is worth enjoying." Mu Xiaowan seemed to be working seriously, but in her heart she was screaming like a crazy nympho. But in order not to offend the male god, she pretended to be curious and said, "Hey little brother, I seem to have seen you yesterday. Do you have friends in the hospital?" "Well, I'm here to visit a friend. She's having surgery today." Lin Ta did not lie. Maringa's wife had surgery today. After all, she was his girlfriend who he had worked so hard to poach. As the boss, Lin Ta felt it necessary to show his concern. After all, he didn't have the energy to personally purchase the Lin family shares, so it was most appropriate to leave it to Maringa. "Is that so? Then I wish your friend a speedy recovery." "Yeah, thank you." Mu Xiaowan knows how to seduce men. She knew from Lin Ta's clothes and temperament that this kind of man was not the kind of man who could not walk when he saw a woman, although she is confident in her appearance. But if you want to hunt such high-quality men, it may take some effort. So Mu Xiaowan did not act rashly. Just say hello simply first, and then ask for each other's WeChat next time you meet, and everything will go smoothly. Anyway, the other person has a friend in the hospital here, so we will definitely meet again. Soon, the two sides separated naturally. Chapter 142, What Kitchen's Plan. The Su family is the center of attention. TSK. Handsome guys are different. Even the back is so charming. Looking at Lin Ta's tall and straight back as he left, Mu Xiaowan's eyes were filled with infatuation. Just the next second, for some reason, Mu Xiaowan suddenly had an urge to vomit and covered her mouth. But this feeling comes and goes quickly. After dry heaving a few times, she quickly returned to normal and thought that she just didn't get enough rest and didn't pay too much attention to it. He turned around and started shouting to attract business. Jianbingguozi, crispy and fragrant jianbingguozi. Plus eggs, sausages, and crispy sausages, only $5 each. Don't miss it if you pass by. Now, what Mu Xiaowan didn't realize was, at the entrance of the alley not far away, there was a green Rolls-Royce Phantom parked. In the driver's seat, the driver was live-streaming everything that happened via video link. Huaxia Group, headquarters. In a luxurious office, there was a man with a sharp face and a well-tailored suit. He was staring at Mu Xiaowan and the other person in the picture with a sinister look. He sat on a brown sofa imported from France. Between his bony fingers was a thick, lit cigar. Lin Ta, who had just left. This person is Hua Kitchen. This damn woman is actually talking to another man again? This is simply unforgivable. I clearly warned her. Only I can eat the pancakes she made, and only in front of me can she smile, but she turned a deaf ear to me? And Lin Tao is a bastard. He is two-faced. You are both about to get married. But why are you still so unethical and talking and laughing with other women in public? How can this be disgraceful? He saw with his own eyes that the woman who had attracted his attention was now flirting with Lin Tao. Hua Kitchen's face suddenly turned gloomy, and a chill flashed in his dark eyes. Because of the misunderstanding last time, he has already dug up Mu Xiaowan's family background clearly. The reason why the other party's personality changed drastically was because of his first love 5 years ago. What surprised Hua Kitchen was, the man actually had a connection with him. He was Su Shangtian's eldest grandson, Susan's brother, Su Yang. However, after Su Yang died abroad, Mu Xiaowan, who was unaware of his true identity, thought that she had met a scumbag who abandoned her and began to fall into depravity. Recalling the information he had found not long ago, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Hua Kitchen's eyes. Because of the information he had learned, Mu Xiaowan has had in-depth communications with more than a dozen different men. And the way she chooses men to hunt, it all depends on your appearance. Whatever you want. Mu Xiaowan hardly cares about a man's rights, status, wealth, and other conditions. After sleeping with him, she just picks up her skirt and leaves. She is a female version of Qin Shimi. When did this damn woman steal my heart? Humph. Since you started this fire yourself, you have to put it out yourself. Mu Xiaowan, you will belong to me sooner or later. Hua Kitchen narrowed his dark eyes slightly, his tone full of unquestionableness. He doesn't know why. He clearly values women's chastity so much. But after learning that Mu Xiaowan was a bus, not only did he not stay away from the other person's thoughts, instead, the possessiveness in his heart became stronger. He couldn't help but feel sorry for this girl who had been hurt by a scumbag and wanted to hold her under his crotch and comfort her carefully. So he specially sent his own men to monitor Mu Xiaowan's every move day and night, and asked them to broadcast the live scene to him at all times. He had originally planned to take the woman who had touched his heart into his pocket after finishing the things at hand. But I never expected. Early this morning, while waiting for the Su family's press conference to be held, he suddenly saw a scene that made him burst into tears. The one I had reserved for myself was actually having an affair with a man again. And that man was the one who brought such great humiliation upon himself. Lin Tao. The accumulation of new and old grudges made Hua Kitchen extremely furious. But fortunately, he had not lost his mind. He knew that Lin Tao had been on his must-kill list for a long time, so all he had to do was follow the plan. Taking Lin Tao's life. Plunder everything he has. First destroy the Su family and the Lin family. Then imprison Susan by your side forever and make her a sleeping beauty that belongs only to you. He wanted Lin Tao to lose all hope. Died wailing in despair. Think of this. Hua Kitchen narrowed his long and narrow dark eyes, and as if to vent his anger, he put out the cigar in his hand into the ashtray, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. At this time, the big screen in front of him showed that the Su family's press conference was about to begin. So Hua Kitchen ordered his subordinates on the other side of the microphone in an unquestionable tone. Go buy up all the pancakes that woman is selling. From now on, every time she sets up a stall, you buy up all the pancakes. I am the only one who is qualified to eat the pancakes she makes. After saying, Hua Kitchen hung up the phone and turned his attention back to the opening press conference. Once I get the prescription, the Su family will disappear from the Magic City. The Su family wants to rise? Humph. With me, Hua Kitchen here, it's wishful thinking. looking at Su Shangtian, who was walking slowly up to the podium with a high-spirited look on his face. Hua Kitchen sneered in his heart, with 3 parts of coldness, 3 parts of ridicule, and 4 parts of indifference on the corners of his mouth. These days, the Magic City is in an uproar because of the Su family's beauty pill. In just a few days after being on the market, the elixir brought huge profits to the Su family. How can this not make people jealous? Nowadays, many forces are trying to get involved and get a piece of the pie. Because Su Shengtian was very shrewd, he divided the production process of the elixir into several steps, making it almost impossible to get the complete prescription through the Su family. Therefore, many family forces have set their sights on the developer of the beauty pill and are prepared to win him over with huge promises of benefits. Even Hua Kitchen is no exception. After all, everyone has weaknesses, and the developer of the elixir is probably no exception. With the power of the Hua family, he is 99% sure that he can win the other party over to his side. As long as I get the prescription for the beauty pill, maybe? The Hua family doesn't have to stick to the real estate industry anymore. They can try to expand into different business fields. Thinking of this, Hua Kitchen couldn't help but let a cold smile appear on the corner of his mouth. Very good. Everything is always under my control. Just when he was feeling proud of himself, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, but fortunately the pain disappeared in the blink of an eye. Strangeness? What's going on? It seems that since yesterday, I have been feeling a little uncomfortable. Chapter 143. Lin Jianjun was so angry that he vomited blood in public. How could it be him? Lin Group, headquarters. In the conference room, shareholders of all sizes gathered together, their faces filled with anxious anticipation, their eyes fixed on the large projection screen in front of them. In the live broadcast, the Su family's press conference had just begun. Sitting on the first seat, Lin Jianjun closed his eyes and rested. He seemed as steady as a rock, but he was actually very anxious. Currently, the share price of Lin Group has fallen to the center of the earth. The estimated value of his 55% stake is perhaps less than 100 million. If there is no new turnaround within these 2 days, the group will officially declare bankruptcy. In this situation, don't even mention that the shareholders are anxious. In fact, he has been even more anxious recently. He is so anxious every day that he can't sleep all night, and he has even lost more than 10 pounds. I pray secretly in my heart every day, praying to God and Buddha. Now the only hope is, I can only put the blame on the developer of Beauty Pill. At this time, there was a shareholder in a black suit in the crowd, frowning and sighing without any expectation. Hey, I heard that there are many forces that are eyeing this prescription that can bring huge profits. I guess they are all waiting eagerly for Su Shengtian to announce the news about the developer of the prescription. By then, there will probably be many forces that want to win us over like us. Given our current situation, can we really compete with them? To be honest, I can't quite figure out what Su Shengtian is thinking. If it were me, I would definitely keep the developer's information a secret for safety reasons. But he would even announce it with great fanfare? After the shareholder expressed his concerns, the meeting room fell silent. Because this is also what they are worried about deep down, but they are unwilling to admit it. Now that the Lin Group is on the decline, how can it compete with other forces? How can it recruit them? Put yourself in their shoes. If I were in control of such an important lifeline, I would definitely give priority to those forces that are more powerful and can bring me more benefits. Even the Lin Group in its heyday could not guarantee that it could outcompete other families. Not to mention that the company is now on the verge of bankruptcy. I'm afraid that others won't even look at us, right? Think of this. As everyone sighed, they all turned the topic to Lin Jianjun, and their words were full of complaints. Old Lin, I'm really pissed off at you. Your son is going to become Su Shengtian's grandson-in-law, and this relationship is unbreakable. You are so good that you have ruined this relationship. Otherwise, why would we go through so much trouble now? If you want the prescription, isn't it just a matter of asking? I really don't know what to say to you. I beg you, Lao Lin, please go to the Su family again. The company is in this situation now. You can't be so stubborn anymore. You and Lin Ta are father and son after all. All you have to do is kneel down and apologize to him sincerely. I firmly believe that he will give you a chance and forgive you. I think Lin Tao is 100 times better than Lin Hao. Really. Just listen to me, drive Lin Hao and his mother away, and calm down Lin Tao's anger for many years. That's right. Then you should step down and let others take over. The company will go bankrupt in your hands, but it will definitely flourish in the hands of Master Lin. Don't be stubborn. We admit our mistakes. It was because of your cheating that led to the series of problems that followed. You should apologize to your son. Now, under the fear of bankruptcy and becoming a pauper, many shareholders rose up to attack and denounce Lin Jianjun. He blamed all the faults on the other party and secretly harbored hatred towards the former chairman. After all, if the other party hadn't been so stubborn, how could the current situation be so bad? Especially now that things have come to this, as long as he is willing to give in, kneel down and apologize, maybe there is still a chance to save everything. But for the sake of so-called face, he ignored the interests of all the employees of the Lin Group. He was really too selfish. Snort. How can such a person be qualified to be the chairman of a company? And the other side, he saw that his subordinates, who had once been respectful to him, now jumped out to criticize him for their own interests. Ask him to kowtow and apologize to that unfilial son. Ask him to kick Lin Hao and his mother out of the house. Lin Jianjun was also very angry. He slammed his fist on the table and glanced at the people in the audience with a cold look. That's enough. Stop talking about that evil creature. I might as well give birth to a dog than to him. Why should I apologize to him? I am his father, okay? Don't let me hear this kind of thing again. Or don't blame me for getting angry. Humph. Let me tell you, even if I, Lin Jianjun, end up living on the streets, die outside, or jump off from here, I will never give you the chance to be my son again. That beast is not worthy of being my son. My only precious son is Hauer. Lin Jianjun's words were very impolite, and his words were full of determination to draw a clear line between himself and Lin Ta. Lin Ta let him cry in the rain last time. Lin Jianjun completely gave up. He was determined to make Lin Ta immersed in the endless pain of losing his father's love, forever and ever. As for Lin Hao and his mother, they are his true family with whom he can share the joys and sorrows. Even if he became a beggar on the streets, died outside, or jumped from here, he would never leave them, mother and son, let alone drive them away. After hearing these words, many directors present looked at each other with frowns. In fact, they really didn't understand what Lin Jianjun was thinking. They also have several illegitimate children outside. But who would be like Lin Jianjun, who would turn his heart to the Pacific Ocean? After all, to be honest, whether it is a private life or not, it doesn't matter. As long as they are all your own sons, your own offspring, even if you can't say you treat them equally, at least they can't become enemies, right? Even by Jing Long, who had remained silent. At this moment, I couldn't help but look at Lin Jianjun a few more times. He also didn't expect that Lin Jianjun would protect his sister so deeply. Stop arguing. Su Shangtian is about to announce the developer of the beauty pill. As one of the directors pointed to the projection screen, everyone present shifted their attention. Next second, when the name that everyone was looking forward to was announced by Su Shangtian, in the conference room, there was a sudden dead silence. Lin Jianjun's eyes almost popped out of his head. Maybe it was because the blow was too great, but his face turned pale instantly, and he felt a sweet and fishy taste rising in his throat. Puff! A 10-meter-long blood arrow suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 144. Why does Lin Ta have such honor? Everyone's angry reaction. Su Group, press conference site. Snap. Snap. As reporters from major newspapers filmed with their cameras flashing in their hands, Su Shangtian looked beaming and in high spirits. I'm sure many of you here have various doubts about the sudden appearance of the beauty pill. I won't hide it from you. In fact, this prescription was not independently developed by my Su Group. It was created by Lin Ta, who will soon become my grandson-in-law. Speaking of this, on the big screen behind Su Shangtian, Lin Tao's head portrait was clearly exposed in front of the camera. Here, I have one more thing to announce. I have transferred 30% of the shares under my name to Xiao Tao. From now on, I will train him as the heir to the Su Group. In line with the principle of striking while the iron is hot, Su Shangtian once again announced a piece of breaking news, which caused an uproar in the audience. Earth-shattering. No one expected. Su Shangtian was so courageous as to hand over the Su family's assets to a person from an outsider, and to be a son-in-law who came to marry him for the purpose of bringing good fortune. This is unheard of in the upper-class society where blood ties are valued. But Su Shangtian was too lazy to pay attention to the strange looks from the crowd. I am the boss of my company. After answering a few questions from reporters, he announced the end of the press conference and left the stage. But Su Shangtian is gone. But the subsequent impact caused by his exposure has just begun. After all, the popularity of the beauty pill has remained high recently, attracting the attention of countless people. This press conference has attracted much attention, and everyone is curious about the developer of the beauty pill. When Lin Ta's photo appeared, it naturally aroused countless discussions. What a handsome little brother. I didn't expect he was so young.
Ayla.
It's Lin Ta? I know him. He's a famous hot-tempered guy in Demon City. I remember that he married into the Su family a while ago instead of his brother and married Mr. Su's granddaughter who is in a comatose state. Susan, right? The most beautiful woman in Magic City. Alas, it's a pity that she has become a vegetable. But it's also because of this that Lin Ta has the opportunity to marry into the family. Otherwise, how could it be his turn? I thought he was just a son-in-law who wanted to marry him for the sake of marriage. I didn't expect that he actually had such a powerful weapon as the beauty pill in his hands. The Su family is not at a loss. Not only did we not lose money, we made a fortune. We used a vegetative person to exchange for the opportunity for our family to prosper. And I heard that this person is very affectionate and values relationships very much. Yeah, I used to think that the two of them were a toad and a white swan. Now I think that's not the case. I envy Susan a lot. It's rare for a woman to meet a loving man like Lin Ta who will stick with her when she encounters a major change in her life. Ha ha ha. The most confused family right now is probably the Lin family. I heard that Lin Ta's father is the head of the family, Lin Jianjun. Unfortunately, he is a scumbag who prefers illegitimate children. The Lin family? Could it be the Lin group that is about to go bankrupt? Oh my god, this is explosive news. If I were Lin Jianjun, I would be regretting it right now. Of course, he didn't want such an excellent son and kicked him out of the house. Instead, he favored his mistress and illegitimate child. I don't believe that Lin Jianjun is mentally ill. Heated discussion about Lin Ta. Nowadays, the discussion is heated on major self-media platforms. Some netizens with great powers even turned all the information about Lin Ta upside down. It would have been fine if I hadn't turned it over, but I was shocked when I did. No one expected that there was such a hidden relationship between Lin Ta and the Lin group, which was about to go bankrupt. Especially after a netizen who claimed to be an acquaintance came forward to expose what Lin Jianjun and the other two had done over the years. Lin Ta's tragic experience immediately aroused sympathy from the entire network. The crowd was excited. Countless netizens were furious and went to Lin Jianjun and his friends' accounts to criticize them, starting the legendary cyberbullying. Lin Group, Headquarters. When the name Lin Ta was announced from Su Shengtian's mouth, in the conference room, all the shareholders took a deep breath, their faces filled with disbelief. Exclamations rang out one after another. Mr. Lin? It's actually Mr. Lin? The reason why the Su family has been able to rise to prominence is all due to Lin Ta's efforts, right? Damn it. This opportunity originally belonged to our Lin group, but now it has been snatched away by the Su family. This is fate. If it weren't for someone's stubbornness, we would be the ones taking off now. There were sighs in the room. Many board members are extremely jealous of the Su family's rise. This unlimited glory of rapid success should belong to them. But now, due to someone's stupidity, they missed the opportunity. Now, all kinds of complicated looks such as contempt, disgust, complaint, and misunderstanding were cast towards Lin Jianjun who was sitting on the first seat. This idiot, is there shit in his brain? He turned such an outstanding son into his enemy, and then turned around and treated that illegitimate son as a treasure? It's the worst of the worst. If Lin Ta was their son, they would treat him like a treasure and provide him with good food and drink every day. As for the damn illegitimate child, get as far away from me as possible. At this time, Lin Jianjun had no time to care about the complaining looks of the shareholders, because his whole body and mind were occupied by the large portrait of Lin Ta in the projection image. How is this possible? Lin Ta, that rebellious son, was actually the man behind the scenes who led the Su family to glory? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Obviously Xiaohao is the best. That unfilial son should not even be as good as Howard's toes. Lin Jianjun was very unwilling and didn't want to admit Lin Ta's excellence from the bottom of his heart. Because once you acknowledge the other person's achievements, his past behavior will seem extremely ridiculous and stupid. This was something he, who had always been proud, could neither accept nor tolerate. Unfortunately, no matter how Lin Jianjun brainwashes himself, but the dazzling head portrait on the big screen is always clearly proving a cruel fact. It's him. It's him. It's him. The person who personally gave up the opportunity that originally belonged to the Lin family to rise to the top was Lin Jianjun. Puff. Thinking of this, Lin Jianjun couldn't accept the blow for a moment. His face turned pale in an instant, and he felt a fishy and sweet taste rising in his throat. A 10-meter-long blood arrow suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Blood spilled in the sky. As he staggered to his feet, many shareholders were obviously terrified. They quickly gathered around and helped him up, saying anxiously and worriedly, "Lao Lin, you're not going to die, are you? Don't die yet. At least wait until you transfer the shares to your son before you die. That's right, hold on. Hurry up and wipe the blood off your lips. We will send you to the Su family right now. It won't be too late for you to die after you ask for Mr. Lin's forgiveness. Your son is the one who holds the complete prescription. Now the company's survival depends on him. No matter what means you use, you must kneel down and beg for Lin Ta's forgiveness. Old Lin, you must immediately sever ties with your mistress and her son. The situation is urgent. Young Master Lin is the person you should please from now on. Forget it. Why don't all of us go together to find Master Lin? This will show our sincerity. The chairman of our group can only be Master Lin." Learning that Lin Ta was the owner of the prescription, many shareholders were upset and felt that they had been blind before. But fortunately, it is not too late, and there is still a chance. Lin Ta's last name is Lin. I think as long as you are willing to apologize sincerely, he certainly couldn't bear to see the Lin Group go bankrupt. By then, not only would the company be saved, but it might even be able to rise to fame overnight like the Su family. Thinking of this, everyone was extremely excited and didn't care about Lin Jianjun's life or death. They carried him on the left and right and walked out, wanting to go to Lin Tao's position together. You guys, let me go. Puff. Lin Jianjun was shaking with anger at the indifference and ruthlessness of his former subordinates, plus the shocking impact brought by Lin Ta. Under the huge blows from multiple aspects, he felt a fishy and sweet taste rising up in his throat again. A 10-meter-long blood arrow suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Once again, blood spilled into the sky. My head tilted and I felt dizzy. When many shareholders saw this, they all frowned and kept complaining. Really? He didn't faint earlier or later, but at this moment, Lao Lin's physical fitness is too poor. Let's send him to the hospital first. When he wakes up, send him to the Su family immediately. No matter what, he must beg for Master Lin's forgiveness. That's right. Lin Jianjun must take full responsibility for the Lin Group's current situation. Also call Lin Hao and his mother to come to the hospital. Old Lin couldn't bear to drive them away, so we made the decision for him. Otherwise, young Master Lin will not easily forgive this scumbag father. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll call this disaster mother and son right now. Lin family, staff dormitory. Lin Hao and his mother looked unhappy and sat on the sofa without saying a word. Through the press conference, they also learned about Lin Ta, and at this moment their hearts were filled with resentment and jealousy. Especially Lin Hao. Lin Tao's head portrait in the live broadcast, wishing he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Lin Ta, this bastard. Where on earth did he get the recipe for the beauty pill? Why am I not the one who is so lucky? I am not worse than him. Why does he steal all the limelight? Why? And the Su group has actually become the shape of that bastard? Everything I dreamed of, Lin Ta could get it so easily. Oh my god, why are you so unfair? Lin Hao was filled with hatred. Because the better Lin Ta performed, the inferior the illegitimate control group seemed. At this time, Bai Yuelon, who was sitting next to him, sighed. Howard, why don't we go? The collapse of the Lin group is inevitable now. If we stay here, we might be hunted down by loan sharks. We might as well pack up our things and leave this city now. Hearing this, Lin Hao thought for a moment. In the end, he shook his head unwillingly. Where can we go? We are penniless. All our previous savings were swindled away by Lin Ta. Xiao Hao, I see there's still some money in the company's account. Why don't we secretly transfer it to our own names first, and then consider the next step after we leave here? Mommy, I don't want to leave. I'm unwilling to leave. And there is still hope. The Lin Group can still struggle a little longer. It took a lot of effort to get to this point today. Lin Hao really couldn't bear to give up everything and leave in such a dejected manner. Mommy, wait a minute. Now everyone knows that the Su family's rise to prominence is all thanks to Lin Tao's prescription. Lin Jianjun and the old hands in the company are no exception. They will definitely try every possible way to get the prescription from Lin Ta. As long as they succeed, The company will take off right away and may even become a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. And by then, we will still have a chance to take control of the Lin Group. Hundreds of billions? Bai Yuelon swallowed greedily. Tens of billions were hard for her to imagine, let alone hundreds of billions. It was not until this moment that she had a clear understanding of the value of the prescription in Lin Tao's hand. Then she stopped talking about leaving. After all, if you want to succeed, you must first go crazy and rush forward regardless of everything. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, she received a call from the hospital and learned that Lin Jianjun was in a coma. After hanging up the phone, although they felt very impatient, for the sake of their future plans, Lin Hao and his mother still set out to rush to the hospital. Huaxia Group. Damn it, why is it him? In front of the French window stood a man with a sharp face and sinister eyes. At this moment, his face was full of anger and he kept cursing out loud. Ever since I learned that the owner of the prescription was Lin Ta, Hua Kitchen almost never stopped cursing, and his face was always gloomy. This sudden change completely disrupted his recruitment plan. Lin Tao has a grudge against him, so it's impossible for him to give the prescription to him. Certainly, even if there is no grudge between them, there is probably no force that can get the prescription from Lin Tao. After all, the other party married the daughter of the Su family and is now even the heir of the Su family. The two parties have completely become a community of interests, and Lin Tao can't find any reason to betray the Su family. Su Shengtian, this old fox, is really willing to invest so much money? Hua Kitchen narrowed his narrow eyes and murmured to himself. Since conventional methods don't work, we can only use some special means. No matter what method I use, I will definitely get the recipe for the beauty pill. Chapter 145 Maringa has completely returned, and the plan to harvest Lin family shares has started. Magic City, First People's Hospital. VLP in the ward. There was a pale woman lying on the hospital bed, sleeping weakly. Outside the ward, Dean Feng, wearing a white coat and with a wrinkled face, was reporting the patient's condition to Lin Tao with a smile. Mr. Lin, I'm glad you fulfilled your mission. The kidney transplant operation was very successful, and Ms. Chun Mei's physical condition has gradually stabilized. Just take a good rest in the next few months, and I'm sure you'll be back to normal soon. Hearing this, Lin Tao nodded with satisfaction and instructed. Very good. You will stay in the hospital for observation for the time being. Find a few nurses to take care of her 24 hours a day until Chun Mei fully recovers. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. Dean Feng looked very attentive and nodded vigorously. He had received the news not long ago. Lin Tao is the future heir of the Su family. Having a good relationship with him will be of great benefit to my own future. I will definitely do my best to take care of the patients assigned by him. After Dean Feng left, Lin Tao turned around and faced the horse-faced man behind him, patted him on the shoulder, and congratulated him with a smile. Congratulations, your wife has been reborn. At this moment, Maringa was already so excited that he could not control himself. He immediately knelt down to Lin Tao and swore allegiance. Mr. Lin, I am so grateful for your kindness. From now on, my life belongs to you, and I will follow your lead. All right, get up. It's so early in the morning, and you're still kneeling down. Seeing that Maringa had completely returned, Lin Tao smiled and helped him up. He also told him to spend more time with his wife first, and then start working for him officially after a while. Who would have thought that Maringa would shake his head again and said with a firm face, Mr. Lin, boss, if you need me to do anything, just tell me. As for my wife, I'll just tell her when she wakes up. I'm sure she'll understand. Looking at the man who saved his wife's life, Maringa was grateful from the bottom of his heart, and now he just wanted to work for Lin Tao as soon as possible to repay his kindness. Well, that's fine too. Lin Tao tilted his head, thought for a moment, and agreed. Then he formally introduced himself. But who knew that Maringa had already known Lin Tao's general information from major media platforms? Lin Tao was very satisfied with this because he didn't have to waste any more words. Then let me get straight to the point. I will give you a sum of money. All you have to do is to help me recover as much of the shares of the Lin Group as possible. Reclaim the shares of Lin Group? But isn't it about to go bankrupt? Even if you hold a large number of shares, you still cannot escape the fate of the company's demise. As per normal circumstances. Not to mention buying it, even if I give away the shares of Lin Group, I don't think anyone would want them. Although he was puzzled, Maringa was tactful enough not to ask any more questions. He had a clear understanding of his own position, which was to be a knife in Lin Tao's hand, and all he had to do was to perfectly execute the other party's orders. I understand, boss. Maringa nodded decisively, his eyes full of determination. This was the first order Lin Ta gave him, and he had to find a way to do it well. Then, the two sides discussed the specific steps of acquiring shares. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Ta walked away slowly with a smile on his face, feeling very satisfied with Maringa's business acumen. He really deserves to be the protagonist's right-hand man in business in the plot. With his help, I can save a lot of energy and focus on the most important task of sticking. For Lin Ta, the most important thing is always to harvest the sticky points, then realize his dream of becoming an invincible, immortal emperor as soon as possible. As for other goals that ordinary people pursue, such as making money and establishing power, they are just incidental. I can't spend too much energy on this. Lin Tao's ideal scenario would be to leave everything to his subordinates and be a hands-off boss. But at present, there is only Ma Ying-che, and it is obvious that the manpower is far from enough. Perhaps, we should try to poach some talents? We are all relatives anyway, so I'm sure my brother-in-law won't mind. Yeah, that makes sense. Just as Lin Ta was walking and thinking, recalling in his mind which of Su Fan's right-hand men he should dig out next. Inside the hospital, in an ordinary ward, Lin Jianjun, who had lost too much blood, regained consciousness after receiving several large bags of blood.
Hawar, Yulam.
You are here. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Hao and his mother standing in front of him, and a gentle smile immediately appeared on his face. Daddy, husband. Seeing Lin Jianjun waking up, Bai Yuelan and her son responded with tears in their eyes. Just as the three members of the Lin family were about to hug each other and enjoy the warm moment, the dozen or so board members gathered around the bed and could no longer sit still. They interrupted immediately. Lao Lin, this is really a tough situation. You still have the mood to play house, right? When you wake up, get up quickly and go to the Su family with us. Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Lin and beg for his forgiveness. And these two people, cut off your relationship with them immediately. I'm afraid Master Lin will be angry when he sees them. Lao Lin, listen to our advice. If you have money, what woman can't you get? Who will care if you want to have 10 or 8 illegitimate children? Just pretend you never had this one. Hearing the unanimous words from the company's shareholders, Lin Hao and his mother were almost mad with anger. Especially Lin Hao, he wished that these guys who changed their minds according to the situation would be crushed to ashes. Thinking back to the beginning, in order to please him, these people had often deliberately made things difficult for Lin Tao in front of him. But now, it is also because of that bastard Lin Tao that he is belittling and mocking him, and he even wants Lin Jianjun to drive him away. Fortunately, Lin Hao and his mother's brainwashing over the years was very successful. Lin Jianjun ignored the words of the shareholders. Instead, he glared at his former colleagues and shouted, "That's enough. Didn't I tell you before? If you dare to disrespect my wife and children again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hauer and the others are my beloved family members. I, Lin Jianjun, would rather die than abandon them. And Lin Tao, that rebellious son, why should I apologize to him? It's not my fault at all. It's this unfair world." Lin Jianjun's heart was filled with hatred, and he blamed everyone and everything. He believes that he has done good deeds and accumulated virtue throughout his life and is generous and charitable. But why now? Is the family going to fall into poverty? But Lin Tao, that unfilial son who is worse than pigs and dogs, has been blessed with good fortune time and again. God is so unfair. These heartfelt words were heard by Lin Hao and his mother and moved them greatly. It turns out that this man actually loves them so deeply, but in a flash, a hint of uneasiness appeared on their faces again, because they hid a huge secret from Lin Jianjun. But no matter what the three members of the Lin family thought, the shareholders were completely confused at this moment. Some people with bad tempers couldn't help but yell, "I'm going to fuck you." I don't care who is right or wrong. I just know that if you don't apologize, the company will close down and I will go bankrupt. Hearing this, the others echoed and scolded Lin Jianjun for being selfish and not caring about their lives. Then they pushed Lin Hao and his mother away. A dozen people ignored Lin Jianjun's struggle and held his arms on the left and right and walked out. Assholes, are you guys planning a rebellion? Let me go. But no matter how loudly Lin Jianjun yelled, the shareholders pretended not to hear him and carried him out of the room for a distance. Lin Tao, who was walking towards me. "Mr. Lin?" A sharp-eyed shareholder screamed in surprise. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. With his reminder, Everyone gradually discovered Lin Ta not far away and were surprised. I didn't expect that after searching for a long time, I would find it without any effort. Before arriving at the Su family, I met Lin Ta here by chance. Fate. This is fate. Mr. Lin, help me. The Lin group is going to go bankrupt. Please help us. We were blind and may have offended Master Lin in some way. We sincerely apologize to you here. Mr. Lin, the Lin group is the fruit of your mother's hard work. Can you bear to watch it disappear? That's right. Your father also knows that he was wrong and feels deeply sorry for his previous biased behavior. He was just about to go to the Su family with us to apologize to you. Old Lin also said that he would kick Lin Hao and his mother out of the house and completely sever all ties with them. You will never be wronged again. Lin Ta with enthusiastic looks. At the same time, he turned around and urged Lin Hao and others to kneel down and apologize. Looking at this sudden farce in front of me, Lin Ta was surprised at first, but gradually reacted and smiled playfully. Although he didn't know why he met people from the Lin group here, but that doesn't matter. Since they have a good show for you to watch, you should just treat it as watching a monkey show for free, which can also be regarded as a way to vent your anger for your predecessor. As for forgiveness, hee, go take a shower and go to bed early. It is impossible to forgive. It is impossible to forgive in this life. Oh, you want to apologize? Fine, then let me see your sincerity. When the shareholders heard Lin Tao's words, their eyes lit up, as if they saw hope, and they desperately urged Lin Jianjun and others to take action. Under the urging and pressure from everyone, Lin Hao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. But soon, his gloomy expression returned to normal and was replaced by an apologetic smile. Because he knew clearly. Now, the hope of whether the Lin group can revive and return to its peak depends entirely on Lin Ta, even though he is unwilling in every way now. But in order to be able to take charge of a trillion-dollar group in the future, he can only bow his head temporarily and endure it with gritted teeth. Brother, I'm sorry for all this time. I have decided to leave the Lin family and disappear from your sight forever. So I beg you to save the Lin group. Dad has decided to hand over the company to you. You can't just watch your own company go bankrupt. Besides, Dad has been so worried about the company lately that his hair has turned a lot white. As a son, I think you must feel bad after seeing this. As long as you are willing to help, I'm sure Dad will forgive you soon, and then you will be able to have the fatherly love you always dreamed of. Lin Hao was very pleased with himself and implemented the plan of retreat to advance. He decided to endure it for now and wait until the Lin group returned to its peak. As long as Lin Ta is really stupid enough to contribute the prescription and squeeze out its remaining value. Given how much Lin Jianjun favors him, he will naturally come up with some shady ideas to make him inherit the family business. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. No matter how much Lin Hao talked, Lin Ta always had a look of, you say, I listen, as if he was watching a clown show. Seeing this, Lin Hao pretended to be polite and kept apologizing, but in his heart he hated Lin Ta to the core. This damn bastard. I've already apologized, what else do you want? Do you really have to embarrass me? Why is your heart so vicious? Lin Ta 1,000 times in his heart, in order to get the prescription in his hand. Lin Hao kept comforting himself that he had to. Forbearance. He forced a smile and continued to plead with Lin Ta. Elder brother. But before he could finish his words, Lin Ta interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Shut up. You, a bastard born to a mistress, are qualified to call me brother? Disgusting. Chapter 146. Lin Ta and Lin Jianjun's family completely broke up, and the Lin group's reshuffle is in progress. Shut up. You, a bastard born to a mistress, are qualified to call me brother? Disgusting. Facing Lin Tao's cold and disdainful tone, there was a flash of ferocity in Lin Hao's eyes for a moment. What he hated most in his life was, others called him the illegitimate child of a mistress, even though he knew it was true. But whenever this was pointed out to him, he would instinctively feel angry and inferior. Especially since Lin Ta used such a contemptuous tone and revealed the scars in his heart in person, he could not accept it at all. Now, if it weren't for the last bit of forbearance rationality remaining in his heart, Lin Hao would have exploded long ago. He bit his tongue desperately, and the pain made him regain his sanity temporarily. He continued to mumble an apology, tears streaming down his face as he said, Brother, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. As long as you are willing to forgive me, I am willing to do anything. I only ask you to save the Lin group, which was our former home. Ox. This guy is really patient. Is he a ninja turtle? Seeing that he had humiliated the other person like this, Lin Hao could still smile and call him brother. Lin Ta rolled his eyes and was convinced. You're willing to do anything, right? Fine. Now run to the roof and jump down, and I can share the prescription with you. Ah, this? Hearing such a crazy request, Lin Hao's face turned green. This hospital has 18 floors and is dozens of meters high. If you jump off the roof, you will definitely meet God right there and then, for a while, Lin Hao looked grim, standing there in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. And at this time, Bai Yuelan beside him could not stand it anymore and jumped out with a stiff smile to smooth things over. Xiao Tao, you are kidding me. We are all family. Why do we have to make such a fuss and let outsiders laugh at us? In Mommy's opinion, it would be better to... I thought Lin Tao would give his mother some face. But who would have thought that Lin Tao would not tolerate her at all? He glanced at her coldly and said unhappily, Stop. Who are you? Andy? Who are you and your mistress related to each other? I said it not long ago. My mother died a long time ago. Are you also a dead person? As soon as these words came out, the forced smile on Bai Yuelan's face could no longer be maintained, leaving only a look of ashamed disgust. Boring. Lin Tao turned around and prepared to leave. He was tired of dealing with this weird family. I thought the other party could give me a little surprise. But who would have thought it was still the same old routine? So boring. Wait, Mr. Lin. You can't leave. If you leave, the company will be ruined. Old Lin, take care of your wife and children. Why are you standing there? Come and confess your mistakes to Master Lin. Seeing that the negotiations had failed, Lin Tao prepared to leave, and many shareholders were sweating anxiously. One of the directors, who was wearing a black suit, turned around and angrily scolded Lin Hao, putting all the blame on him. What are you still doing, you bastard? Is this how you apologize? What's your attitude? Kneel down immediately and kowtow 108 times to Master Lin. And you stinky bitch, it's because you gave birth to this bastard that young Master Lin was pissed off. You have to kneel down and apologize too. That's right, kneel down and kowtow. Kneel down now. Kneel down. Kneel down. This moment, everyone vented their anger and anxiety on Lin Hao and his mother, shouting at the top of their lungs for them to kneel down, especially when they noticed that Lin Tao suddenly stopped and seemed to be enjoying watching them kill each other. Their eyes lit up even more. Thinking they had found a way to please Lin Tao, they shouted, kneel down, more and more vigorously. Amid such deafening shouts, Lin Hao could no longer pretend to be calm. His eyes were almost spitting fire. These bastards. It's good enough that he is willing to apologize, but they actually asked him to kneel down and apologize in front of so many people. Isn't this completely crushing his dignity? He even asked his mother to kneel down with him? This is really too much. Lin Hao clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into the flesh of his palms. Although he would kneel down from time to time in the past, but at that time he was willing and deliberately framed Lin Tao. But now he is forced. The gap is incomparable, which Lin Hao cannot accept at all. Why couldn't he figure it out? It was clear that a few weeks ago, Lin Tao was like his own toy, being humiliated and tortured by him in every way. But I don't know since when the situations between the two of them gradually reversed. Lin Hao couldn't accept the gap during this period. You don't want to kneel? Okay, we'll help you. Really? How dare you keep young Master Lin waiting for so long? Humph. You ignorant fellow, if you want to apologize, you have to be sincere. Seeing Lin Hao ignoring their shouts, Lin Tao, many shareholders took the initiative to surround Lin Hao and his mother, wanting to help them kneel down. That's enough. Don't go too far. At this time, Lin Jianjun, who could no longer bear it, finally roared out, Whoever harms my wife and children will be punished, no matter how far away they are. After all, he has served as the chairman of the Lin Group for many years. Lin Jianjun still has some dignity left. Under his murderous gaze, many shareholders looked at each other in bewilderment. For a while, no one really dared to attack Lin Hao and his mother in front of him. Then Lin Jianjun looked up at his eldest son, his eyes filled with complex emotions such as disappointment, guilt, resentment, and expectation. Thousands of words in the end only turned into one sentence. Do you still want to be my son? As long as you help the Lin Group get through this difficult time, I promise to treat everyone equally in the future and never favor Lin Hao. You are all my good sons. Hee hee. Facing Lin Jianjun's expectant gaze, Lin Tao couldn't help but sneer. This old bitch. Are you still dreaming now? I'm afraid that even at this point, the other party still won't admit his previous disgusting behavior. In response, Lin Ta had no choice but to offer the international greeting gesture. Very good. I hope you won't regret it. From now on, you and I are no longer father and son. Don't even think about recognizing me as your father. I swear, even if the company goes bankrupt and liquidates, I will not allow you to humiliate my beloved family just for your sake. Ignore the stunned looks of the surrounding shareholders. Lin Jianjun took Bai Yuelan and her son into his arms and said with a firm look, "Money is valuable, but family love is more valuable. I have completely seen through the true meaning of life. You, a rebellious son, will never be able to taste the warmth of family love. And I will no longer lose myself for money and kowtow to a beast like you. It's sad to be poor, but giving up the dignity of your family for money is even sadder than that. Rebellious son, listen carefully to your father's final words of instruction. Wealth can measure life, but it cannot replace life. You should not be proud of your wealth, but be proud of your noble character. Poverty is not terrible. What is terrible is not having the courage to face it. Money is not everything. It is something outside of your body. You cannot bring it with you when you are born, and you cannot take it with you when you die. Don't let money become a stumbling block in your cultivation of a noble character." After facing the fact of impending bankruptcy, Lin Ta for money anymore. He tried hard to straighten his spine and instilled a lot of truths into Lin Ta, as if he wanted to leave a considerable amount of spiritual wealth to this unfilial son. From then on, the father and son live in different places and owe nothing to each other. Lin Jianjun spoke these words with such passion that everyone was stunned. But Lin Ta sneered disdainfully and gave an international greeting gesture. "Haha, you are amazing and noble." He was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Lin Jianjun, so he pushed aside the directors of the Lin group in front of him and walked away alone. How pitiful are the parents in the world. Maybe I did something wrong before? Looking at Hayadair's departing back, Lin Jianjun sighed deeply. When he realized that the relationship between the two parties could no longer be restored, a trace of apology, sadness, and reluctance appeared in his eyes. Now thinking back carefully, he was indeed a bit biased in the past, especially forcing Lin Ta to marry the vegetative patient of the Su family, which ruined the happy marriage of the eldest son for his whole life. Fortunately, Su Shengtian now thinks highly of Lin Ta. This accident did not harm Lin Ta, so I can leave without any guilt. And the spiritual wealth left to the eldest child in the end is worth a fortune. Every word of it is worth a fortune. As long as Lin Ta can absorb even a little bit, it will be enough for him to benefit for the rest of his life. Just based on this point, Lin Jianjun felt that he no longer owed Lin Ta anything. On the contrary, it was the other party who repeatedly contradicted him and behaved like a human being, which hurt him deeply and made him feel that he owed him something. But because of this, Lin Ta completely lost the most sacred and precious fatherly love in the world, and will be immersed in regret for the rest of his life. I believe that this punishment for the rebellious son is comparable to the 10 most cruel tortures of the Qing dynasty, which is enough to make him repent for his mistakes. Lin Jianjun murmured to himself, a hint of pity flashing in his pupils. He suddenly wondered if he was too cruel to let a child suffer such inhuman mental torture. "Daddy, husband." At this time, two concerned voices coming from his arms drew Lin Jianjun's attention back. He lowered his head and looked at the two babies nestled in his arms, one on each side, and his heart was filled with warmth. Yeah, now I should pay more attention to. It shouldn't be the abandoned rebellious son, but the two relatives in his arms. I'm sorry.
Hawar, Yulam.
The company may not be able to recover. You may suffer if you follow me in the future. Stroking the two little heads in his arms, Lin Jianjun apologized sincerely. As a man who prides himself on being a man of integrity, he felt very guilty for not being able to provide his family with an abundant material life. But who would have thought? It's okay, Daddy. We are tired from cutting wood. As long as our family of 3 is together, we will be a happy family whether we are rich or poor. Yes, husband, am I a gold digger in your eyes? I love you as a person, not your money. Lin Hao and his mother forced themselves to smile and pretended not to care. In fact, the haze in his eyes can hardly be concealed. Lin Jianjun had a smooth life since childhood and had hardly ever lacked money, so he foolishly believed that family affection was the most important and faced the impending times of poverty calmly. But before Lin Tao's mother died, having experienced a period of hardship, He naturally understands the miserable life of the poor at the bottom of society. They are not as optimistic as Lin Jianjun. Now, the mother and son looked at each other, already considering their own escape route. The other side. Good, good, good. You are worthy of being my Lin Jianjun's relative. You are right. We are the family who love each other. As long as our family sticks together, there is nothing we cannot overcome. After listening to his wife and children's words, Lin Jianjun was so moved that tears filled his eyes. He sincerely thanks his ancestors for allowing him to meet these two most important family members in his life when he is over 50 years old. What else could he ask for? As for bankruptcy? Hard times? About to become a pauper? These are all small cases. Can't we just start over again? Lin Jianjun has mysterious confidence in his business talent. He firmly believed that he could create a multi-billion-dollar group. Then next time, a group worth hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars will be created, and it will be just around the corner to dominate the world. Do you think I, Lin Jianjun, will never recover? No. 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 The famous critic and five-star general of the United States, MacArthur, once said, "What doesn't defeat me will make me stronger." Just as Lin Jianjun was immersed in his comeback and becoming bigger and stronger, the group directors around him fell into deep despair. It's over. Looking at young Master Lin's expression, he is determined not to forgive that idiot Lin Jianjun. The Lin Group is doomed to go bankrupt and liquidate. All we have to do now is find a scapegoat and sell as many shares as possible to recover some of the losses. Alas, the dire situation of our Lin Group is now known to everyone. Which fool would be willing to take over? It's all the fault of that idiot old Lin? He ignored young Master Lin's outstanding son and favored this little bastard instead? Now you're fine. Humph. Realize that bankruptcy is inevitable. A large group of board members were gritting their teeth and complaining. Especially their attitude towards Lin Jianjun. They were full of resentment and cursed at him. How dare you? How dare you scold me? Seeing that things had come to this point, Lin Jianjun still dared to act like a chairman in front of them. The group of people were furious and rolled up their sleeves and punched. Chapter 147. The annexation of the Lin Group begins. In the embryonic form of Lin Ta's power emerges. Assholes? Do you want a rebel? Facing the shareholders who surrounded him with ferocious faces, Lin Jianjun was frightened, but he continued to shout loudly, intending to use his authority as chairman to suppress everyone. But he didn't even think about it. The Lin Group is about to go bankrupt, and everyone will become the bottom of the same class. Who will care about you? A has-been chairman? A tiger with its teeth pulled out as a cat. Without the support of the Lin Group, Lin Jianjun is naturally nothing. Wait, what are you worried about? The company went bankrupt, but I'm still here. As long as you are willing to believe in me, with my intelligence and wisdom, creating another billion-dollar group will be as easy as drinking water, right? What I lack now is the startup capital. If you are willing to raise some money for me to operate, I will definitely give you 10 times the profit in the future. Lin Jianjun held his head high and chest puffed out, excitedly describing his own imperial ambitions. Unfortunately, facing his PUA, the board shareholders present all looked at him as if he were a mentally retarded person. These people are veterans who have been working in the workplace for many years, and they are not newcomers. How could anyone possibly believe Lin Jianjun's few words of deception? Especially regarding the ability of the former chairman, they knew very well that he was a complete waste. If it weren't for the good foundation laid by the Lin Group back then, it happened to be at the forefront of the times and reaped the benefits. Based on Lin Jianjun's frequent stupid moves in recent years, the Lin Group might have collapsed long ago. I've tolerated you for a long time, Lin Jianjun. You have such little strength. Why are you pretending to be so awesome? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Do you really think we are as idiots as you are? Do you think you can lead us again? Take a piss and look in the mirror. I've always praised you before, but you don't really think the creation of the company is your strength, do you? It's ridiculous. You're just a gigolo. That's right. Without your ex-wife, you've lost your position as chairman, and now you're nothing. Don't you understand? You want to trick me into giving you startup capital, and then run away, right? You rubbish. If Master Lin had forgiven you, we would have continued to call you chairman even if we were unhappy. But I didn't expect you couldn't even persuade your own son to come back. Trash. You will definitely regret it when you experience the horror of poverty. I guarantee that you will cry bitterly and go back to beg your son for forgiveness. But it's too late. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I've been annoyed with you three for a long time. Today, I must vent my anger and let you take advantage of your status to show off in front of me." The shareholders sneered at Lin Jianjun's self-righteousness and started to mock him. Now the company is doomed to bankruptcy. They just wanted to beat the fallen dog and first humiliate and beat Lin Jianjun severely to relieve the pin-up anger in their hearts. Listening to those harsh and obscene words, Lin Jianjun was completely stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. In his mind, "I have always been a respected chairman, and all the shareholders admire me very much." But now looking at those familiar faces who were furious, Lin Jianjun was confused and shocked. For the first time, he experienced the feeling of losing power. "I thought that even if he was not the chairman of the Lin Group, with his personal charm, he would eventually be able to leave with everyone's blessings. Then it would be nice to move to a new residence and experience the life of ordinary people. But the development of things, it's a little different from what I thought. Then we have to find a way to sell our shares." After reaching a consensus, more than a dozen shareholder representatives approached the three members of the Lin family with ferocious faces and ready to fight. "Hee, what do you want to do? Andarain. We live in a society ruled by law now. If you dare to mess around, I will call the police." Seeing his former colleague with an evil smile on his face, it seemed that he really intended to kill him. Lin Jianjun quickly opened his arms and protected the trembling Lin Hao and his mother behind him. Soon, the three members of the Lin family were pushing each other, and one of them stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing the shareholders approaching with red eyes and raised fists, Lin Jianjun quickly pounced and pinned Bai Yuelan and her son under him. Then he let the fists rain down like raindrops, hitting his back violently. Bang, bang, bang. Indeed, as shareholders have sarcastically argued, he, Lin Jianjun, has lost everything. But he still has two of his closest family members, so he can be fearless and invincible mentally. This moment, Lin Jianjun looked determined, taking on the responsibility that a man should have, protecting his wife and children. Even though he was beaten so hard that blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, but he still endured the pain and showed a gentle smile to his wife and children, as if to tell them that he was fine. "Daddy, husband." Lin Hao and his mother screamed and burst into tears. Looking at Lin Jianjun, who was standing in front of him like a solid wall, they admitted that they were touched for a moment and felt a strong sense of guilt and uneasiness rising in their hearts. As the old saying goes, the deeper the love, the more painful the hurt, and the deeper the hatred. If one day, Lin Jianjun learned a truth that he could not bear, what terrible thing would he do then? Lin Hao and his mother shuddered and dared not think about it any further. And at this time, the security guards in the hospital had noticed the commotion and rushed over to stop it and call the police. Omega. Seeing this, in order to avoid being caught by the police, all the shareholders scattered like birds and beasts and fled, leaving only Lin Jianjun and his family lying on the ground. While the three were celebrating their survival, at the corner of the corridor, a man in a mask was staring at them and making a phone call. "Boss, I found Lin Jianjun's family." "Very good. Find a good opportunity and capture them. Remember, try not to hurt them. I want to use them to get the prescription." "Clear." The masked man hung up the phone, and out of the corner of his eye he saw Lin Jianjun and the other two standing up, limping and preparing to leave, so he quickly followed them. The other side, a dozen shareholders gathered again, their faces grim, thinking hard about the future path. "Everyone, what should we do now?" Lin Tao's attitude clearly shows that he intends to completely break off all ties with Lin Jianjun. In this situation, no matter how much you plead, it will be useless. Alas, today's stock price has plummeted to the dust. I am completely desperate. The director squatted beside the flower bed, sighing and groaning, feeling extremely unwilling. If I had known this earlier, I should have placed my bet on Lin Ta instead of that loser Lin Hao. Let's not talk about this. Who would have thought that Lin Ta could turn things around? The attitude of that idiot Lin Jianjun at the beginning was obviously to let Lin Hao inherit the company. Who would have thought? I regret it so much. We all had the chance to be successful, but it was ruined by that idiot Lin Jianjun. If I could do it again, I would definitely stand firmly on Lin Shao's side. Unfortunately, there is no if. The directors gathered together, looked into each other's eyes, and comforted each other. At the same time, he cursed Lin Jianjun's family and was filled with remorse. And just at this moment, a miracle happened. A man with a horse's face, an extremely ugly appearance appeared in front of them. "I want to buy your shares. I won't take advantage of the situation, Just use the current market price. Hearing the horse-faced man's words, many shareholders immediately stood up and looked at Maringa in disbelief. Who is this person? Doesn't he know the current situation of Lin Group? Whoever buys out their shares at this time is basically seeking death. Don't waste time. If you want to sell, we will draft a contract now and sign the share transfer contract on the spot. I heard the horse-faced man urging me again. The shareholders looked at each other in confusion, totally unable to understand what was happening. Is there still hope for the Lin Group? Are these shares still useful? After all, it is impossible for anyone to spend money to buy a bunch of useless stocks. Or is it because of the lack of information? Doesn't the other party know that the Lin Group is about to go bankrupt? But this is not possible. At this time, some experienced people with quick minds had different thoughts in their minds. But no matter what they think, the Lin Group is about to go bankrupt, and it seems to have become a foregone conclusion, irreversible. However, they did not dare to ask too much, for fear that Ma Ying-jae, the victim, would realize his mistake later and regret not buying their shares. What should they do? You're not selling it? Then forget it. Seeing that the group of people hesitated for a moment, Ma Ying-jae sneered and turned away. He was sure that these people were desperate and would definitely sell their shares to him. Otherwise, these useless shares will be of no use in their hands. Tell the truth. If it weren't for Lin Ta's order, these people offered to give him shares for free, but he was too lazy to respond. Wait, sir. We didn't say we don't sell it. As expected, seeing Ma Ying-jae turn around and leave without hesitation, the directors of the Lin Group panicked and hurriedly ran after him. I finally met a sucker. If you let the other party run away, the shares in your hands will be worthless. If you sell the shares now, at least you can get some money back, which is better than nothing. As for why the other party wanted to buy shares, or even their background and identity, they didn't care at all. Anyway, the collapse of the Lin Group is inevitable, so you'd better buy the shares as soon as possible. Maybe it was this victim. It's possible that a person is stupid and has a lot of money. The directors looked at each other and could see the relief in each other's eyes, as well as the ridicule towards Ma Ying-jae, the fool. 1 hour later, under the anxious and expectant gaze of the group's directors, the share transfer contract was successfully signed. The moment the name is signed, all major shareholders breathed a sigh of relief and finally had smiles on their faces. They were very fortunate that there were no accidents during the signing process, and they were finally able to transfer the hot potato in their hands. Although the price is ridiculously low, it is better than throwing it away. Looking at Ma Ying-jae's departing back, everyone showed sympathy. Although I don't know why this sucker bought the junk shares we have, he will probably regret it soon, right? No matter whether he regrets it or not, we can't go back on our word after signing the contract. Besides, the money has already been deposited into our account. You can't ask us to pay it back. Alas, the only pity is the price is too low. All of our shares combined, based on the stock price a month ago, could be sold for at least several billion. But now it's only sold for 10 million. What a huge loss. My heart is bleeding just thinking about it. If I had known earlier, I would have sold it when the stock price was at its peak. Don't be so futile. You couldn't bear to sell it at that time. We are lucky enough to be able to sell it now. Be content. That's true. Let's go. I'll invite you all to find a snack stand and have a meal. While we eat, we can talk about the future development direction. After losing their status as shareholders of the Lin Group, everyone felt relieved and fortunate, saying that they had met a sucker and that they were lucky enough to get a great bargain. And at this moment, the so-called sucker was sitting in the backseat of a taxi. Looking at the share transfer contract in his hand, a smile appeared on Ma's face. At the same time, a sense of honor arose in my heart that I had fulfilled my mission. As expected, they are the shareholder delegation of the Lin Group. More than a dozen people together actually hold 20% of the shares. Under normal circumstances, these shares would be worth at least 2 billion, but now I have taken them for 10 million. In fact, the price can be lowered by bargaining. But the boss said, let me finish it quickly within a few days and don't care too much about the small profits. Although Lin Ta's specific plan is unclear. However, Ma Ying-jae firmly believes that since his boss has acquired these shares, there must be a way to make them realize their due value. And what I have to do, that is to concentrate the shares of Lin Group as soon as possible. The boss said, Lin Jianjun holds 55%, so he will be the last one to stay. Let's collect the remaining 20% first. As for those people the boss has instructed me to do, I won't contact them. Lin Ta knew through foresight that most of the people in the Lin Group were despicable and unscrupulous. But there are also very few talented people who are loyal to the company. Lin Ta will not touch this group of people and will give them the opportunity to follow him. They will be the first wave of the team in the future. After all, the operation of a company still requires people to run it. Lin Ta decided to be a hands-off boss. Then we can only look for some reliable and loyal subordinates. Chapter 148, Susan S. Worries. If Lin Ta takes out the tools used to commit the crime, how should I respond? Su family manor. A pair of red couplets were hung at the entrance of the villa, with auspicious blessings printed in gold ink, foreshadowing the upcoming happy event. Seeing this scene, Lin Tao's mood unconsciously became cheerful. This is the first time I've felt this kind of emotion. As the big day progresses, even Lin Ta, who is usually a calm person, would show all kinds of indescribable emotions from time to time. The thought of ending my single life after so many years and entering the grave of marriage makes me feel depressed. For Lin Ta, I was expecting, a little nervous, excited, worried, and scared, especially his unusual marriage with Susan. Compared with a normal marriage among ordinary people, it is so different that it is almost unprecedented. However, despite this, Lin Ta is still confident that he can manage this marriage well. Take a deep breath. After secretly encouraging himself, Lin Ta, holding a bunch of violets, pushed open the door of the villa with a smile on his face and walked in. Passing through the door frame, what comes into view is the living room is gradually filled with various red ornaments. The air seemed to be filled with an atmosphere of blessing and joy. But Lin Ta was attracted at first sight. A young man in black clothes was sitting cross-legged on a red sofa, which was out of place in the living room. Ahem, Su brother Su fan, you're here? Looking at my brother-in-law who is meditating and practicing, giving off an aura that says, keep away from strangers. Lin Ta was subconsciously a little nervous. This feeling is just like most people bringing their girlfriends home to meet their father-in-law, and they instinctively feel uneasy. Lin Ta is not the only one who has such complicated emotions. There was also Su Fan on the sofa. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up, then stood there at a loss as to what to do. He could only nod and greet blankly. Regarding the guy in front of him, who was about to kidnap his sister, Su Fan was not very satisfied at first. Because if you want to be his brother-in-law, you must be an outstanding man, and Lin Ta is far from meeting his standards. Fortunately, after these days of contact, he did have a slightly changed opinion of Lin Ta. At least he was no longer as resistant as before. Although this brother-in-law is not capable enough, there's nothing good about him except that face. But as long as he is truly kind to his younger sister, Su Fan can still reluctantly accept it. In addition, Lin Ta did do a favor for the Su family and was highly valued by his grandfather. The younger sister's performance. It doesn't seem like she is very opposed to this marriage. Now I have no reason to obstruct and can only choose to gradually accept this brother-in-law. I saw the news this morning. Congratulations. Perhaps because he felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Su Fan actually took the initiative to speak for the first time. The morning news? Lin Ta was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that the other party was referring to a press conference held by Mr. Su. Thank you for your trust, Grandpa Su. I will do my best to protect the Su family and Susan. Lin Ta grinned and took this opportunity to make a promise to his brother-in-law. Hearing this, Su Fan felt relieved, and the corners of his lips curled up in a rare blessing arc. At this moment, Su Fan felt a little relieved. Originally, he learned that Su Shengtian was going to hand over the company to Lin Ta. Actually, I feel a little uncomfortable. Because according to the normal trajectory, the Su group should have belonged to him, but now it has fallen into Lin Tao's hands by accident. This made Su Fan instinctively feel a little unhappy. In his opinion, it would be most appropriate to hand over the company to his younger sister. However, after witnessing the magical effects of the beauty pill with his own eyes, he gradually understood his grandfather's approach. Because the beauty effect of this pill is at least twice that of similar pills in my hand, it can be seen how valuable it is. But Lin Ta did not make any requests and contributed it on his own initiative. It means that in his heart, for the Su family and Susan far outweigh the temptation brought by those huge benefits. Just based on this sincere emotion, it caught the eyes of my grandfather. Lin Ta was indeed the most suitable candidate to be the grandson-in-law. As for handing the company over to him, it was entirely out of trust. Whatever, this is fine. I have already decided not to recognize my younger sister and the others, so there must be a man in the Su family who will stand up for me. Unless my younger sister never plans to get married? Otherwise, even if this person is not Lin Ta, it will be someone else sooner or later. Anyway, I am watching in private. If this cheap brother-in-law dares to have any bad intentions, then I will smash his testicles without anyone noticing, and then choose a more suitable son-in-law for my little sister. Underscore. Let's just make this a happy decision. The other side. For some reason, Lin Ta suddenly felt a chill in his crotch and got goosebumps all over his body. What's going on? Could it be that some unruly people want to harm me? However, this feeling came and went quickly, so Lin Ta didn't take it seriously. Brother Su Fan, I have something else to do, so I'll leave now. Please do as you please. Seeing the atmosphere in the living room fell into silence again. Su Fan's eyes flickered, and I wonder what he was brainstorming about. Lin Ta quickly found an excuse and went upstairs. Seeing this, Su Fan did not stop him and returned to the sofa to meditate. He originally wanted to ask Lin Ta about the source of the prescription. Such a magical prescription must have a complicated origin, so he was quite interested in it. But consider that everyone has their dark secrets. Su Fan finally suppressed his curiosity. Lin Ta pushed the door open to the girl's boudoir and was immediately surprised by the scene in front of him, even though he was mentally prepared. But when I saw the newly changed festive wedding bed, the bright red bedding, and the red balloons and ribbons hung around the wedding bed and on the roof, still, my eyes brightened. Is this the wedding room where Susan and I will live in close proximity with each other in the future? TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad, not bad. Yossi. With excitement, Lin Ta held Violet in his arms and walked towards his wedding bed. Because there is a delicate and beautiful girl, waiting for her to be pampered. Susan, I'm here to see you. But as soon as he approached the red wedding bed, the scene he saw instantly made Lin Ta look like an old man on the subway. Sister Susan, please stick with me. On the clean and soft hospital bed, the two girls snuggled together. The one on the left has a beautiful face, sleeping like Sleeping Beauty. The little loli on the right is wearing a dark blue sailor suit and white stockings on her legs. It is like an octopus, with its whole body attached to Sleeping Beauty, as if it were treating her as a human pillow. Chen Kursin, what are you doing? You are playing with fire by touching my woman again. I'm telling you, you've successfully pissed me off. Let my Susan go immediately. Otherwise, I'll make your blood splatter 5 steps away. Lin Ta yelled loudly, and was so angry that he even blurted out some domineering quotes. He didn't expect that after just a short delay in the hospital, his wife was taken advantage of by some slutty girl again. Moreover, I haven't even slept in this newlywed bed, but this little brat got there first? This is intolerable. I am angry, and the consequences will be serious. Lin Ta rolled up his sleeves, took 2 steps at a time, walked to the bedside, and was about to drive Chin Kursin off the bed. But the little girl held Susan tightly and refused to let go. I don't care, I won't leave. This is the wedding bed for me and Sister Susan. Today is our wedding day. You wait until the day after tomorrow. I'll go first. Or we can sleep together as a threesome. Don't worry, I'm open to both men and women. Monogamy makes sense. This can also be divided into first come, first served. And what kind of a cool move is it to sleep with a big quilt? What the hell is this about being popular with both men and women? What the hell is this reasonable? Lin Ta was too tired to complain, so he grabbed the little girl's twin ponytails on the left and right, ready to drag her under the bed. Ouch, that hurts. What are you doing? Get off the bed. You are a girl after all, so you should have some sense of boundaries. Get off now. I am Susan's best friend, so what's wrong with girls sleeping together? And Susan took the initiative to ask to sleep with me. I don't believe you. You little grape are so bad. Really, I'm not lying to you. Chin Kursin crossed her arms, pouted her lips, and loudly defended herself. Her determined expression made Lin Ta half believing and half doubting. Could this be true? Or did Susan ask for it? Lin Ta was a little bit unbelieving. He turned his head hesitantly and asked the girl sleeping on the hospital bed. In response to his question, the sleeping girl did not move at first and seemed to be hesitating. But in the end, he still gestured a few times on Lin Tao's palm. Respect. Looking at the answer his fiancée gestured in his palm, Lin Ta was helpless for a moment. Okay, since it was his wife who asked for it, what could he say? However, Susan asked the little girl to sleep with her instead of herself. Lin Ta still feels a little aggrieved. Does my wife dislike me? Or is it that compared to a handsome guy like me, Susan prefers cute girls? Could it be that she was corrupted by the little loli without realizing it? No. At this moment, it seemed as if some kind of evil BGM sounded in Lin Tao's mind. Snowflakes are flying, the wind is whistling. The world is vast and boundless. When Lin Ta was inexplicably turning into a beast, he didn't know that. Susan was simply used to sleeping alone. I suddenly realized that I might have a new partner by my side when I go to bed in the future. She was not sure whether she could get used to it, so she asked Chin Kurson to sleep with her, wanting to get used to the feeling of having someone sleeping next to her in advance. It's a pity that Susan didn't realize the difference between men and women. When she slept in the same bed with the little Lolita, she felt calm and didn't have any excessive emotions. But when she thought about sleeping with Lin Tao, she would instinctively feel nervous and anxious, and her heart beat faster. Susan didn't know the reason, and after thinking for a long time, she finally came to a conclusion. That is the difference between having tools to commit the crime, or not. After all, no matter what, Chun Kurson could only hold her and could not do anything else. But Lin Tao possesses an evil tool that can directly hurt girls. This is so scary. Susan felt instinctively uneasy. She thought that their emotions were not yet there, and they were not mentally prepared for in-depth communication. Especially since he hadn't fully recovered his mobility yet. Wouldn't he be powerless to resist and could only let Lin Tao do whatever he wanted? In Susan's impression, men are like hungry and thirsty wolves, and they will eat people. Although Lin Tao doesn't seem like the kind of man who thinks with his lower body, but he always has a tool that can be used to bully girls anytime and anywhere. No one knows whether one will lose control and do something strange to oneself on the wedding night. If I had a choice, I would still hope that kind of thing would happen, when I could move freely in my own body. Anyway, I have already prepared to repay the favor I owe Lin Tao with this body. But at least, I hope I lost my virginity while I was fully awake, rather than in an unclear sleep. But in the movies, guys seem to like to say on the wedding night, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, and then they do that, it's a headache. I can't mention this to Lin Tao in person. Otherwise, what if he thinks I despise him, hate him, and it hurts his male dignity? Forget it. I accept my fate. If he really has sexual interest in me in my vegetative state, then I can only let him do what he wants. Because this is what our Su family owes him. No matter what method I use, I have to find a way to pay it back. Because I have never been exposed to sexual matters between men and women. All emotional knowledge comes from the movies and TV shows I occasionally watch on the internet. This makes Susan think. Wedding night. It seems that it is a necessary process for a couple to have sexual relations. This also made her, who suffered from misogyny for men, more anxious and uneasy as she got closer to that day. Chapter 149. Lin Tao holds his head high. I'm a virgin and I'm proud. Listen carefully. The following questions are all from Sister Susan. Please do not answer them against your conscience. In the wedding room where the makeup is first applied, Chen Kurson's eyes were full of seriousness. She patted Lin Tao's shoulder and signaled him to get ready. Okay. Hurry up. Don't waste time. I still have to give Susan a massage later. Lin Tao held his forehead in his hand and kept urging. He just smiled and was ready to start today's sticking task. But who would have thought that Chen Kurson stopped him halfway? He also said that before the wedding, Susan had some private questions that she needed to ask him. Those questions have just been told to her, and now it is her turn to ask them. Susan, is this true? Lin Tao immediately asked the person involved and got a response from the girl. Real da. Susan admitted it, and she was looking forward to Lin Tao's answer. Because the relationship between the two has reached this point now, they have become an inseparable collection of interests in the short term. So she especially wanted to know what Lin Tao thought about the future. In particular, the development direction of the Su group, and exploring a way to return to its former peak and become a first-tier family as quickly as possible. This is what Susan is most concerned about now, apart from the wedding night. After all, family is always the most important thing in her eyes. And judging from Lin Tao's performance these days, she also looks forward to the other party coming up with a different opinion. Then, under Lin Tao's impatient urging, Chen Kurson started with the first question. Are you a virgin? Or to put it another way, have you ever had sex? Have you ever made love? Puff. Cough, cough, cough. Are you serious about this question? You are not deliberately trying to trick me. Hearing this earth-shattering question, Lin Tao almost choked to death on his own saliva. His face was full of disbelief. He stared at Chen Kurson left and right, seriously suspecting that she was talking nonsense. How could Susan ask such a question? It's so explosive. This is outrageous, isn't it? But the little girl's face was full of solemnity, and you couldn't tell that she was joking at all. Why would I lie to you? As a girl who is about to get married, it's normal for Sister Susan to be concerned about this. Don't you guys know about the woman's relationship history and all kinds of information about her before you get married? This is a matter of a lifetime. Shouldn't we be careful? Many girls are shy and don't want to ask, but that doesn't mean they don't want to know. Isn't that right? This. It actually sounds so reasonable. Why can't I refute it? If it weren't for the fact that I was familiar with the plot, I would know that Susan was a 100% pure girl. It is impossible for me to choose to marry the other person without hesitation, right? He is not a scapegoat. Under normal circumstances, people would choose to understand each other clearly before considering marriage. From Susan's perspective, this is probably also the case. He became a vegetable for no reason. And then, for some inexplicable reason, a toolman's son-in-law was arranged to be the bride's bride. As for this son-in-law of the Lin family, she had never met him before and probably didn't even know his appearance clearly, but she was forced to get married. Anyone would be confused, right? Susan must be like this. She must have many questions to ask herself. But I was embarrassed to ask some private questions in person, so I asked Chen Kursen to ask on my behalf to avoid embarrassment. Think of this. Lin Ta completely gave up struggling and decided to sacrifice his life for the gentleman. Okay, since this is what Susan wants to know, feel free to ask. I will never hide anything, and I will never cheat anyone. Just when Lin Ta was ready to open his heart to satisfy all his fiancé's doubts. In the dark prison of consciousness, Susan was already so shy that her toes were twisted and curled up into a ball. If she was not unable to move, she would definitely jump up and hit the little girl hard on the head. Chen Kursen. What on earth is this little girl asking? I just asked her to help consult Lin Ta about his plans and views for the future. But she took the initiative to ask such a stupid question. How will Lin Ta see me? And what about virginity? I don't even want to know. That's right. I don't care at all. I don't want to know at all. I really don't want to know. On the red bed, Susan repeated to herself that she didn't want to know. But for some reason, her attention was all focused on Lin Ta. She was looking forward to the surprise, but also afraid of being depressed, because she had already guessed the answer. After all, in this world, how many men can keep their chastity? There are too few good men like that, especially in a certain atmosphere of comparison. Some bad men even use the number of women they have slept with as a way to show off in their daily lives.
He tilde.
Even though Lin Ta doesn't seem to be the kind of person who would play with women, but in their 20s, they are full of vigor and vitality. There are few young people who can control their desires. I'm afraid Lin Ta is no exception. Of course, Susan also knew that she had no right to blame anyone. After all, that happened before Lin Ta met her. She couldn't possibly transform herself into the time and space police and conduct a cross-time and space trial on Lin Ta. But having said that, perhaps because of Susan's upbringing, she has a relatively conservative personality and has always been unable to accept premarital sex and has always looked down upon it. So when I think of certain scenes of Lin Ta having relationships with other women, she felt uncomfortable. Even though Susan kept comforting herself, these were things that happened in the past. This is the trend of the times, and she needs to learn to accept and understand it. But a certain uncomfortable emotion continued to surge and rise in her heart. Is this what is called possessiveness? Realize this. Susan gradually calmed down, and only then did she realize something and somewhat confirmed her feelings. It seems that she has more than just gratitude towards Lin Ta. Otherwise, I shouldn't have any emotional fluctuations, right? Thinking of this, Susan began to examine herself. The other side. Amid Chen Kursen's urging, Lin Ta gave a slightly embarrassed answer. Ahem. Actually, I still am. But then, so what? I'm a virgin and I'm proud of it. And this is a traditional Chinese virtue of keeping oneself clean, don't you understand? I am a good man. I am the most affectionate man in the Magic City. My first time belongs to my wife. Perhaps because he had completely let go, Lin Ta spoke more and more fluently later on, and even crossed his arms across his chest, looking heroic, high-spirited, and proud. Humph, I am a virgin and I am proud. Chapter 150 Susan. Lin Ta. Don't tremble, I don't like it. You really are? You must be kidding. So what do you do when you need it? Chin Kursin looked suspicious. Her opinion was similar to Susan's, and she felt that Lin Tao's virginity should have been lost long ago. Lin Tao, is this little Lolita so bold and fierce? This is a fake Chinibu. But he was completely willing to give it his all. Girls didn't mind. Why would a grown man like him be afraid of a bitch? I have 5 girls to help me. 5th girl? Chin Kursin was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a moment, until Lin Tao showed his strong unicorn arm. Then he opened his rough right palm, held the middle finger of his left hand, and began to rub it up and down. It's a craft. Haven't you heard of it? I usually exercise while watching short videos. As for movies, I personally prefer the domestic ones, and it's better to eat them with a little plot. And the lowest price will be 1.5 times, skipping some minor details. Lin Tao gave a meaningful smile, showing his shamelessness to the fullest. Anyway, if you dare to ask, I dare to tell you, and it's the fact. When Chin Kursin heard this, she recalled a certain, deleted, website she had visited, and her face suddenly turned red. You are shameless. As for Lin Tao's words, the little girl understood them immediately. The blush on her cheeks spread quickly, like peach blossoms moistened by the morning dew. His eyes began to drift, avoiding Lin Tao's gaze. Mock-up, where have we reached yet? You dare to fight me with this level of skill? Lin Tao laughed secretly in his heart and kept urging Chin Kursin to start the next question and not to waste time. No, let Sister Susan ask herself. I have something else to do at home, so I have to go back first. I don't know if he was frightened by Lin Tao's shamelessness. Chin Kursin was defeated on the spot and chose to escape. She thought that she could rely on her years of experience reading Korean comics without deletions. He has long since transformed into an invincible veteran driver and can easily control Lin Tao. But who would have thought? The higher the virtue, the higher the devil. I thought I was a king, but ended up being a bronze player. He claimed to be a master, but he didn't expect that there are always people better than you, and there are always people stronger than you. It was obvious that her own strength was enough to make her best friends blush and cover their ears in fear. But in front of Lin Tao, he is still a dwarf compared to the big one. The other party is simply a gangster reincarnated.
Whoa.
My poor sister Susan. Could it be that this fragrant body will be ruined by this shameless guy in the future? No. In a state of grief, Chin Kursin rushed out of the door, leaving Lin Tao with a helpless look on his face. No way. You're just going to run away like that? That's meaningless. Susan, you should ask in person. Don't worry, I will tell you everything I know. He placed the girl's white and tender palm on his own rough palm. Lin Tao waited quietly for the next question. To Susan's bold question. He was still happy to answer, or rather, his mood was no less than discovering a new world. Based on his understanding of Susan's personality, it is impossible for the other party to ask such a question. But what does it mean that she asked such a personal question? This shows that she cares about herself very much, so she wants to know about her emotional experiences. Of course, what made Lin Tao most pleased was, he was very proud that through his own development, he seemed to have discovered some unknown new characteristics of Susan. It is possible that the iceberg's appearance hides a fiery heart. Yossi. Just when Lin Tao was getting carried away, Susan was completely dumbfounded. It took me a while to react. What on earth is Lin Tao talking about? How can he say that in front of a girl? What kind of craftsmanship? What kind of domestic production area? What kind of fifth ladies? I don't understand. I totally don't understand. It's really evil of Lin Tao to watch that kind of thing in private. But what's wrong with me? I actually understood it. Don't understand it. I am not pure anymore. There are images in my mind. Get out of here now. Originally, I heard Lin Tao say that he had not yet ejaculated. Susan couldn't help but feel a little happy. She found that Lin Tao shared some of her own values. They both kept themselves clean and took pride in protecting the traditional Chinese virtues. But the words that followed simply confused Susan. Madam, it's too bitter, this man. If I hadn't heard some embarrassing words from Chin Kursin before, Susan might look confused and have no idea what Lin Tao and the others are talking about. Certainly, she didn't like this feeling of being understood instantly at all. She is the famous cold female CEO in Shanghai. How can I understand these dirty things in seconds? This is all that girl's fault. She always secretly sent me some indecent stuff in the middle of the night, which polluted me. Susan? What's wrong? Don't you have a question? The other side. Seeing that Susan didn't move, Lin Tao couldn't help but ask. But the answer he got left him dumbfounded. No pornographic content. I don't like it. Then, Susan explained the misunderstanding. Lin Ta realized that the question about virginity was asked by Chen Kursin on her own initiative. This made him so embarrassed that he tapped his toes on the ground. Oh my goodness. It turns out that I have been overthinking it all along. This moment, Lin Ta developed a strong resentment towards the little loli and even wanted to pull out her twin ponytails. This little brat is killing me. What if Susan mistakenly thinks I'm a pervert? Hey, fix the image. Susan, don't get me wrong. I'm a gentleman. I've never seen any H sites, let alone know what handicrafts are. The reason I said that just now was actually to create some alone time with you and to drive away Ku Xian's plan. I am just like you, an ignorant and simple child. Susan, I don't believe you. You old driver are so lecherous. Chapter 151 Susan's Gratitude. Thank you, Lin Ta. Susan, shall I continue the story I left you with last time? In order to quickly get away from the embarrassing topic, Lin Ta suddenly had an idea. An unfinished story? Oh, I remember. Red Wolf cheated on the licking god Fiangyang and gave birth to Bal Chong. When Grey Wolf found out, he was furious and killed the god, eventually forcing Bal Chong to flee to Bear Ridge. There was a sequel to this story, but Lin Ta, this man who broke the rules, had no moral principles. He whetted her appetite, but refused to satisfy her. This moment, Susan couldn't help but recall again the fear of being dominated by the broken dog. However, she still has expectations for the ending of the story. I really want to know whether Bal Chong's revenge can succeed. So she began to urge Lin Ta to tell the story. Ahem. Susan, I know you're anxious, but please hold on. Seeing that his strategy of changing the subject was a great success, Lin Ta grinned. He first sorted out his thoughts, and then began to describe it vividly. The Battle of Yunlan's Sect. Grey Wolf won a great victory and killed Fiangyang and Red Wolf in anger. And the son of the wolf sheep, Bal Chong, escaped to the wolf clan's forbidden area, Bear Ridge, at the critical moment, and vowed to avenge his parents. For this, he went through 81 trials and tribulations, and finally won the admiration of the ruler of Goxiong Ridge, Emperor Xiong and Emperor Xiong II, who accepted him as their godson. From then on, Guang Tuchang acknowledged Xiong as his father. Every day, under the guidance of Godfather Xiong, he would diligently learn the 72 transformations, Iron Mountain backrest, and other unique killing moves. 2.5 years later, the Bal Chong, who had mastered his magical powers, returned to the Yunlan sect under the pseudonym Zhicheng. Just as he was carrying a chainsaw and an axe, preparing to take revenge on his enemy, Grey Wolf, he was surprised to find that Grey Wolf and Beautiful Sheep were already married and had a child named Sun Wukong. But this did not stop Bal Chong's determination for revenge. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Soon, a devastating war broke out between the two sides. In front of the greatly strengthened Bal Chong, even though Grey Wolf inherited the power of the Wolf King, he was still beaten back again and again. Grey Wolf, if this is all your strength, then I think this battle can be over. You are not even qualified to let me use a chainsaw now. I am very disappointed. You are too weak. I have cut down more than 100 trees stronger than you in Goxiong Ridge. Slow, too slow. Even the squirrels I met were 100 times faster than you. Bal Chong killed Grey Wolf with an axe without any effort. After the battle, looking at the trembling Mianjiang and her son, Zhicheng felt pity for them, but in the end he couldn't bear to kill them, so he left with a sigh. However, Bal Chong's killing behavior angered Grey Wolf's father, the Wolf Clan's Tathagata Emperor. The Tathagata Emperor immediately used his personal treasure, the Five-Finger Mountain, to suppress the bald man at the foot of the mountain. 2.5 years later, a bald man who called himself Saitama appeared. He rescued the suppressed Bal Chong and took him to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. On the way, Guang Tuchang was gradually influenced by Buddhism and understood the true meaning of life. He let go of his hatred, began to cherish every day of his life, and formed a deep master-disciple relationship with Saitama. After going through numerous hardships, the two finally succeeded in obtaining the true scriptures and completed their mission of saving the world. While on the journey, Bal Chong also met Mei Yangyang, who sold her kidney to bury her child. The two of them put aside their past grudges, fell in love at first sight, and naturally began a love story between a man and a sheep. 2.5 years later, they gave birth to 3 children, Tangchuan, Xiaowu, and Xiaoyin, and have lived a happy life ever since. Susan, how is it? Please comment on whether this story is great and dramatic. For the stories I tell myself, Lin Ta was very satisfied. He felt that he was simply a genius. I thought I would get an S rating, but Susan gave me a rating of, "It's so bloody." After hearing this story, Susan felt completely numb. There were so many flaws in it that she didn't know where to start judging it, especially the later plot. The plot in the beginning was very explosive. The plot in the end where he married his enemy Grey Wolf's wife was simply outrageous. It was outrageous to the extreme. It's fine if they don't kill each other, but they can still love each other. I can only say that 36 divided by 6 is still 666. Wait, could it be that Guang Tuqiang's action actually has a hidden meaning? Is there a conspiracy here? I understand. So that's it. Marry your enemy's wife and let her bear your child. If Grey Wolf knew about this, he would be so angry that he would resurrect. This is the most cruel way of revenge. Is this bald chunk so sinister? But what is speechless is, how did she give birth to 3 children, and they are Tang Chuan, Xiao Wu, Xiao Yin and the others? They were reincarnated into the various worlds in the story, so the role of son is inevitable, right? But even though I complain, I still think that Lin Ta is telling stories to entertain himself and to make himself happy. Susan was quite grateful. She couldn't imagine what would happen if Lin Ta didn't exist. What kind of mental state will she be in during these days? Maybe she has had mental problems for a long time. Recalling the collapse, despair, and hysteria when I first became a vegetable, I contrast it with the hopefulness and joy I feel now. Susan was grateful to Lin Ta from the bottom of her heart. But with her personality, she really couldn't say such cheesy words. She could only thank him quietly in her heart. Thank you, Lin Ta. Susan, all right? The story is over, so let's get started. Lin Taolang smiled and climbed onto the bed using his hands and feet. He now has to race against time. Otherwise, by then, once Susan wakes up from her vegetative state, it is highly likely that I will find it difficult to maintain this behavior pattern of sticking around and doing whatever I want every day. While Lin Tao was happily sniffing the girl's hair, Lin Group, headquarters. Inside the staff dormitory. Lao Lin, considering our friendship over the years, I'm kindly giving you some advice. Learn from us as soon as possible and sell your shares before someone else shows up to take advantage of you. It's useless to keep it. You can only watch it plummet in value until it becomes a worthless stock. Think about it yourself. I have the contact information of that bastard. You can contact me when you figure it out. Hang up. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Jianjun's face was gloomy, and he threw the hung-up phone on the sofa. Soon after he returned home, he received calls from some employees and learned that someone was frantically buying up shares of the Lin Group. This made him tremble with anger. You know, the Lin Group is what he values most. But now it is bought and sold by shareholders like garbage. Moreover, it was sold to a person of unknown origin. No one knew the other party's identity or origin, except that he had a horse face. These heartless bastards. Lin Jianjun was furious. But he also knew that he couldn't stop it, and the shareholders had almost completely ignored his authority. Everyone is looking for a new way out. Finally, a sucker appeared who was willing to buy their shares. Shareholders don't care about the origins of the suckers. At least they can make some money back if they can sell the shares. Why? Today, his position as chairman is in name only. Daddy, what should we do next? Why don't we sell our shares as well? Not far away. Lin Hao, who was cleaning and pretending to be a good boy, came over and offered some suggestions. He had just heard Lin Jianjun's phone call and knew that there was a sucker who was buying up shares. Not only him, Bai Yuelan beside him also advised. Yes, husband, we are penniless now. Let's sell it quickly and get some money before that sucker regrets it, and then look for a new place to live. This place is really not suitable for human habitation. I was thinking of putting up with it for a while, but now the situation has changed. I can't put up with it forever, right? Hearing this, Lin Jianjun, who originally had a strong obsession with shares, rarely refuted, but frowned and fell into hesitation. If it were the old him, he would never sell it even if he was beaten to death. But now, if I don't sell the shares, I will lose everything. If nothing else, like Lin Hao and his mother, he was used to living in a villa and could not bear to live in such a bad place. He woke up every day with back pain all over his body. If I had some money, I could move to a better hotel. There will also be some startup capital for a comeback. Final. Lin Jianjun was relieved. He knew very well that under the current circumstances, Selling the shares was the best option. Hey, okay, I'll listen to you. As soon as these words came out, Lin Hao and his mother looked at each other and could see the relief in each other's eyes. They were really afraid that Lin Jianjun would insist on having his own way and waste the last chance. This is the largest amount of money they can get now. If they save a little in the future, it should be enough for them and their son to get through the difficult times in the early days. Okay, Yuelon. I'm hungry, go and cook. Also, Xiaohao, the room is a little dirty. It's really an eyesore to me. Go find a mop and clean it up. At this time, Lin Jianjun's voice came, and after giving the order to cook, he sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and started playing Honor of Kings. Seeing this, there was a flash of dissatisfaction and disgust in the eyes of Bai Yuelon and her son. What time is it now? Why are you still acting like a chairman in front of them? Snort. But even though I felt uncomfortable, but in order to continue to play their roles well, they can only grit their teeth and get to work. One person was mopping the floor, another was cooking, and both were serving an old man. But after working for just a while, Lin Hao couldn't bear it anymore. He held the mop, supported his waist, and was panting with exhaustion. Damn, I'm so tired. In the past, it was never his turn to do these dirty and tiring jobs, and he always ordered the nanny to do them. I never thought that one day I would have to kneel down and do these menial jobs. Lin Hao looked unhappy. He glanced at Lin Jianjun, who was lying on the sofa like Gu Yu, and was watching Qiong Yao's TV series, My Fair Princess, and he became even more angry. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. I'm exhausted here, but you're happily drinking and watching TV? Now, deep down, Lin Hao felt an unprecedented disgust towards the behavior of this man, who was not his biological father. The other party was rich before, and we had many years of friendship. So even after he knew that the other person was not his biological father, he did not have much urge to leave him. But now the Lin Group, which they have been thinking about day and night, is about to go bankrupt. Lin Hao can no longer be a rich young man. He realized this. Lin Jianjun's various shortcomings became increasingly intolerable. After all, this guy who is useless without the Lin Group will only become a burden to him in the future. However, since he was still thinking about the money from selling shares in the other party's hands, Lin Hao comforted himself that he had to be patient. But he also didn't want to see Lin Jianjun living so comfortably. So he said, Daddy, let's mop the floor together. I can't finish it alone. I thought I had said that. Lin Jianjun would definitely take the initiative to help, but who knew that the other party just glanced at his youngest son and said with a puzzled look on his face, What are you talking about, kid? I'm the head of the family. How can I do such rough work? Besides, these things are what women and children should do. As the head of the family, my duty is to earn money to support the family. What does the rest have to do with me? As for not being able to finish the work, it's okay. You can continue working after dinner. If you can't finish it today, you can do it tomorrow. Take your time. There's no rush. Lin Hao. Don't worry, sister. Of course you are not in a hurry. Guyu is lying there playing with his phone. Why are you so anxious? Snort. Damn old bitch. I will kick you out as soon as I get the money and let you fend for yourself. Lin Hao was extremely unhappy. But now there is only one step left, and he can only choose forbearance. Then he picked up the mop and started cleaning, cursing in his heart. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Why are you knocking so loudly? Lin Hao, who was mopping the floor, was closest to the door. So, he opened the door with a little dissatisfaction, and what came into his sight was several men in black shirts and black pants, with masks covering their faces, were staring at him. Lin Hao? Who are you? Realizing that something was wrong, Lin Hao did not give a direct answer, but instead tried to close the door again vigilantly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The door was kicked open by the men in black. The leader held a can of spray and sprayed him in the face several times. Just a moment. Lin Hao felt that everything in front of him was dark and gloomy. Chapter 152. Lin Jianjun's fingers were chopped off, and he howled miserably. Where am I? Wasn't I just in the dormitory? After an unknown amount of time, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes in a daze and looked around blankly. It was a dark and empty stone-tiled house, covered with dust and cobwebs. The windows on the roof were broken, and a faint light shone through them, allowing Lin Hao to see Lin Jianjun and his wife, who were tied to an iron chair and sleeping beside him. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao was so frightened that he regained consciousness instantly. He instinctively wanted to stand up, but found that his posture was exactly the same as his parents. Both were tied tightly to an iron chair and unable to move. Is this kidnapped? Lin Ta was not stupid. He immediately realized what had happened. He shouted the names of Lin Jianjun and the other man in panic. Daddy, Mommy. Something happened. It seems we have all been kidnapped. Wake up. Help. Is there anyone? Amid Lin Tao's howling cries for help, Lin Jianjun and his wife also woke up one after another. Xiao Hao? What's going on? Hubby, save me. I'm tied up and can't move. Damn it. It looks like we might have been kidnapped. But everyone in Magic City knows that the Lin family is going bankrupt. What's the point of kidnapping us now? Realizing that they were facing danger, Lin Jianjun and his wife became panic-stricken. They still remember that not long ago, several big men in black clothes, all covered tightly, broke into the house. They were knocked unconscious with an unknown gas, and when they woke up, they appeared here. Perhaps the cries for help from the 3 Lin family members were too loud, alarming the kidnappers outside the house. Click, click. Under the panicked gaze of the 3 people, the rotten wooden door was pushed open, and 2 sturdy men walked in one after another, scanning the 3 people of the Lin family with wolf-like eyes. Both of them were wearing masks and their faces could not be seen clearly. Who are you? Let us go immediately, you bastards. I am the chairman of the Lin group. How dare you kidnap me, you coward? Let us go immediately, and I will pretend that this incident never happened. Lin Jianjun was panicked, but he still didn't want to show any weakness and threatened with a timid look. In response, the burly man in the lead sneered. If the Lin group was still the billion-dollar enterprise it once was, then he really wouldn't dare to kidnap the other person so blatantly. After all, the social impact is too great and may attract close attention from the authorities. But the other party is now? A fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. The Lin group is about to go bankrupt. As long as they are careful not to cause any loss of life, the people behind him will naturally have the power to cover up this little thing for them. Of course, he was too lazy to explain so much to Lin Jianjun. He took out his cell phone and started taking pictures of the 3 members of the Lin family who were tied up in a row. But the kidnappers ignored him. Lin Jianjun also realized that with his current status and position, he would not be able to scare away these vicious criminals. In order to intimidate the other party, he had to bring out his current biggest backer. What do you want in order for you to let us go? Let me tell you, my eldest son is Su Shangtian's grandson-in-law, and he is also the heir of the Su family. I am his dear father. If you dare to touch his father, my son Lin Ta will definitely not let you go. Hearing this, the burly man cast his gaze over and said faintly, but I heard through the grapevine that your family doesn't have a good relationship with Lin Ta. You even kicked your eldest son out of the house? Finding that the other party seemed to be frightened by him, Lin Jianjun immediately pretended to be calm and said shamelessly, Rumors, all rumors. Xiao Tao is my dear son. We have a very good relationship. You'd better let me go immediately. Otherwise, my son Lin Tao will never let you go easily. Beside him, Bai Yuelon and her son looked at each other, as if they had grasped a life-saving straw, and started to lie with their eyes open. That's right. Brother loves me the most. If he knew I was kidnapped, he would definitely rescue me at all costs. Uncle, you'd better let me go immediately. I watched Tao grow up. He respects me as his mommy with all his heart. If I lose even a hair, Tao will definitely be furious. I thought I had gotten rid of Lin Tao, my backer. The kidnappers in front of them will not dare to touch them easily again. Maybe because they are afraid of the Su family's power, they choose to escort them away immediately. Lin Jianjun and the other 2 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they had to rely on Lin Tao's name to get out of the situation, Lin Jianjun and the other 2 felt extremely aggrieved and unhappy. But for the sake of his own safety, he could only temporarily make use of that beast and take advantage of the power of the other. But to their disappointment, faced with the naked threat from the 3 Lin family members, the burly man not only did not show any fear, but nodded with satisfaction. Since you have such a good relationship, I feel relieved. I'm really worried that your family relationship is broken just like the rumors say. If that happens, there will be no point in bringing you back. After saying, the 2 kidnappers turned around and left, leaving the 3 members of the Lin family in shock. Daddy, did we bet on the wrong treasure? These people seem to be coming just for my brother? Lin Hao felt numb all over. From the kidnappers' words, it is not difficult to hear that. The target of these people is clearly that bastard Lin Tao. It seems that they captured them just to threaten him? But Lin Tao's relationship with them had already broken down. Maybe he even wanted them to die sooner? How could they be saved? This is barbecue. Aside, Lin Jianjun, who was tied up with ropes all over his body, had a dark face and kept cursing. This beast is always causing trouble outside. Now he's even causing trouble for us? Damn this rebellious son. How can he still have the dignity to live in this world? He was really going crazy because of Lin Ta. I had originally decided to completely give up on this unfilial son, never have any contact with him again, and let him be immersed in the pain of losing his father's love forever. But I didn't expect that this beast would linger around. The trouble that he had caused actually involved him? Lin Ta openly and secretly. The person involved, who is thousands of miles away, is holding the fragrant sleeping beauty in his arms, leisurely enjoying the wonderful, sticking time. Ding dong. Suddenly, a notification sound came from the phone. Lin Ta picked it up in surprise and found that it was an unfamiliar number and text message, so he clicked on it for some unknown reason. I grinned immediately. It's a bit interesting. I saw a text message with a high-definition photo in it. In the dim room, the 3 members of the Lin family were neatly lined up in a row and tied to iron chairs. If you don't want anything to happen to your loved ones, send me the prescription for the beauty pill immediately, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Looking at the threatening text message, Lin Ta wanted to laugh more and more. It seems that driven by huge interests, some forces can no longer hold back. But even if you find an innocent little girl on the street to threaten me, that's fine. Maybe I could have a heart of saintliness and come forward to save the little girl. But you just arrested these 3. I'm drunk. Since the benefits brought by the beauty pill are so huge, it is enough to make any force jealous and have bad intentions. So for a while, Lin Ta couldn't guess who did it. But fortunately, no one cares. Anyway, he doesn't care about the life or death of this weird trio. So, I just sent a text message back. Eat shit, including property. Thousands of miles away, the kidnappers, who thought they had one, were fantasizing about where to go to party after completing the mission and getting the huge bounty. Ding dong. The burly man in the lead showed joy on his face and impatiently took out his mobile phone and opened it to take a look. This bastard. The burly man instantly became furious. He took 2 steps at a time and rushed into the inner room, staring at Lin Jianjun and the other 2 sinisterly. It seems that your good son has turned a deaf ear to my words. Come, I'll record a video for you. Come and beg that kid. As long as he hands over the recipe for the beauty pill, I will let you go. Until now, Lin Jianjun and his companions suddenly realized the kidnapper's ultimate goal, the prescription. And judging from his appearance, he must have suffered a setback at the hands of Lin Ta. He was holding back his anger and came to settle accounts with a few people, which frightened the 3 people so much that they kept making excuses. No, brother, you misunderstood. I, Lin Jianjun, have long severed the father-son relationship with that unfilial son. It is useless for you to threaten him with us. Uncle, we were just joking before. My brother is jealous that I stole daddy's love, and he resents me in his heart. How could he be threatened by you? Yes, that child hates me as his stepmother to the core and will never compromise. Little brother, please let us go. You are doing useless work. This moment, hated Lin Ta, this evil creature, to the core. This damn unfilial son actually dared to watch someone die without helping? Even though the relationship between father and son has come to this point, he is still his biological father after all. He saw that his own father was in danger of his life because of him. In this situation, shouldn't we compromise all the demands of the brutal kidnappers? Even if the prescription is priceless. But as long as there is a bit of humanity left, everyone will know that compared to so-called wealth, there is only one biological father. Is that something that can be measured with mere money? If he handed over the prescription and took the opportunity to rescue himself, he might be able to gain his favor and repair the broken family relationship between the 2 parties. But that beast, does he really want me to die? Lin Jianjun raised his head, tears streaming down his face, his heart filled with hatred. He couldn't help but think of his ex-wife, that bitch. If the other party appeared in front of him, he would definitely slap the other party to death without hesitation. Open your eyes and take a good look. This is the good son you taught? Being unfaithful and unfilial, I would rather have died with you. No matter how much hatred Lin Jianjun felt in his heart. At this moment, the burly man had already become impatient of waiting. Seeing that several people from the Lin family were reluctant to act according to his request, He squatted in front of Lin Jianjun and pried open one of his little fingers with a sneer. No matter how bad your relationship is, you are still his family and you are his real father. I don't believe that guy is so heartless that he doesn't care whether you live or die. He is just being stubborn and won't cry until he sees the coffin. In that case, I will let him know the consequences of not listening. After saying, the burly man took out a dagger and swung it down. Lin Jianjun's little finger was chopped off cleanly on the spot. Blood splattered. What followed was Lin Jianjun's crazy screams and Lin Hao and his mother's terrified screams. Ah! None of them had expected that these kidnappers were so cruel and crazy that they actually did it, ignoring the fingers that fell to the ground. The burly man turned on the recording function in a sinister manner, signaling the Lin family members to call for help quickly. After witnessing the cruelty of the kidnappers, why do we need his urging? Lin Jianjun and the other two were so scared that they frantically called for help in front of the camera. They desperately begged Lin Ta to consider his family and hand over the prescription immediately, otherwise they would all be killed. Now, their previous resentment, jealousy, anger, etc. towards Lin Ta were all bullshit. In order to survive, they would even swear to be Lin Tao's dogs. On the other side, the Su family. Lin Ta received a new text message. When he found out it was a video, in order to prevent Susan from thinking too much, he went to the bathroom alone and sat on the golden toilet. Then I opened the video and saw the scene of Lin Jianjun having his fingers chopped off, and the 3 members of the Lin family crying for help. Son, please save Daddy. My finger was cut off. It hurts so much. I am willing to let you be my son again. Please hand over the prescription. Brother, save us. I will never dare to compete with you for your favor again. As long as you save me this time, I will leave immediately and return Daddy to you. Xiao Tao, I am a bad woman. I am not worthy of being your mother. Please save me. Xiao Hao and I promise that we will never appear in front of you again.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Below the video of Ghost howling, there is a new threatening text message. Give me the prescription immediately. Otherwise, I will chop off one of their fingers every half an hour. After chopping off their fingers, I will chop off their toes until their blood is drained dry. Looking at the threatening text message, Lin Ta sneered. However, he was somewhat surprised at the brutality of the kidnappers. But I still continued to edit the serial text messages. Chapter 153. The Desperate Lin Family. Su Family Manor. Lin Tao edited the text message, but stopped right before sending it. He suddenly had a new idea. Doesn't the other party just want the prescription? I can totally give it myself. You just need to make some slight changes to the original prescription, such as the dosage ratio and many other details. As for what the other party wants to do with the beauty product developed with the fake prescription, the consequences will be, that's none of his business. Think of this. Lin Tao deleted the text message he had edited before with a sly grin and started to organize his words again. Please don't hurt my beloved family. I will cooperate with you to hand over the prescription. Please wait patiently. Then, click send. The other side. The burly man received the text message and smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, my guess was correct. This kid won't cry until he sees the coffin. He says one thing and means another. On the surface, it seemed that he had severed ties with Lin Jianjun and others. But in fact, I just can't let go of this family relationship in my heart, and I can't bear to watch my loved ones suffer. This is not. I just used a little trick and he was scared into compromise. You little brat, you dare to fight me with your cunning mind? The burly man was very proud of himself and glanced at Lin Jianjun, who was bleeding profusely from a broken finger in front of him. His face was distorted with pain and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Please, take me to the hospital first. While the finger can still be reattached, if it's too late, I might really become a cripple. Am I going to die? Please help me stop the bleeding. My blood is running out. It hurts so much. Woo-woo. Lin Jianjun was in so much pain that tears and snot came out and he kept begging. As the saying goes, the heart is connected to the fingers. He had always lived a life of luxury. How could he have ever experienced the pain of having his fingers severed? Unfortunately, those who are capable of committing murder for money are all cruel and ruthless. Facing the bloody scene, he just said coldly, "Shut up. I told you that I will let you go when your son hands over the prescription." After saying, the burly man turned and left the room, leaving the 3 members of the Lin family to fend for themselves. Until this time, only then did Lin Hao and his mother dare to breathe a sigh of relief and began to worry about Lin Jianjun anxiously. Daddy, are you okay? Hubby, you have to hold on. It's not because the mother and son had a change of heart. The most important thing is that if Lin Jianjun can't make it, the kidnappers will be so crazy that they will turn their target to them. Lin Ta, that beast. What on earth is he doing? Why doesn't he just hand over the prescription? Why is he so slow? Does he really want to watch me die? In severe pain, Lin Jianjun had completely lost his mind. His face was grim, and he couldn't even hear the worried voices of Lin Hao and his mother. He hated Lin Tao so much. If the other party had been willing to hand over the prescription earlier, how could I have suffered such torture? Lin Tao was hesitant to hand over the prescription before because of its preciousness, and he could barely understand it. But now I have clearly received the picture of my own severed finger. Knowing that his father was suffering, why don't you hand over the prescription immediately? What are you hesitating about? Doesn't he know that the longer he delays, the less likely it is that he will be able to reattach his finger? If I really become disabled, the culprit is... It must be that evil beast Lin Tao. I will never let him go easily. I must make Lin Tao pay the price. With hatred for his unfilial son, Lin Jianjun endured the pain and persisted for half an hour. Finally, the door was pushed open again, and the well-hidden kidnapper walked in again. Seeing this, the three members of the Lin family all looked delighted. They thought that Lin Tao had let bygones be bygones and handed over the prescription, and the kidnappers were about to let them go. Among them, Lin Jianjun is the most impatient. He stared at the broken finger that fell to the ground and urged, almost roaring, "Hand over the prescription, you bastard. Then send me and my finger to the hospital right away. Without freezing conditions, my finger may not be able to be reattached in a while. Even if it can be reattached, there is a high probability that I will be disabled. Hurry up." "Stop dawdling." Facing Lin Jianjun's roar, the burly man ignored him, squatted down, and took out a pair of large iron pliers from his tool bag. Under the horrified gazes of the three Lin family members, he said to himself, "I gave your son a full half hour, but there was no response. I sent him a message to question him. Do you know what he said in response?" When the burly man showed Lin Tao's reply, Lin Jianjun was so scared that he almost pissed himself. "I saw that evil beast actually said, 'I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. It seems that I am still too kind. It seems that I gave your son the illusion that I am easy to talk to? Humph. It took you half an hour to finish something that could be done in a few minutes, and now you're telling me to slow down?" The burly man's voice gradually became colder, and he approached Lin Jianjun with a large pair of pliers, scaring him so much that he cried for help in despair. "What do you want to do?" "No." But this was of no use. The kidnapper was so cold-blooded that he pulled up his ring finger and cut it with the scissors. Amidst a shrill wail, Lin Jianjun's second finger died gloriously. Blood splattered. This scene frightened Lin Hao and his mother, but they could do nothing but tremble in fear. At this time, in order to prevent Lin Jianjun from losing too much blood and fainting from the pain, they kept him clear-headed. The burly man ordered Lin Jianjun to start answering his arithmetic problems. "What is 1,000 to 7? "Ah, it hurts." "Answer me. 1,000-7 equals? Otherwise, I'll cut off your middle finger too." "No, don't." 99, 3. "What is 993 to 7? Calculate it yourself. If you make a mistake, I will cut off one of your fingers." 98, 6. 979. Pain. It hurts so much. Lin Jianjun was in despair. His face was covered with tears and snot, and he looked extremely ugly. This is completely different from the usual well-dressed and successful person he appears to be. But in order to save his own fingers, he could only endure the pain and follow the burly man's orders. But the clearer my thoughts were, the more intense the pain from my fingers became, excruciating my heart. It hurts so much. Help. Someone please save me. Why didn't that beast, who is worse than pigs and dogs, hand over the prescription? Why? Now, for the first time, Lin Jianjun had the intention to kill, and he wanted to cut his eldest son into pieces. After all, if it weren't for the other person, how could I have fallen to this point today? This is all that beast's fault. Why doesn't he just die? Go to hell.
D.
Under the inhumane torture, Lin Jianjun had been driven insane by the severe pain, and his heart was filled with intense hatred towards Lin Tao. Seeing this, the kidnapper leader finally felt much better. He really liked to hear the victims screaming while torturing them, in order to satisfy his own perverted pleasure. He took out his cell phone, recorded the tragic scene, and threatened Lin Ta again. 10 minutes. I'll give you the last 10 minutes. Don't test my patience, or you will suffer the consequences. Soon. This message was sent to Lin Tao's mobile phone. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's 2 fingers lost, poor guy. Looking at Lin Jianjun's miserable appearance, Lin Ta couldn't help but raise a hint of gloating at the corner of his mouth, and there was still a faint sense of pleasure left over from his previous life in his heart. In fact, he could have chosen to call the police or hand over the fake prescription in advance. But he doesn't. No, I just want to play. But how could Lin Hao and his mother be absent from such a fun event? As the saying goes, happiness shared with others is worse than happiness alone. Especially the 3 members of the Lin family are family. A loving family shares the joys and sorrows. If Lin Jianjun is the only one enjoying such a fun thing, wouldn't that be too unfair? So Lin Ta did not hesitate and prepared to drag Lin Hao and his mother into the water as well. He texted the kidnapper back, his words filled with a sense of despair. No, please don't hurt my daddy. And my mommy, my dear brother. Please don't hurt them, or I will be overwhelmed with sorrow. Thousands of miles away, the burly man received the text message and couldn't help but grin. Very good. Now you know how powerful I am. Let's see if you dare to play tricks on me and delay time. But I didn't expect this kid. He also has such deep feelings for his stepmother and half-brother. But this is better, since we can start with the mother and son later. The more chips he has in his hand, the less likely he is to act rashly, and he can only let himself and others manipulate him. After glancing at Lin Jianjun, who was still counting, the burly man left the room again. Snap. Wait until the door is closed again. Lin Jianjun dared to stop counting tremblingly. The severe pain made him instinctively want to scream heart-wrenchingly. But when she thought about the possibility of attracting the robbers back, she could only grit her teeth and sob quietly. Beside him, Lin Hao and his mother were terrified and asking him for help. Honey, I'm so scared. Will Xiao Tao really hand over the prescription for us? If he doesn't, will we die? Woo. Daddy, what should we do? Please say something. Even if the kidnappers really receive the prescription, will they kill us to silence us? Daddy, help me. Listening to the voices of mother and son, buzzing in my ears, Lin Jianjun, who was already in unbearable pain, finally roared out of control. What should I do? How the hell do I know what to do? I'm the one whose finger was cut off. Ask, ask, ask. All you do is ask me what to do all day long. Do you have a pig brain? Can't you think for yourself? After this verbal outburst, Lin Hao and his mother finally calmed down and dared not say another word. However, the cold disgust in the 2 people's pupils became more and more intense. Certainly, Lin Jianjun now doesn't pay attention to these things at all. All his energy was now completely focused on the severed finger on the ground, and he was filled with anxiety. It's been taking too long. He doubted whether the little finger that was cut off first would have a chance to be reattached. Just when he was feeling confused and uneasy, suddenly, several black rats crawled out from the darkness. They seemed to be attracted by something and kept moving closer to the severed finger. What do you want to do? Get out of here. Get out of here right now. Lin Jianjun was so scared that he screamed continuously, shook the chair constantly, and struggled desperately. Unfortunately, he was tied to a chair and unable to move, so he could only howl loudly to drive away the rats. At first, the mouse seemed genuinely frightened. As soon as Lin Jianjun and his companions shook the chairs violently, they would immediately hide in the dark corners. But later, as the same drama happened more and more, the mice seemed to have learned their lesson. He was no longer afraid of the threats from the 3 Lin family members and gradually approached the severed finger during his attempts. Finally, realizing that these humans could not harm them, a few mice swaggered over and started to eat the bloody severed fingers with relish. Ah! You beasts! Watching the rats eating your nails, the feeling of despair is something that cannot be described to outsiders. Lin Jianjun was about to collapse and screamed loudly. Thinking back to the time when I cried in the rain, he thought that day would be the saddest day of his life. Now I think he was too naive. Life is unpredictable, and the big intestine is bound to the small intestine. There is no worst, only worse. In Lin Jianjun's eyes on the verge of collapse, his 2 fingers were gnawed until only bones were left. The mice left contentedly. I can't take it back. I can't take it back. Looking at those 2 bones without any flesh and blood, Lin Jianjun smiled bitterly and shook his head repeatedly. He knew very well that given the condition of these 2 fingers, They were doomed to be irreversible, and the fact that he was disabled could not be changed. Snap. At this moment, the door was pushed open and the kidnapper leader came back. As soon as he entered the door, he glanced at Lin Jianjun with curiosity, wondering what was going on with him all of a sudden, until he saw the severed finger on the ground. Seeing the bone that had been gnawed away, he suddenly realized what had happened and scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot there were rats in this dark place. I completely overlooked it before. But don't be discouraged. They only ate 2 fingers. You still have 8. You can just change your hand and live a good life in the future, right?
Lin Yanyun.
Chapter 154. Lin Ta's plan only involves buying back old bidden shares. I heard the kidnappers say such cruel words. Lin Jianjun was so angry that his whole body was shaking at first, but in a moment he felt his hair stand on end. Hee. What does he mean by this? Is he going to attack me again? As expected, under Lin Jianjun's horrified gaze, the kidnapper once again took out the big pliers and threatened to make him continue to feel pain. Don't blame me. If you want to hate someone, go hate your son. I told you to only give him 10 minutes. But 15 minutes have passed, and the guy is still fooling me. What is he saying? How is it slow? It has been this fast for so many years. He even asked me to reflect on myself and asked me whether the ransom I asked for had increased over the years. Listen, he even dared to mock me. Fuck, it's obvious that you didn't take my words seriously. Faced with the kidnapper's sinister words, Lin Jianjun was frightened, and his hatred for Lin Ta grew even stronger. That beast is worse than pigs and dogs. His father was tortured like this, yet he remained indifferent. It is obvious that if he just handed over the prescription, he would not have to suffer all these punishments. But because of the beast's ruthlessness and indifference, he fell into the abyss. Lin Ta, you really deserve to die. But no matter how hateful Lin Jianjun was, he still couldn't change the kidnapper's decision to start a new round of torture. He could only plead bitterly, "Brother, please let me go. I have really severed ties with that rebellious son. Otherwise, how could he remain indifferent until now? That evil creature clearly wants to use you to kill me. Brother, please let me go. As for the prescription, I will find a way to get it for you. Or I can find an opportunity to trick that beast out of the Su family. Then you can arrest him and torture him to extract a confession. What do you think?" From Lin Jianjun's words, one could tell that he had a strong hatred for his eldest son, and he even threatened to betray his own son. The burly man frowned and stopped. He actually discovered there was something wrong. Could it be that the relationship between this father and son is not as good as I thought? Instead, it has reached the point where fire and water cannot coexist. Lin Ta is actually using a knife to kill someone? Otherwise, it is inexplicable that, knowing that his father was being tortured, but that guy is still procrastinating and stalling for time. However, when it comes to kidnapping Lin Ta, the kidnapper leader also wanted to, but he didn't dare and couldn't do it. The risks are simply too great. The current Su family is no different from the abolished Lin family. It is like the rising sun. Everyone knows. If nothing unexpected happens, the rise of the Su family will be unstoppable, resulting in many forces now wanting to cooperate with the Su group. Lin Ta is Su Shangtian's designated successor. If something really happened, a lot of people would mobilize the resources at hand to find and hunt them down for various interests in order to make friends with the Su family. In this case, obviously, it is safer and more reliable to use Lin Jianjun and the other 2 to threaten the other party. Think of this. The burly man instinctively chose the safest way, automatically ignoring certain doubts, and said angrily, "I think you want to escape secretly. Everyone in the Demon City knows that your son is the most affectionate person. How could such an affectionate man watch his relatives die without saving them? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must have been too gentle, which made your son feel lucky and think that I was a soft-hearted kidnapper. Humph. This? You've already cut off 2 of my fingers, and this is still too lenient? And you couldn't see that beast's obvious plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Is your brain stuck in the door?" After hearing what the kidnapper leader said, Army Lin Jianjun was so shocked that he really wanted to kick the idiot to death. But he was unable to move and could only scream in fear, as if he had seen the cruel scene of all 5 of his fingers being cut off. But at this time, something unexpected happened. The burly man did not come to Lin Jianjun. Instead, he stood in front of Lin Hao, who didn't dare to breathe for fear of being targeted. "What do you want to do?" Lin Hao's face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. He already had a bad premonition. I think that boy cares a lot about you and your son. Perhaps torturing his father alone is not enough. Only by torturing his entire family can that kid know the consequences of being careless. The burly man sneered and wanted to use the same trick again to make Lin Hao feel the pain, which scared him so much that he screamed. Next second, crash. In extreme fear, Lin Hao opened the gates of his mouth, and his trouser pockets were wet on the spot, and a foul smell came over him. Are you scared to pee? No, even poop comes out, pee and shit at the same time. Fuck you. Are you still a man? I was so scared the first time I saw shit and urine, damn. It's so troublesome to clean it up. The burly man covered his nose, his eyes showing disgust without disguising it. The words were so harsh that Lin Hao looked frightened, embarrassed, and awkward. But when he saw the angry kidnapper raising the big pliers, determined to cut off his fingers, he was frightened again and howled in horror. No, I'm still young. I can't become disabled.
Woo.
That bastard Lin Ta and I are irreconcilable. It's useless for you to torture me. It will only make him more proud and excited. The one you should torture is Lin Jianjun. He is Lin Tao's biological father. That's right. Lin Jianjun is the bastard's biological father after all. He will definitely not stand by and watch him die. It will only be effective if you torture him. Just cutting off his fingers is not cruel enough. You can chop off his hands or feet, dig out his eyes, cut off his ears, etc. The more cruel you are, the more that bastard Lin Ta will become intolerant in the end. Now, for his own safety, Lin Hao no longer cared about the incredulous look of Lin Jianjun standing beside him. Anyway, the other party has gone bankrupt and has nothing. Why should you put yourself in danger just to please the other person? The only one to blame is old Biden himself. Why did she give birth to a heartless beast like Lin Ta? After hearing Lin Hao's words, even the most vicious kidnapper was startled and looked at Lin Hao up and down in surprise. Good man, you can't judge a book by its cover. If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, who would have believed that this young man with a clean and gentle appearance could say something that ordinary people would consider? What about extremely vicious words? Tisk, tsk, tsk. Interesting, really interesting. You are so cruel. In order to survive, you can be so cruel to your own father. Ha 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 ha. I admire you a little bit. If it were during the war, you would be the perfect traitor. Ignoring the kidnapper's compliments, Lin Hao remained calm. Now he just wants to survive, and nothing else matters. Beside him, Bai Yuelan nodded repeatedly, expressing her strong agreement. Compared with my own baby son, she can abandon Lin Jianjun's husband at any time. My son is right. After all, we have no blood relationship with Lin Ta. Lin Jianjun is his biological father. It's no use to torture us. Lin Ta may wish for our death. Only by torturing his own father can we possibly move him. To protect his son from being murdered, Bai Yuelan also tore off her usual disguise and asked the kidnappers to torture Lin Jianjun instead and spare the innocent mother and son.
Hawar, Yulam.
Why? At this time, only Lin Jianjun had a dull, shocked, painful, unbelievable face, on the verge of collapse. Countless complex emotions flashed across his face one after another. He has always regarded Lin Hao and his mother as treasures, so he doesn't care about the gossip of outsiders and even breaks up with his eldest son. He always regarded mother and son as the only things in his life and treasures given to him by God. But now, being stabbed in the back by the person he loved caused great harm to Lin Jianjun's young heart. Pain. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. The pain of cutting a finger is already unbearable for the world. But compared to the heartache of being betrayed by loved ones, it is nothing. Lin Jianjun was already so heartbroken that he burst into tears. At this moment, the mental torture completely overshadowed the physical pain coming from the fingers. But he can understand. Lin Hao and his mother were so frightened that they said such hurtful words. Maybe it's really to blame. I can only blame myself for my incompetence. As a man, being unable to protect your wife and children is a shame in itself. Just when Lin Jianjun made a decision in his mind, the kidnapper suddenly walked up to Lin Jianjun and spoke in a hoarse voice, giving him the choice. I give you the choice. I will cut whoever you decide to cut. The burly man was very excited and curious about Lin Jianjun's choice. What he likes most is this kind of scene, the father and son killing each other. Let me guess. Was it the vicious son who cut off his hair? Or was it the heartless wife? When Lin Hao and his mother heard this, Their faces changed drastically, and they wished they could cut the kidnapper into pieces. This bastard. Isn't this just playing a joke on them? How could the other party forgive them easily after they had just treated Lin Jianjun like that? What if they get angry and demand to have their kidneys chopped off? Just when Lin Hao and his mother were worried and thinking about how to save the situation, Lin Jianjun spoke. Cut my...
What?
The kidnapper was stunned and thought he had heard it wrong. But Lin Jianjun suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Are you deaf? I said cut mine." Everyone present was shocked to hear Lin Jianjun's unexpected choice. Lin Hao and his mother were even more at a loss. They never expected this result, even though they had just treated Lin Jianjun like that. But the other party still chose to sacrifice himself in order to protect them. It has to be said that both Lin Hao and his mother were moved, and they apologized one after another. "Daddy, I'm sorry."
Ihori.
"Hubby Wu, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I just wanted to protect Xiaohao." Faced with the change of heart of Lin Hao and his mother, Lin Jianjun looked relieved, thinking that his sacrifice was not in vain. "Don't cry. We are a family. We love each other. As the head of the family, it is natural for me to protect my family." After hearing these words, Lin Hao and his mother were deeply moved. The three members of the Lin family are so connected in heart at this moment, and the air seems to be filled with the strong glow of family affection. But this made the burly man very angry. What he wants to see is family members killing each other, not this damn mutual understanding. "Okay, you're the head of the family, right? You're so great, and you dare to yell at me?" The burly man laughed in anger, pulled up Lin Jianjun's left hand, and put his remaining 3 fingers on the big pliers. A fierce pinch. The next second, a scream of terror was heard. Blood splattered. No matter how much Lin Jianjun wanted to remain calm in front of his wife and children. But when I saw with my own eyes, I realized that some of my fingers were really cut off at the root. The pain it brings and the horrific visual impact are unbearable for ordinary people. Lin Jianjun couldn't help but scream. As the wound continued to bleed, his face turned extremely pale. Ding dong. Just when the kidnappers wanted to take pictures of this cruel scene, when he found out that Lin Ta had just sent the prescription to him, he couldn't help but show a look of joy on his face. Okay. It turns out that threatening you was the right thing to do. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. I'll have someone take you to the hospital right away. Ha ha ha. After achieving his goal, the burly man was obviously in a good mood. He laughed and called his men outside the house to come in. "Su family, is this all right now?" Lin Ta looked at the successfully sent text message and smiled playfully. He actually wanted the kidnappers to torture the Lin family members for a while longer. But he was also afraid that if he killed Lin Jianjun, the procedures for buying back his shares would be very complicated, especially when Maringa called him and said that he had already recovered most of the shares, big and small, and only Lin Jianjun had the remaining shares. Chapter 155. Lin Ta SPUA brainwashing. Maringa and his wife completely returned to their hearts. Late at night, the First People's Hospital of Shanghai. Boom boom. A van pulled up to the gate at high speed, opened the door, dropped 3 large bags that were twisting nonstop, and drove away. This strange situation instantly aroused strong curiosity among passers-by. They came to the 3 large bags, carefully untied the knots, and suddenly found the tide. 3 people from the Lin family. Among them, Lin Jianjun was in the most miserable condition, covered in blood and in a coma. His left hand was completely bald, with all 5 fingers having been cut off. With the screams of passers-by, it was destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, early morning, Lin Ta stood up yawning and first did a few exercises as usual to regain his energy. Ding. The host sticks to the wall 10 times and is awarded 10 points. Ding. The host and the earth stick together 10 times and are rewarded with 100 points. Ding. The host sticks to the air 10 times and is awarded 1 point. After completing a set of basic exercises of sun wall, sun ground, sun air, Lin Ta washed up and went out. Soon, he came to the familiar snack stand again. But this time, Lin Ta did not meet Mu Xiaowan. But he didn't care. He walked into the hospital and headed for the best VIP, VLP ward in the hospital. 2.5 minutes later. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Ta knocked on the door of one of the wards without haste. There was an immediate response from inside the room, with a rough voice rang out. "Who is it?" Snap. Lin Ta standing at the door. His face immediately lit up with joy. Then he helped Lin Ta and respectfully. Boss, please come in. Please come in. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I just bought the breakfast you ordered, and it's still hot. Eat it while it's hot. Maringa was not at all surprised by Lin Tao's arrival, as he had obviously been waiting for it for a long time. Because yesterday, when I was reporting on my work progress, Lin Ta said that it was difficult to explain over the phone, so the two sides rescheduled a meeting time. Not bad. After 3 days of absence, I should look at you with new eyes. With clothes like these on, how can you tell that you looked so miserable not long ago? Lin Ta walked into the ward. He first glanced at Maringa's outfit, which was completely different from yesterday, and joked with interest. As the old saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. If yesterday's Maringa, at first glance, gave people the inferiority complex of a poor rural worker, now he is wearing a brand new, bright dark suit, revealing an extraordinary aura in a low-key manner. He looks like a successful elite, and his every move is full of confidence. Facing Lin Tao's joke, Maringa scratched his head awkwardly and quickly explained. I can't help it, boss. Nowadays, it's better to lose the battle than to lose the fight. If you want to scare people, it's necessary to improve your image. It can be said that this outfit played a big role in my ability to complete the task of purchasing shares so quickly. Once the shareholders recognized the brand value of the clothes I was wearing, their trust in me increased immediately. Maringa explained until his mouth was dry, and he felt uneasy. He was really afraid that Lin Ta would misunderstand and think that he would spend the money recklessly after getting it. Actually, he had no choice. He also felt bad about spending so much money. This outfit cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. If it weren't for Lin Tao's sponsorship, Maringa didn't know how many years it would take him to save enough money. Fortunately, the money was well spent and it greatly improved my work efficiency. After all, China is a society where personal connections are valued. The feeling of oppression you give when you go to negotiate business on an electric bike is completely different from the feeling of oppression you give when you go to negotiate business in a Rolls-Royce. In the former case, others will not take you seriously at all, but in the latter case, they will be polite to you. This is the reality. So after taking over the task from Lin Ta, Maringa did not rush to buy back the shares immediately. Instead, I went to a luxury brand store and bought a set of clothes. Khitan, Italy's top suit brand, whose products are known for their exquisite craftsmanship and elegant style, cost $250,000. Rolex, a famous Swiss watch brand, has the latest popular model in the Submariner series, which cost $500,000. The leather shoes were selected from the Italian national treasure brand, La Tanzi series, which cost 100,000 yuan. When putting on this outfit, Maringa was almost trembling all over. He never thought that one day he would have such an opportunity. Feel endless gratitude towards Lin Ta, who gave him the chance to be reborn. But at the same time, he was also vaguely worried that Lin Ta would not understand and would think that he was embezzling money and squandering the money. Fortunately, Lin Ta is not a brainless idiot and naturally knows Maringa's intention. Seeing that he was eager to explain to her the purpose of the money, she laughed inwardly and took advantage of this opportunity to win people's hearts. What are you worried about? You don't think I'll blame you for this little money, do you? I'm drunk. Do I look so petty? You will soon become the spokesperson for the Lin Group, so your image and temperament are particularly important. What does this expense mean? And I'm not interested in money. I'm only interested in the value you can create for me. As long as you work hard for me, a few $100,000 is nothing. You have to remember, our goal is the stars and the sea. Under Lin Tao's silent brainwashing pua, Maringa was very excited and nodded repeatedly. He was deeply moved and secretly determined to make some achievements to repay Lin Tao's kindness. The two chatted and laughed as they came to the bedside, and Lin Ta also saw the woman who had woken up. Although his face was still pale, his complexion was much better than in the previous few days. Xiaomei, this is the new boss I mentioned. He is also your savior. Under the introduction of Maringa, the woman on the hospital bed knew Lin Tao's identity and looked very reserved and nervous. She stood up and was about to kowtow to Lin Ta to express her gratitude.
Stop, stop, stop.
Why do you two like to do this? You're dead so early in the morning, okay? It is most important that you rest well now. If you really want to repay me, wait until you recover and work for me together with your husband. Lin Ta grinned and extended an olive branch. He remembered that in the plot. Although Chen Mei's ability is not as good as Maringa, but with the help of her husband, she later became a successful woman in the workplace. But I, a housewife with only a junior high school education, can I really work for the boss? Years of being looked down upon by others have made Chun Mei timid and self-deprecating. Facing Lin Tao's recruitment, her first reaction was to doubt her own abilities, thinking that she was not worthy at all, and she didn't even dare to look Lin Tao in the eye. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao's expression became serious, and without even thinking, he turned into a life mentor and started making big promises. Who says women are inferior to men? Women hold up half the sky. Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers of different species? After this verbal attack, Chun Mei's eyes lit up and her heart was filled with excitement. She felt that she had great potential. Yeah, thank you for your trust, boss. I will definitely work hard and live up to your expectations. That's right. I'm very optimistic about you. Lin Tao was in a good mood after receiving 2 great generals in one go. He sat down and chatted with the couple while eating breakfast, taking the opportunity to deepen their relationship. He plans to be a hands-off boss and will leave all company affairs to Maringa and his wife. So don't mind taking some time to show some sympathy to your employees. Even according to the character settings, these 2 people are loyal and will never betray. But if a few words can make the other person feel warm, and a small favor can make the other person loyal, why not do it? Soon, breakfast time was over. Lin Tao stood up with a smile, told Chun Mei to have a good rest first, and then took Maringa out of the ward. In a lounge, Maringa reported on the current progress of share recovery and also gave some documents to Lin Tao to sign. Boss, currently, 38% of the shares of Lin Group have been recovered. What's left are some retail tradable shares, and a few small shareholders are still holding out. Once you sign these share transfer contracts, these shares will belong to you. Now, as long as we can get back the shares in your father's hands, the Lin Group will be completely under your control. After listening to Maringa's report, Lin Tao nodded repeatedly with satisfaction, took out a pen and started signing. At the same time, he asked whether anyone had heard of Lin Jianjun's whereabouts. He was still a little worried that the kidnappers would not abide by the moral code, and not only would they not release Lin Jianjun after receiving the prescription, they would also silence him. Then my plan will be delayed for a while. Trouble. Fortunately, after a strange look on his face, Maringa quickly gave Lin Tao the answer he wanted. They are all recovering in this hospital now. Under Ma Yingji's explanation, Lin Tao know that the kidnappers had abandoned 3 members of the Lin family in front of the hospital yesterday, and Lin Jianjun's current miserable condition. I heard that your father lost too much blood and was in a coma all night. I don't know if he is awake now, but his left hand seems to be useless. Due to the adverse effects of the beauty ointment, the 3 members of the Lin family became completely famous, but it was a bad reputation. So the incident last night caused quite a stir. The internet was full of gratifying comments, and Ma Yingji also knew about these things at that time. Really? As long as you're not dead, it's good. You can do whatever you want. After this incident, I think the old man will no longer be stubborn. It should be much easier for you to acquire the shares. He could hear the indifference Lin Tao showed towards his biological father from his words. Maringa was a little surprised, but he still nodded and said that he would meet Lin Jianjun as soon as possible and take back the shares from him. But boss, the Lin Group is already on the verge of collapse, and its brand has become tainted. Are you planning to use the beauty pill to reverse your decline? Hearing this, Lin Tao smiled and nodded, then shook his head and said mysteriously, after I completely take control of the Lin Group, the Su family's beauty pills will become the group's key brand product. But this is not enough. If we only rely on one product, no matter how well it is done, it will be difficult for the group to achieve a bigger breakthrough. Since we have chosen to do it, we must make it bigger. Then we can produce a few more popular products. Produce more popular products? Maringa was a little confused. He knows the kind of product that creates breakout heat. It is not something that can be developed casually. It requires the right time, place, and people. But how can my boss say it's as simple as eating and drinking? But despite my doubts, what the boss said was definitely right. He just has to follow orders. Chapter 156. Lin Jianjun discovers that Lin Hao is a bastard and is too embarrassed to see the handsome Lin Tao. The First People's Hospital of Shanghai. Lin Tao understood the current situation. He sent Ma Yingji back to take care of his wife. Then he walked alone in the hospital corridor, thinking about the future development direction of the company. It seems the fastest way to rise. All I have left is to sacrifice some points and quickly redeem some useful merchandise. Under normal circumstances, To develop new products that can be accepted by the market requires various conditions such as the right time, the right place, and the right people, which are hard to come by. But unfortunately, Lin Ta has the Tai system. As long as he has enough sticking points, he is almost omnipotent. Regarding the future development path of the Lin Group, Lin Ta intends to simply and crudely copy the path of the rise of Mayandan and directly use the quality and results that far exceed other products on the market to achieve a leading position. There are many similar products in the system mall. Mind-clearing eyes liquid can improve vision and improve myopia, hyperopia, and other vision problems. Miracle repair cream can quickly heal wounds, promote skin regeneration, and leave no scars. Manhwa pills can treat insomnia, anxiety, and other sleep problems and help people fall asleep quickly. Night brightening divine water can instantly improve people's night vision ability and help overcome darkness and low-light environments. Relaxing essence. It can relieve muscle pain, reduce fatigue, and promote physical recovery. Intellectual crystallization can improve people's IQ and memory and improve thinking and learning abilities. At this moment, in a medical ward, Lin Jianjun was wearing a hospital gown and lying on the hospital bed with a depressed look on his face. The whole person seemed to have completely lost his energy and spirit. He curled up into a ball. The continuous blows over the past few days had made him lose a lot of weight. The wrinkles on his face increased rapidly, and with the white hair constantly appearing, he looked much older, and from a distance he looked a bit like a little old man. Beside him, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat was changing the medicine for him. At the same time, he comforted her. "Old Lin, it's a pity that I can't find your severed finger, otherwise I might be able to help you reattach it." "What a pity. Don't worry, your wife and children are still at the police station giving statements, and the police have opened a case for investigation. I believe they will be able to catch the murderer soon and bring you justice. The most important thing you should do now is to sort out your emotions and think about how to proceed in the future." Consolation to an old friend. Lin Jianjun couldn't listen to a word now. After being in a coma for a night, I woke up and looked at my bare left hand. He still couldn't accept the fact that he had become disabled. Coupled with the company's bankruptcy, he is now a pauper. If it weren't for some senior officials in the hospital who took him in because of their past friendship, I'm afraid he doesn't even have the money to stay in this ordinary ward, and he will be kicked out if he can't afford the medicine. Under many blows, Lin Jianjun always had a feeling of powerlessness and wanted to give up on himself. Why? Seeing the once high-spirited chairman of the 10 billion yuan group now reduced to such a decrepit old man, the middle-aged doctor couldn't help but sigh and feel deeply moved. This situation must be what the ancients called. I watched him build a red mansion, I watched him entertain guests, and I watched his mansion collapse. I advised you to be nicer to your eldest son, but you didn't listen. Are you okay now? If you had listened to me and treated everyone equally, how could you have ended up like this? You know, Lin Ta, that kid, has a bright future now. You've lost such a good son. Alas." Having said that, the middle-aged doctor was speechless and totally unable to understand Lin Jianjun's extremely biased behavior. "All I can say is that a good hand of cards was played badly. What a pity that fate is so fickle. That's enough. I don't want to hear that rebellious son's name again. He is not worthy of being my son. Only Howard is worthy. Humph. That beast, if it weren't for him, how could I have become disabled?" Lin Jianjun punched the hospital bed and cursed angrily. In his eyes, all the bad luck during this period was caused by Lin Ta. If the evil beast unconditionally transferred the shares to his own name from the beginning, if the rebellious son had unconditionally shared the prescription with the Lin Group from the beginning, if the beast had unconditionally transferred the profits of the Su Group to the Lin family to suck their blood, even if it was just once, if Lin Ta only had to compromise once, he might not have lived such a miserable life. But that disloyal and unfilial bastard refused to give in for his family. Instead, it was because he was resentful of those trivial things that happened in the past that he watched the group fail. What a petty mindset this is. Aside, the middle-aged doctor's mouth twitched constantly. He looked at Lin Jianjun, who had recovered with full health, and suddenly realized that all his words of comfort were useless. Because whenever this old guy starts scolding his son, he becomes extremely energetic. Never mind. Being stubborn and refusing to change your ways is a waste of time. As the saying goes, good words cannot persuade a damned ghost, and mercy without salvation will only cut off others. The middle-aged doctor rolled his eyes and decided to stay out of it. But mentioning Lin Hao, he suddenly remembered something he had just discovered last night and stared at Lin Jianjun, wanting to say something but hesitant. Lao Lin, I remember you have type O blood, right? Nonsense. Do you even need to ask that? I lost too much blood last night. Didn't you give me a lot of blood? Panda blood is so rare. Have you forgotten that? No, that. Listen to me. Although your wife and son were not seriously injured yesterday, they also did a comprehensive physical examination just to be on the safe side. I know. Didn't you tell me? Both mother and child are in good health. Why are you hesitating? Are you still a man? Seeing his old friend's evasive words, Lin Jianjun felt puzzled and said unhappily, Then don't get excited. Maybe the inspection was wrong. I've seen the medical reports of your wife and son. Your wife's blood type is AB, and your son's blood type is also AB. After a moment's silence, the middle-aged doctor finally told his discovery. I thought Lin Jianjun would be shocked when he heard this result, but he looked confused and asked curiously, So what? They are mother and son. Isn't it normal for them to have the same blood type? It's genetics. Middle-aged doctor. Looking at Lin Jianjun, whose education level is worrying, the doctor was left with only a feeling of exhaustion and speechlessness. He asked Lin Jianjun to search on Baidu for the blood type genetic table. No matter if type O blood is combined with a person of the opposite sex with any blood type, the child born could be type A, B, or O, but it will never be type AB. Do you understand what I mean now? It is well-founded and absolutely scientific. After hearing the popularization from his old friend, Lin Jianjun finally realized it. When he realized the seriousness of the problem, his face turned pale instantly, and he kept muttering to himself, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yuelon loves me so much. Hauer is so obedient and filial. Is this impossible? The test results must be wrong, yes, that must be the case. Lin Jianjun clenched his right fist and kept comforting himself. But in fact, his heart was already close to the edge of collapse. Because he knew better than anyone that in one of the top hospitals like Shanghai, it was almost impossible to make such a low-level mistake as examination error. This also means that there is a possibility that the results may be wrong. Very tiny. 1 in a million. So does this also mean Lin Hao is not his biological son? The baby son whom I have doted on for so many years is not my biological son. Bai Yuelon has been cheating on me for decades? What a shame. What a shame. When he thought of a certain possibility, Lin Jianjun could hardly control his emotions. His face instantly became extremely ferocious, like a devil from hell. This ferocious look scared the doctor next to him. He quickly patted Lin Jianjun on the shoulder, swallowed his saliva, and said, Lao Lin, calm down first. We have to wait for the paternity test to come out before we can make a final conclusion. Maybe the testing department made a mistake. Hearing this, Lin Jianjun finally came to consciousness. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, he nodded repeatedly and kept muttering to himself. Yes. There's a chance it's a mistake. We need a paternity test. As soon as the paternity test results come out, it will definitely prove that Lin Hao is my son. Brother, help me. I owe you one. Help me arrange a paternity test immediately. I want to know the result as soon as possible. Quick. Looking at the extremely emotional Lin Jianjun, the middle-aged doctor gave reassurances and asked his old friend to calm down and wait for the results. He understood why the other party was anxious. So after learning the results of the physical examination yesterday, he found a way to obtain Lin Hao's hair. Now, we only need to extract the DNA from the father and son, use a capillary sequencer for testing and sequencing analysis, and we can get information about the genetic patterns of the two. At that time, through analysis and comparison, we can immediately know whether the two parties are related by blood. Don't move, I need a strand of your hair. With Lin Jianjun's cooperation, the middle-aged doctor hurried away with the hair he had just pulled out. God bless you. I hope the test result is wrong. Looking at the doctors leaving back, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but pray in his heart. Even though he never believed in ghosts and gods, he was praying from the bottom of his heart at this moment. He couldn't imagine the result of the paternity test if the blood relationship with Lin Hao is times. So what should he do? All the love and care that I have shown you over the years has become a joke. But no matter how Lin Jianjun comforted himself, the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Especially after the seeds of doubt are planted, certain doubts from the past will be infinitely magnified. For example, for Mao. Lin Hao doesn't look like him at all. His own skin was bronze, but Lin Hao's was extremely fair and tender. I still have single eyelids, while Lin Hao has double eyelids. What's more, although I like eating seafood very much, Lin Hao is allergic to it. All kinds of details that we didn't take seriously in the past. At this moment, it became a fatal doubt, the last straw that broke the camel's back. In comparison, putting aside his personality and only looking at his appearance, Lin Ta is almost a younger version of him. Just by looking at the facial features, anyone can tell that the other person is his or her own kind. But Lin Hao, damn it. How come I didn't notice anything was wrong before? No, calm down. The fact that they don't look alike doesn't mean anything. It could be due to a genetic mutation. It is not possible to draw any conclusions until the paternity test results are out. In order to stop himself from thinking too much, he got out of bed and went out for a walk to relax. Soon, they arrived near the hospital lawn. Under the big tree, Lin Jianjun felt the gentle breeze and felt a little calmer. But the next second, he spotted a familiar figure slowly walking towards him. Looking at that familiar face, for some reason, Lin Jianjun instinctively didn't want to face it. For the first time in his life, he turned around and fled, hiding behind a thick tree, allowing the young figure to pass by him. But what Lin Jianjun didn't expect was, the person he wanted to hide from had already discovered him hiding behind a big tree. This guy? What the hell is this guy doing? Is he planning to attack me by surprise? Or is he performing performance art? Lin Ta was originally thinking about what new system products to choose as the next product to sell. The system suddenly issued a prompt that Lin Jianjun had entered the range of his sticking magnetic field, which scared Lin Ta on the spot. I thought Lin Jianjun had gone insane and was going to drag him down with him. However, the other party did not take any action. In line with the principle that less is worse than more, Lin Ta naturally pretended not to notice and walked out of the hospital gate. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Jianjun dared to show his head. He looked at Lin Tao's receding back with an extremely complicated expression. If I had met Lin Ta not long ago, not to mention avoiding and not daring to meet, he even dared to pick up a branch from the ground to hunt down Lin Ta, angrily scolding this beast for causing him to become disabled. How was he going to settle the score? But now I know that Lin Hao may not be my biological son, but a son of a bitch. Over the years, I have been treating my own son harshly just to pamper a bastard. Think of this. Lin Jianjun's heart couldn't help but ache. Pain. Really? It hurts so much. Chapter 157 by Susu's Self-Strategy. Brother Lin Ta, let's elope. Pain. It hurts so much. Lin Jianjun covered his chest, feeling the pain piercing his heart. Now, he can only hope that the results of the paternity test report will be satisfactory. Otherwise, isn't everything he has done over the years a huge joke? The other side. Lin Ta, who had no idea what was going on, came to the flower shop, bought a bunch of violets as usual, and then walked towards the Su family. As he approached the Su family manor, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice called him. Brother Lin Ta. Who? Lin Ta turned around in surprise and suddenly found the girl who called him. She was wearing a white long dress, a bow on her head, her skin was as white as cream, and her pupils were filled with innocence and purity, which made people recall the beauty of first love. It turned out to be by Susu, whom I haven't seen for a long time. What are you doing here? Andarain. Lin Ta was very surprised and confused about Bai Susu's appearance. I'm here to save you. Lin Ta, who was about to enter into an unhappy marriage, Bai Susu's eyes were complicated and determined. Lin Tao's affairs these days. All I can say is, things in this world are unpredictable. In just a few days, my uncle's business empire collapsed rapidly, and Lin Ta actually became the heir of the Su family. Even the beauty pill that has been all the rage recently was made by the other party. Various signs indicate Lin Ta is no longer the boy who could only depend on the Lin family, but has truly grown into a man who can stand on his own. But the faster the other person grew, the more distressed and guilty she felt, because only suffering can make people grow. Therefore, the faster Lin Ta grows, the greater the damage he has suffered. Especially recently, many unknown netizens have dug up all kinds of details about Lin Ta being isolated at home over the years. Bai Susu's saintly heart was completely released on the spot, and she cried heart-wrenchingly. Brother Lin Ta, he really is miserable, so miserable. How come I didn't notice any of this before? It's all my fault. If I had noticed it earlier, maybe I could have found a way to reconcile it. My uncle's family might not have ended up like this, and they would still be a loving family of 4. But I habitually ignored all these and only listened to my cousin's opinions. As a result, I always thought that brother Lin Ta was too willful and asked him to take the initiative to shake hands and make peace with his uncle's family, and shamelessly said that family affection is the most important. Now that I think about it, this statement is actually not wrong under normal circumstances. Lin Ta, who had suffered from domestic violence for a long time, it sounded inexplicably ironic. No wonder his temperament changed drastically a while ago, and he was so cold towards me. Now, Susu felt as if the clouds had cleared and the sun was shining. She finally figured it out. The reason why Lin Ta changed his heart. I'm sorry, brother Lin Ta. I was too self-righteous before. I didn't know that my aunt and the others would treat you so badly and force you to apologize to your cousins. You are obviously the victim, but I shamelessly asked you to forgive me. I guess in your eyes, Susu is a bad girl. I'm sorry. I know you must be in pain. The breeze blew gently, ruffling by Susu's white skirt and blowing across her beautiful eyes filled with tears. If it was my predecessor or any other man, seeing such a pure and beautiful girl crying and begging for forgiveness, I was probably already moved. I kept waving my hands to say that it was okay, and took the opportunity to hold the girl in my arms and comforted her softly. After all, at this moment, Susu looked like her defenses were completely broken. As long as you make good use of her inner guilt, there is a high probability that you can quickly capture the girl's heart. It's a pity that he is a pure love god of war. Besides our little Susan, Lin Tao's eyes, all other women are just pretty skeletons. He looked at Susu, who ran to him for no apparent reason, suddenly started crying and bowed to apologize, and continued to immerse herself in self-touching and self-sadness. In my mind, only a dozen black question marks slowly emerged. What? Is this woman crazy? What is she crazy about? However, seeing that Susu was at least asking for forgiveness, it showed that she had deeply realized her previous self-righteousness. Lin Ta felt quite relieved about this. As the saying goes, don't hit a crying person, let alone a woman. Susu didn't cause him any specific loss. So Lin Ta mercifully forgave her and told Susu to leave after she apologized. But who would have thought? After wiping away her tears, Susu raised her head with a serious expression and once again spoke out the Prince Redemption plan that she had been thinking about for a long time. Brother Lin Ta, let's elope. Hearing these words out of the blue, Lin Ta was so shocked that he swore and was unable to keep up with Susu's magical train of thought. Don't worry. I've saved a lot of money over the years, and if we save a little, it will be enough for us to live for a long time. Actually, I know that brother Lin Ta, you have always liked me. After thinking over and over again over the past few days, I feel that I actually have feelings for you, brother Lin Ta. So I want to give each other a chance, and give you a chance to be my boyfriend and marry me. Speaking of this, Susu's cheeks flushed and she instinctively showed a hint of shyness. And her expression of a girl in love, wanting to refuse but also wanting to accept, simply made Lin Ta feel helpless. How many pounds of fake wine did you drink? What caused this idiot to become unconscious and start talking nonsense? Thank you so much, but I don't deserve it. Please go find the next victim. I'm going to marry Susan soon. Please stop harassing me as a married man. As the most affectionate man in the Magic City, I choose to abide by male virtues. I wish to win the heart of one person and stay with him till we grow old together. Lin Ta was too lazy to pay attention to him. He just waved his hand and wanted to turn around and leave. But suddenly he was blocked by Susu. Immediately, she cast a distressed look at Lin Ta, who was rolling his eyes. Brother Lin Ta, please stop deceiving yourself. We've known each other for such a long time. You can't fake your feelings for me. And Sister Susan, and you have only known each other for a few days. How could there be a deep relationship between you two? I know, you're just mad at me. I agreed to marry Susan on behalf of my cousin. On the one hand, I was forced by my uncle, and on the other hand, it was to make me jealous. After a few days of in-depth thinking, Susu is now convinced of her own judgment. She absolutely did not believe that Lin Ta would fall in love with another woman in such a short time, and he was a vegetative person who could not move or speak. Even if that person is Sister Susan, brother Lin Ta, stop quibbling. Seeing that Lin Ta was about to speak up to defend himself, Susu reached out to cover the man's mouth and responded seriously. Explanation is concealment. Concealment is the truth. In this world, I am the only one who understands you. First of all, you simply cannot let go of the harm your uncle and his friends have done to you. But as a son, I know that you long for family affection in your heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen to hand over the priceless prescription in order to save your uncle's family after they were kidnapped. Hearing this, Lin Ta was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly, and the news that he had handed over the prescription to save people had already reached by Susu's ears. But if you think about it carefully, it's normal. In this internet age, information spreads at an extremely fast speed. Plus, if Lin Jianjun and the others go to the police station for help, if someone wants to know the inside story, it is very simple. This has also led to Lin Tao's deep affection being once again confirmed in the eyes of many high-level officials in Shanghai today. Countless people sighed. Even though Lin Jianjun's family treated Lin Ta like this, he still let bygones be bygones and paid such a huge price to rescue them. He truly deserves to be the most affectionate person in Magic City. Whether it is love, family affection, or any other affection, it is always so affectionate. Just when Lin Ta was stunned, Susu continued to talk nonstop, telling the answer she had been thinking about for a long time. The Demon City is your sad place. You can neither completely forgive your uncle and his family, nor let go of the most precious family ties. Brother Lin Ta, you must be living a very painful and tormented life. The girl choked up. Besides, if you hand over the prescription, you will touch upon the core interests of the Su family. Even if Grandpa Su doesn't say it, he will definitely have some complaints about you in his heart. And your happiness for the rest of your life. Are you really prepared to take care of Sister Susan like this for the rest of your life? Susu's words were sincere and heartfelt. These conclusions were drawn after careful consideration and were completely from the bottom of her heart. She thought about it for a long time and finally found a way to make Lin Ta happy. That is to leave the Magic City, leave this sad place forever and never come back. In this case, all the pain will not continue, and Lin Ta will be able to start a new life. Of course, it was impossible for me to just watch Lin Ta leave alone. So Susu decided to stay with the boy and accompany him to the ends of the earth. The two of them will travel the world with swords in hand, just like the romantic plot in the movies. Think of this. Susu's eyes glowed. That kind of exciting life was something she, as a good girl, had never experienced before. The girl's heart was filled with great expectations. Let's elope, Brother Lin Ta. Only in this way can you be redeemed. Don't worry. I will always be by your side, forever. Susu held her blushing cheeks, smiling like a flower, like a ripe, sweet apple. She is already fantasizing about a wonderful life in the future. At the same time, her heart was filled with a great sense of accomplishment, feeling that she had saved Lin Ta and saved a young man's unfortunate life. I'm really awesome. The other side. Looking at Susu, who was immersed in her own fantasy world and unable to extricate herself, Lin Ta was completely confused and couldn't help but complain. You are really smart. To be honest, Susu's analysis is well-founded. If he was no longer the Wu Amon of the past, he might really be persuaded. Unfortunately, times are different now. Susu, stop thinking of yourself as a savior. I have no interest in you now. I just think you are annoying. As for the Lin family, I don't care about their opinions or their fate at all. Your so-called redemption is ridiculous and nonsense. So that's it. I wish you good luck. After saying, Lin Ta didn't want to waste any more time, so he walked around the girl in front of him and left. Am I really being too sentimental? Brother Lin Ta actually doesn't like me? His life is not painful or tormented? Impossible. How is this possible? Looking at Lin Tao's resolute back as he left, Susu was confused for a moment. She doesn't know what she did wrong? He clearly had good intentions in wanting to help Lin Ta. Not only did the other party not appreciate it or feel touched, he also showed such an attitude of annoyance towards me. This is really a bit too hurtful. Susu curled her lips, her eyes were misty, and she felt extremely aggrieved. But the next second, a light bulb went off in the girl's mind, and she understood. Suddenly I realized. According to her understanding, Lin Ta must be feeling inferior and unworthy of himself. He was afraid that after leaving Shanghai, he would be penniless and unable to give the girl he loved a happy home. So in order not to drag myself down, Lin Ta deliberately said such hurtful words just to make himself hate him and leave him. Then he found a dark corner and licked his wounds alone like a wounded lone wolf. I cried to death. In a state of emotional excitement, Susu became more and more determined to save this poor boy, because she owes it to the other party. Lin Ta had not believed his cousin and his family's one-sided story. He would not have been isolated by his family for so many years. He must have been in a lot of pain these years, right? If I could have discovered it sooner. Oh. Unfortunately, there is no if, only the result. And this is all my fault. Be silent when you shouldn't be silent. Being weak when you should be brave. Then, with boundless guilt, the girl unilaterally shouted out the agreement between them to Lin Tao's back. I'll wait for you at the Magic City subway station tomorrow night. No matter how late it is, I will be there waiting for you. Waiting. Brother Lin Ta, I will definitely redeem you and will never let you suffer loneliness and pain alone again. Chapter 158 Lin Ta, thank me, then I will marry you. Susan, okay. I'll wait for you at the Magic City subway station tomorrow night. No matter how late it is, I will wait for you. Always and always. Even though Lin Ta never looked back from beginning to end. But Susu still shouted several times in a row to make sure Lin Ta could hear her, until the other person's back completely disappeared. Immediately following, the girl turned around with a sense of loss. She wanted to go home to pack her luggage and prepare for the long life of elopement. As for the possibility that Lin Ta will not come to the subway station tomorrow night, almost nothing. Susu firmly believes in this. She was 95% sure that the other party would come. There is an inseparable bond between her and Lin Ta. Bond. The other side. This woman is simply a self-indulgent freak of imagination. Forget it. Try to stay away from it in the future. Let Su Fan deal with the headache himself. But it seems that because of the butterfly effect she caused, there is no intersection between her and Su Fan at all now. Ignoring the girl's cries behind him, Lin Ta recalled the plot. He suddenly realized that it was because of himself. Today, the Su family is not only safe and sound, but its power has also reached a new level. This also meant that there was no longer any hatred of genocide between Su Fan and the Lin and Bai families. A series of chain reactions triggered. Susu lost her reason to turn evil, and even completely lost any connection with the protagonist. What a sin. Brother-in-law, I didn't mean to snatch your confidant from you. While thinking, Lin Ta returned to the Su family manor. Along the way, there were lights and decorations everywhere, and the manor was filled with red. Especially the two red couplets posted at the entrance of the villa and the red lanterns hanging from the top, which are full of festive atmosphere. All that. Everything reminded Lin Ta that he was about to become a husband. Hello, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, you're back? Mr. Lin, should we change our name to call you uncle? After greeting the servants in the manor one by one, Lin Ta walked to the second floor with a smile and pushed open the door of the familiar girl's boudoir. Good morning, Susan. He walked to the bedside and looked at the beautiful sleeping girl. Lin Ta sat by the bed as usual and took the girl's white and tender hand. At the same time, I felt the tie points increasing automatically in my mind, and I couldn't help but feel in a good mood. This is the happiest moment he looks forward to most every day. You can not only stick with the sweet-smelling girls, but also easily earn sticking points. If life could continue like this, Lin Ta felt that it would actually be pretty good. In the dark cage of consciousness, Susan was originally in a bored daze. Sudden, she heard Lin Tao's voice and felt happy but also a little overwhelmed. Because tomorrow she is going to marry the man in front of her. This made her a little confused, and she still didn't know how to get along with Lin Ta. However, she still struggled a bit with her little hands, signaling Lin Ta to let her go and give her pen and paper. Susan immediately held the pen in her hand and wrote on the white paper. Good morning, Dot. Susan has not fully recovered yet and can't even lift her hands, but her right palm was able to move freely. So last night Lin Ta had an idea. He felt that writing on the palm of his hand was too slow to communicate. So he suggested that the girl could communicate directly through words on paper. After a short period of adaptation, Susan quickly got the hang of it and was able to write fluently on white paper. I saw her wrist dancing gently, like a dancing butterfly, and the handwriting flowed across the paper like flowing water, as if every word was breathing, beating, and blooming with life. Do good-looking people also write beautifully? At first, Lin Ta found it very interesting and felt that he had found a new way to communicate with the girl. But soon, he unconsciously put on the face of an old man on the subway, feeling as if he had shot himself in the foot. Because Susan kept writing on the paper, Lin Ta suddenly discovered, I can no longer hold the other person's tender hand so easily. Because the girl no longer needs to communicate with him through her palms. Lin Ta was too embarrassed to forcefully pull the other person's hand over, and shamelessly demanded that the other person give up the more efficient method and write on his palm. Fortunately, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. Since the time of holding hands has decreased, the time of massage has increased. As a result, it seems that the points are accumulated faster. After all, the contact range of the hands is not as comprehensive and fragrant as the contact range of the body. Yosi, a blessing in disguise. At this time, perhaps noticing that Lin Ta did not respond, Susan was a little confused and asked on the paper, "What's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Are you unhappy?" Seeing this, Lin Ta scratched his head and laughed, then responded jokingly, "No, I was just too happy. Just now, I was admiring your stunning beauty and my mind was distracted for a moment. TSK, TSK, TSK. My wife is so beautiful. She is so beautiful that she can make fishes sink to the bottom of water, geese fall to the ground, the moon hide in shame, flowers blush, and a lotus emerging from the water, so beautiful that she can overwhelm the whole country." As soon as these corny words came out, Susan's hand trembled unconsciously and drew a horizontal line on the white paper. Her heart was in turmoil. Oops. What is Lin Ta talking about? Humph, shameless. How can you say you appreciate the beauty of the world? How can that be so exaggerated? And he even peeked at me. No wonder I always felt a little uncomfortable. Now, Susan's mind, there seemed to be a picture of Lin Ta with a smile on his face, looking up and down her body with a strange look. I'm so embarrassed. If she could move now, she would definitely want to find a hole to hide in. In fact, the girl's guess was not wrong. Lin Ta was just peeping at the moment. Susan's graceful figure with an admiring gaze. That graceful, curvaceous figure. That hip, that pineapple. In one word, perfect. Lin Ta can look at it openly, enjoying the view and cultivating his sentiments. He is often in distress. What if Susan wakes up in the future and I can no longer be so unrestrained? After all, in front of girls, you still have to pay attention to your image and not look too stupid. Don't forget, I am a gentleman. Perhaps it was because Lin Tao's eyes were too naked. Susan was in the dark space of consciousness. She always felt uncomfortable, as if a big bad wolf was drooling at her and staring at her with a fierce look. I had the illusion that it was going to pounce on me and eat me up in the next second. Then, Susan picked up the pen and quickly wrote on the white paper, "I'm a little cold. Can you help me cover the quilt?" Lin Ta, you're so cold. It's sunny outside. I feel hot all over. How can it be cold? It's obviously to guard against me. Susan, I'm sad. Do you hate me? Sadness is flowing like a river. Sobbing sound. Hearing this, Susan panicked a little. She thought that she had gone too far. Lin Ta is a gentleman. How could he be the kind of wretched person I thought he was? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. And she actually didn't dislike the other person's gaze. I just felt a little embarrassed instinctively, not the disgust that Lin Ta thought. In order to prevent Lin Ta from thinking too much, Susan hurriedly began to explain. You misunderstood. I don't hate you. Not annoying? Does that mean you like me? He. Ha ha ha. I won't tease you anymore. Come to think of it, even if you write blindly, your handwriting is so beautiful. Did you receive special training? Lin Ta has a high emotional intelligence and quickly changed the subject. As expected, Susan's attention was diverted, and she immediately forgot to ask for a blanket. Her graceful figure continued to be exposed to Lin Tao's appreciative gaze, and she replied, don't exaggerate. Susan smiled bitterly in her heart. I'm just writing blindly based on my feeling, and it's good enough if my handwriting is good. How could it be as exaggerated as Lin Ta said? I'm not lying to you. Maybe this is what it means to be a person. The handwriting of the fairy is so perfect no matter what she writes. Lin Ta smiled playfully and started talking. Anyway, let's not care what girls think. Just praise her as much as possible. After all, it's human nature to like to hear compliments. No normal person likes to be criticized, so just praise them. It's a pity that Lin Ta forgot that Susan is special. She suffers from misogyny. Even though he was somewhat happy to be praised by Lin Ta, his evaluation was, slippery tongue, flowery talk. Is this really your first time in love? This skilled performance is exactly the same as some of the scumbags I have seen. Looking at the handwriting questioning him as a scumbag, Lin Ta looked very innocent. After 2 lives, he is still a single man. As for the reason, there is only one word. Poverty. That's too much. Susan, this is a complete injustice. I just appreciate it purely. Look at every word you write. The strokes reveal a kind of elegance and rhythm. It seems so harmonious and natural. Under your pen, every word seems to have its own soul and story, just like a speck of dust in the world, which you carefully carve into a work of art. Especially when your pen touches the paper, the graceful gesture between the pen and the paper is like a noble dancer dancing on the stage. Every word you write is like jade inlaid in jade, shining brightly. This is the legendary beauty writing. It gives people a visual enjoyment and brings spiritual pleasure to others. Your handwriting is so beautiful. It seems to have a kind of magic that can make people indulge in it and forget the troubles of the world. Watching you write, I am somehow attracted by a mysterious power of grace and ease. Every stroke you make is just like you, Susan, full of confidence and charm, making people irresistible and falling deeper and deeper. Lin Ta spoke nonsense in a serious manner without any anger or excitement. He spoke with great interest and emotion. But the person on the hospital bed was already stunned by the endless wave of praise. Susan felt embarrassed upon hearing this and curled up her tender white toes unconsciously. Fortunately, it can't touch the ground now. Otherwise, she could use her toes to dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room house from the ground. Live for so many years. She really didn't know that her handwriting was so good that it could receive such exaggerated praise. But, even though I knew that Lin Ta was exaggerating, but Susan still instinctively felt happy. It's not about right or wrong, it's just human nature. Maybe in the eyes of others, Lin Ta's remarks were outrageous and sounded like a bootlicker. But in the girl's eyes, she had only written a few words. Lin Ta was willing to spend so much time, energy, and brainstorming to praise her and commend her. The intention behind this flattery was what touched her. In a nutshell, because of Lin Ta's presence, she is very happy today and can be happy all day long. That's enough, isn't it? Lin Ta, thank you for all the time. If it weren't for you, I might not have survived until today. When I first became a vegetable, I was desperate. I was devastated. I wanted to die. These days, your company has given me hope and the courage to face the darkness. I have a lot to say, but all the words can be reduced to one sentence. Thank you. I owe you my life. Since this was the first time, I solemnly communicated with Lin Ta in person to express my gratitude. Susan was a little embarrassed, but he still wrote slowly, stroke by stroke, opening his heart rarely, as if he wanted to integrate his gratitude into every word. Susan, you? Lin Ta was still talking nonstop. Seeing the words of gratitude written on the white paper, the voice gradually became smaller and smaller until it disappeared completely. At this moment, nothing needs to be said. Lin Ta's mouth corners curled up unconsciously. To be honest, the girl's sincere response made him feel warm. I also feel a little excited that the girl next door has grown up and my long efforts have finally been rewarded. Then, Lin Ta stretched out his hand and pinched the girl's pink cheek, pretending to tease. Susan, I appreciate your thanks. But the ancients often said, if someone saves your life, you should repay him with your own life. Ahem. I think what our ancestors said makes a lot of sense. What do you think? Susan was silent for a moment.